All right. So where we left off last time is the PCs were spending, I want to say, was it 5 days downtime?
Okay.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Some of the PCs were working on staff training at the Ordu Hermes. You were trying to work on the lightning bolt spell, which would take you the first 3 days. Your character is back, so after that time period, you have 5 days to spend however you want to.
So you were working on more reciprocal matching?
You could get training at the Chantry. I think the PCs picked up a few points in it and then kind of let it be.
Yeah, I only picked up 1 point from that.
Yep. And how many points did we get for last session? I think it was 3. 3. Yep.
So, I was going to learn other spells you said I could while doing
You have 2 days after that time period. Given your slow eating, it does cut into your extracurricular activities. So you most likely could learn an easy spell or an easy spell or two, or an average spell from the Chantry, depending on what it is. So the stuff that's on the intermediate Chantry list would be accessible to you.
I don't actually have the list. Does someone have a copy?
Normally Dusty does, but I don't know if he printed it off. He might have it in his shit here.
Is a hard copy of Dusty's stuff?
Looks like multiple copies of the same character sheet. Alright, multiple copies of the same character sheet stapled together for efficiency.
I believe it says 8 of 10, 9 of 10, and 10 of 10, so I don't believe it's multiple copies.
Is this just equipment?
Smells most likely.
I got some.
No, it's just equipment.
Right.
Bags and bags of equipment.
Portable hole.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure he has like meteorite fragments and other crap like that just sitting in a case somewhere.
These, like Michael
Yeah.
Larson.
The Michael Larson ones. Is this an older one though?
Oh, this is an old one.
The one you printed out.
Yeah, this is an older one. Here we go. I don't have a physical list with me. Do you have a cell phone or something? I can email it to you. Or you can check the email link with your phone.
Is there an easy healing spell?
I think there's mending. There is a mending spell.
Is that easy?
It is I want to say that's an average spell. It does help that if you have detect life, or it's actually on Varus's list.
Primal Blast was easy, right?
Primal Blast was average.
I'll learn Primal Blast. And Lightning Bolt. Sound good?
It seems doable. Your character has a fairly high intelligence, so that should be fine.
16.
Where are we now? So, like I said before, you have 5 days. I'm not sure what your character is up to. Mark, are you playing the
Ned Chen,
Ned
West
Chen.
Coast Obduro.
And he was a real estate
sidekick.
tycoon of some sort, or
He had money.
he had money.
Yep. he's got his fingers in many things.
Okay.
I like. He had money. I will not confirm or deny.
So you can decide what you want to do here. There is the option, because I think Dusty intended somebody to physically play his character sheet at some point, rather than me cardboard cut him out for driving Miss Daisy.
I don't want to be the one that he like releases.
Yep, that
around
is the
for-
problem, is if you play his character sheet and he becomes an active individual, he likely could experience negativity.
So basically the first thing he does under my control
Yep.
is he predicts entropy
On himself and others?
on himself.
Okay.
First, always himself.
Is there a plug back there, Ian?
I have an extension cable that runs over here. I don't have a 6-strip. You can ask them if they have a 6-strip. I'm pretty sure that's the only power right now.
Okay.
Normally Erickson brings a 6-strip, so I got late word on a various amount of people not showing up today.
That's the problem with not having hard
Has
copy.
Jabba?
Can you tell me the
I know.
difficulty of logging?
Well, no, he's
Can I plug this into your
I'm trying to
phone?
look up the spell list, Mark.
Yep.
I don't.
Yep, you can make a look at mine
You're
here.
plugged in.
Thank you.
Has Jabba
Let me
got
unplug
rid
you.
of the nightmares yet?
I do
Some
not
of us
know on
are-
that because Rice's character sheet is a bit messed up. He's still trying to get it in order. It is, what is it? I believe it was something that he acquired, but he took it as a permanent disad for points. So in that case, then it is.
But I've been trying to help him, and then he went to
I
somebody
wouldn't
else.
have no
and
idea what.
Yep.
It's
So
just going to take longer.
if he resorts his disads, it might be able to.
'Cause we
He
can't
might be able to get rid of it.
together
If he
go to
cashed it in for a
different
real
lands.
disad, then he would have to change it or buy it off with character points. So
Yeah, because I can't go to the Dreamlands with him if he has nightmares and bad things.
Primal
Doors.
Life is average, which is
I got the
minus
insane
one.
luck on this
right?
guy.
yes.
Every 10 minutes, baby.
That's the way to do it.
Better lucky than dead.
Here's
Wow.
Dusty's entropy roll. He has a 16. He rolled an 11, so he did it by 5.
Okay. His is relatively low. There is some entropy in his system.
Like
along
1
with,
out of 5, or
I would say 3 out of 10.
okay. He says he would like more time, but he's willing to go anytime anybody else is ready.
Will?
I believe he's got his will back.
So here's the Chantry intermediate powers. You'll have to scroll down. So you two have time. Technically, this is happening at the end of the week, Mark, so you'll just be coming in. And then, Jolene, you have time to do whatever you want on your character.
The current point total is 480. If you need super extreme monster luck, whatever that
I
is.
already have it. I already have luck every 10 minutes.
Yep, just remember to use it. The problem is you have to try to guess ahead of what's going to happen because you don't necessarily want to burn it on something trivial and then we're like, oh, we're going to get in a shootout now.
Should
Then I'll just go get up, go to the bathroom, come back. Wow, has it been 10 minutes already?
Nobody would ever do anything like that, Mark.
Yep.
That's wrong.
Foxfire,
Hope he just
and
wrong.
reciprocal
I don't
magic.
care if you dilly-dally a few minutes, but with your luck 10, I would eventually call you and have you
I thought you
roll.
learned reciprocal magic with us the other
I want
time.
to put more points into it. I only got to put 1 at that
I would
time.
say that you could put up to 4 points into it during this week.
The week later, I
And
can't help
how
it.
many for Foxfire?
For Foxfire, going from, are you at 1 or 2 or 4 points in reciprocal magics?
1.
1, so 3. You could get up to I could give you 4, but that would take the entire week up. So every point for, I think, reciprocal magics is hard. So every point in a hard skill is going to be about, or spell is going to be about 3 days.
Okay, then I'll spend my points in it. So if I have spent 4 in reciprocal magic, then what would it be if I have power?
Well, assuming you're being
15?
trained from the order, if you're learning something by yourself that's not in a magical academy, then it's not going to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna learn from them.
You're kidding, like most is sigil drawing. Wait,
Virtually all of the spells that the order teaches are based on inherent hermetic sigils.
and then you just
So-
speak something to activate it, or
Some of them do have words of power associated with them, but all of them have a base symbol that needs to be drawn in the air
so
or on the
sigil
ground.
drawing slash invocation means you draw the sigil, then you say something to make it
Yes, generally speaking.
work. New tattoo coming up.
Fire average.
Otherwise, you're aware that there have been some areas that are off limits to the people of Britain, and the Order is somewhat aware that these regions have been taken over or are currently in contest with Blue Hades, MI5 would call them. In addition was the city of Dover and a few other on the list that...
Mr. Jeffrey, if I plug in my laptop over there, can you keep your eye on it?
If I have reciprocal magic at 4 and power 13, how much does that put it up to?
It's a hard skill, so 1 point would be at a -3, I think. Is that correct? No, that'd be a
Reciprocal magic
-2.
is hard.
Yep, so it'd be a -2. And then a 4 would bring you up to a straight up, so 13.
13, and then if it's average,
It's a 1.
it's +1.
No, it's -1.
It's -1.
It's a standard GURPS skill
And I have
difficulties.
4 points into it.
Then you would get 1 for level 2 and you get 1 for level 4.
So what's the total?
It would be a +1.
14.
Otherwise, it's the standard difficulties in the GURPS book.
What is the skill for your rocket tubes?
Then I'm
For
done.
what?
The rocket tubes.
What happened?
You can use it with a gun's
what
pistol.
happened
that?
Do
to-
you mean the Goddard tubes?
Yep.
did
Oh, the
anything
Goddard
happen-
tubes? I think it's actually
It's like
law
a
rocket
tank
or
weapon.
something.
Yeah.
Did anything happen to my maid?
No, not. She came in the next day and ultimately found the evidence and she told the PCs about it.
Light anti-armor weapon. Gun. Light anti-armor weapon.
Okay, what is magic missile?
Magic Missile is creating a type of resonance tracking primal blast, but it's not as powerful as primal blast.
So it's a homing primal blast.
Yep. Ultimately, you'll try to designate a resonance within range, and it'll try to seek it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's got to automatically hit, but it'll try to. Just like magnetizing two objects very powerfully and
Putting them close to each other.
yeah, chucking them in that rough direction.
I'm done with the list.
Okay. Otherwise, you know that the Order has been having some issues. The region in Nepal that's currently their forward base against the storm inside of China and Nepal is slowly kind of advancing on that position. They're going to continue to hold it for as long as they can, but it is kind of a level 2 area. But they see within the next several weeks it's going to become a level 3 area, which they'll still have protected. It's just they're making some progress in slowing down the storm that's coming. But given the large area, the limited resources that they have regarding it, and just the logistics of implementing some way of cornering off most of Mount Everest, there are still donation drives for quintessence that they're running. There have been some objects that are much harder to get a hold of, specifically things that guard people's minds or memories, have been much more in demand, if not bought and straight out by the Chantry. So it's a little bit more tricky. You guys got a couple objects prior to then, but from what you heard from Casey, those are hard to come by now.
I'm trying to get my quintessence factory up and going.
Yep.
I think that's what I'm doing.
You guys had time before setting that up because you wanted it in an enclosed space on concrete and kind of smaller units.
Yeah.
So they're currently pouring concrete and the construction teams are assembling houses. So you guys have time before that process will even start. You actually start putting things together.
Okay. Well, in
So
that case,
you had
for
made
me-
the notes and the general idea and rough layout to Walter Riker, and he forwarded that information to the contractors. But even at like triple pay, there's only so much they can end up doing in a certain amount of time.
I'll work on my war
The
suit
thing
then.
that you said last time was it'd be 3 months and they'd be done. But they're making individual places, so how long before the first one is ready?
As I said before, there's already a storage building off from B's lab if you wanted to set up your first couple.
Well, just how long until they build the first little bunker?
The first little bunker, they're kind of coming in stages. The concrete for it will be laid probably in the next week. So if you want to put something up, then later on they're going to be putting up the frame for it, adding doors, yada
Gotta
yada
wait till I
yada.
have a nice structure.
How long
There'll be
until the first one's done?
the electricity.
The first one.
The first one, since they're, like I said, since they're being built in kind of a series, they're having a lot of the same stuff in the same time period, kind of like an assembly line. So you're already looking at about a month and a half out, but then you're going to be getting another one coming on every couple of days.
Okay.
And the thing is, I'm assuming there's going to be water running to these buildings. There's going to be electricity running out there. There's going to be a little bit of insulation so your algae tanks don't immediately freeze over during the winter.
Yep.
So you can start using them much sooner than when they're done.
No, I make sure that everything is squared away and that we've got good protocols.
The only
You should start making the tanks because those are going to take forever too.
and one of the things is you are aware that Atlas Industries sells thaumium, but you would have to requisition and start getting supplies for that. But as I said before, you don't necessarily have to worry about that right now.
Well,
It's whenever you want to.
Probably should.
I start worrying about it now. Get
It's only
everything
going to get
online.
worse.
Yep, the prices for premium have been escalating as of late, and you'd even find out from your accountant that he's a little bit worried just because, Walter Riker luckily sold a lot of his future prospects at a good time, but a lot of people have a little bit of fear in the market now, so they're starting to pull a lot of stock. Some of the banks are becoming a little bit concerned, and things are getting very shaky, especially with foreign bonds across the aisles. Anything dealing with Britain or China right now, people are kind of putting their monies in their sofas or their beds right now.
Right. They bring it in the
Did
backyard.
McDonald's stop distributing plastic toys from China?
Well, there's no McDonald's. Yeah,
When was that?
1956, I think.
Okay.
So you're well away from there. I can't remember, but I'm not sure when the fast food franchise thing started happening. I think that was still in the 40s.
Okay.
So I don't think that really they had an established chain restaurant.
50s, I think, is when.
Yeah.
So the question was, did
So you have a lot of small
McDonald's
mom
stop
and pop
selling
shops here and there
plastic
that aren't
toys
going to be.
from China? The answer was yes.
All
Right.
I work on. What's that?
Where's the restroom located?
Over to go that way and then go that way and either side.
Yeah,
So the cities in question, and once again, this is only if you're in Britain, was
Prepare to be
Dover.
pleasantly surprised.
Well, Outpost 2000 set the bar pretty low. The
Not that
soap
we're going
dis-
to mention any names.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention. They're not watching this.
he's watching it like.
Yeah, that's what he does all the time. He sits in his office and. So Dover, Ipswich, Stonehaven, Lowestoft, and Grimsby were the locations.
I want to buy some gutter tubes from you.
You don't manufacture the Goddard tubes, but you might have some in supply.
I get one for you.
Okay.
How many rockets? Because
$1 million? That's what I say. Things are rough on the East Coast, I tell you. You can just have it, though.
For the most part, your main costs aren't going to be things like that. But I mean, when you're talking about setting up this establishment for multiple constructions, this is what's going to be actually be taking money out of your paycheck. Buying like a suitcase for some guy or an assault rifle, it's like, yeah, that's a relatively small expenditure, but
How would you like to invest in quintessence?
Tell me more.
Basically, I tell you that the end of the world is coming. Mages are the only hope to prevent it from happening. I'm trying to mass produce quintessence, which mages are not really into production like this style. It has a tendency to attack dark entities that are attracted to quintessence. But they use it in their spells. However, in order to make it right with top technology, I need to purchase large amounts of thaumium. It's a rare metal. Only certain corporations make it. However, I could cut you in for a certain percentage if you're willing to help front the cost. Because literally,
percentage
my
of
multi-million-dollar company is running on thin ice.
you guys still have a fair amount of materials, but you get a feeling that the amount of material that Walter Riker's requisite, he's building a full compound here. He's getting
50% interest for a loan of $10 million?
Do I think that would...
you're talking in dollars. We speak in quintessence.
Now, does your character have $10 million?
I'm worth $75 million.
75 million? Is that correct for the time period? Or is he worth...
I have no idea.
So does it say you're a multimillionaire?
Yep.
Okay. So for this time period, you'd probably be worth $7.5 million.
Okay.
Mind you, that's a lot. I mean, you can go to the movies for like 10 cents or buy a candy bar for a nickel.
All right, so $2 million for
50% interest. How much do I think I'm going to have to spend again?
You have probably about... well, originally, Walter Riker sold off his assets for somewhere around $22 million. He's already down probably close to 13, but a lot of the supplies that he's kind of ordered out and people are already paid for. The costs for your current endeavor, I want to say, is probably going to cost somewhere between operating costs of somewhere around $500,000 a year. But if you sell off part of your quintessence or otherwise convert it and usable, you will be making a profit. Initial setup might cost you somewhere around $700,000, which is a lot, but you're looking at maybe 20 or so buildings fully set up, all these materials, and the major parts are going to be things like thaumium, certain alchemical materials that you need to pick up, and like I said before, the clay filters that you were using for smaller things, 1% purity issues weren't an issue when you're making 3 in a batch, because they would dissipate before anything negative happened. However, if you're starting to mass produce this stuff, now you want 99.9% purity, and part of that is going to be materials and kind of advanced. I would say it's a mix of alchemical and certain advanced materials that you need to build the filters. So, like I said, about somewhere around $700,000 for the initial setup, and then somewhere around $500,000 per year. But then again, you're looking at quite a lot of theoretical quintessence. Once again, nothing is set up yet. The first batch hasn't been made other than prototypes, which you're basing the system off of.
Those are my permanents. Those aren't prototypes.
They are prototypes because they're not. The version you're building is much more advanced than what you currently have. You have standard kind of thick glass.
I have
Somebody
the retail version. He wants
Yep.
the industrial.
Yep.
Basically, I sit down, we have a business
Yep.
meeting together, and I tell you that I guess we can afford to do what I'm doing. I'll keep you interested if I need. I'll keep you in mind if I need a silent partner.
The other thing is, do either of you have accounting or finance?
Accounting, administration.
Accounting, finance, yep.
If you give me an accounting or finance role, finance would be better for this situation.
I did it by 3.
You were making a finance, or
I
you
don't
just...
actually have finance, so
You could do accounting too.
I will do accounting.
Yep, that's fine.
I'll lock it.
Yeah, if you're gonna... I don't foresee anything immediately happening to you guys unless you guys are like, all right, we go in the sewers, and then something's going to happen.
And there's 6.
Don't forget you can use your Cthulhu dice.
I could.
You may as well when you
By
have
7.
renewable luck.
I would say that you feel that, properly used funds now might be more valuable than they are later on. You do have enough money. You do know that Riker's going to be spending something. So you could, I suppose there could be a potential for you guys to invest. You might not necessarily want to tie him into a percentage. But for both of you, especially with your 7, I would say for you, the market is starting to turn a bit caustic and people are really afraid for their future. Not just, there's some people that are just worried about overseas business and other things like that, and there's people that have heard war stories across the seas. So what I'm saying is, if you don't mind gaining a profit from this caustic market, it would be a little bit iffy, kind of thin ice, but you could make a significant amount of money by investing in things that theoretically you see are going to be valuable within the next several years.
Bullets and guns.
How about this? Stick around. Watch my factory. If mine works,
Do you have
I will.
administration? Well,
if mine works,
That's what other people do for me.
yeah.
I'll help you set up one on the West Coast, and I'll take like a 10% interest. You finance your own way.
Caveat to that, before you actually say that, you do know that when you're talking to the individual who designed this base system, you're working off like a third prototype that has been kind of backwards engineered. But he said that the only issue he's run into is once you build a system like that, it becomes a beacon to otherworldly entities where they would normally pass you over. Now it's like, hey, I didn't realize there was a Wendy's open this far out of town. On the West Coast, he doesn't have some sort of secret facility with an umbrella sitting above you. You have some sort of otherworldly entities that are currently sitting in this pocket area. So to get to you, they would have to take down these other people, and they might be just as bad as whoever the hell's coming after you. So it's kind of like you built your small little crap table in the back of the Italian mob pasta shop, and you're like, well, do you want to fight the Italian mob, or...
But we could replicate everything we did East Coast on the West Coast. How much do I think it would cost to make another power plant?
You could jerry-rig some sort of power plant. You'd have to do engineering, because not all the pieces you were able to put together yourself. They provided you with 40% of this raw advanced materials. You think you could replicate the power source. It might be a lot more sketchy. You might want a hyper technician that's very qualified, at least somebody like Jason Ihult, just to monitor the damn thing. Because if you're sitting out there like, what's red mean on this gauge? You see a bright light off in the distance.
That was San Francisco.
The relay would be the troublesome thing. The relay is incredibly advanced, and it provides this umbrella protection.
All right.
So no.
In small batches, he wasn't really molested out in the in the outback.
Maybe a little crab flying thing, but
And we
that
could
was a
still
big
do
one
them
of
right.
imagination.
Instead of haphazardly, you could be making a quintessence on a smaller scale than my factory, 99.99 pure. Maybe, how much do I think a setup like his would cost?
It cost me $40.
But to do it right, we could do it for
His
$1,000
original-
or two.
It wasn't $40 in total. There was other pieces of lab equipment you had to pick up prior to that. but for a couple $100, he got his setup. But he had kind of your very basic limited stuff. The purities were to a point where if you're banking more than 5, 6 at a time, you might be worried about it.
How much does a quintessence go for on the market today?
Completely purified.
It was $750 before the shit happened.
It was at about, before the shit happened, it was 500.
You
Now,
told me $750 to buy it.
yep, right now. Back when the PCs,
This was when I first started producing it, and I was like, hey, it'd be nice to buy more.
I'm aware, back when the PCs first came to the order, so before your character was ever here, or you were physically ever here, it was going at 500. However, the market was stable. There wasn't any kind of strange things happening.
Now it's up to 750.
So now it's up to
And
750.
he could make 5 a week or 5 a
Shouldn't it
month.
be higher than 750 because that was before shit went down? Shouldn't it have after the
It's
India?
kind of peaked right now. It may start to
I could
increase.
find you a tech and we could do all this. It costs money. You've got money.
I've got
You
money.
got money you don't want in the market. You don't want to bury it in your backyard. If you want to invest in anything,
Doesn't do me.
it's quintessence.
All right, you've sold me.
So stay here, examine my factory, learn what I know,
Yep.
and then you can decide if this is the route you want to go.
I will tell you an alternative that you're aware of. A lot of the advanced mechanics that, well, it depends on who you have. But a lot of your advanced mechanics that Walter Riker is working on, a lot of that stuff runs on strange dark fluid tech, and even this other material that he knows how to make,
So a dark fluid array.
which you guys had previously scavenged to get the what have you, the array up and the relay up and running, which he's been spending a significant amount of money to rebuild. But that's not necessarily something that the order can use.
So we could.
Hyper technicians,
That would be betting on technology.
I bring you around and start trying to teach you hypertech and some of the things that we're doing here. And I try to put it in layman's terms so you can start
So-
learning it if you have experience points.
So
You can
there's-
decide if you want to pursue it.
but there's other things like thaumium, premium. You are aware that Walter Riker can produce small amounts of the compound. He was worried that his supply might be cut off in the future, so he does have a premium compounder. So there's various elements, either mystical or hypertech in nature, that you definitely might want to invest in. I mean, even investing in like a what the hell have you, a metalworks or an ironworks in this time period might be good, because based on what Captain Thomas Winfield had told you before, the remaining facilities in certain regions went into kind of full production to try to produce things and elements and like those flying ships that you've seen. But in his future, at some point in time, they never really got those into production because most of the populace was dead. The difference here is most of the people on Earth are currently alive. The only thing is the same things are starting to happen.
All right.
So it's somewhat parallel, but not. It's not quite.
I keep them interested for our time off. Trying to teach them, show them potential ways to make money or
Right.
spend it.
All right.
The bathrooms are very nice, but the toilet's finicky like ours if it's already been
The left one's
pre-flushed.
not.
Ah,
And you
yeah.
have to wait until it fills. Then hold down, and then it'll flush.
So-
if for any chance you let it go,
I'll assume then, since you guys are talking, just for convenience sake, that you're all back at B's facility in northern New York.
Where's GURPS?
Rice, I don't know, should be here in like 20 minutes, so I don't know. I do not know what's going on with him.
It's
He'll be
okay.
here any minute.
Basically, my character will start with phone calls, start doing quintessence on the West Coast
On a small scale,
on a
sure.
small scale, on multiple small scales.
You're gonna, yep.
You can start to look into some of the materials. Part of the problem is like the things that B is telling you regard hypertech and alchemy. So you don't necessarily know what you're supposed to be asking for. You can get a list from her, but there's some things on that market where you're like, I know the order can get that, but he doesn't know who the hell the order is. And
Right. I'll start showing you. Show you how to make contacts within the order. Maybe we can
that
find-
might be more helpful, because otherwise you're like, well, Torchwood sells it. And he's like, who the hell's Torchwood?
Yeah. For a week, I'll lead them around.
Okay.
Make introductions, etc., etc.
Did we have any magical items in storage that we could possibly sell off to Casey? Because at this point, does it matter if they
Hunter,
summon
do you have anything you want to sell?
someone else?
Hunter says that he's got his willpower back. He's only got 3 paradox. He's ready to go to the other side.
In my head, I know there is a series of items that the PCs have come across over like the last 20 sessions that are still in flux somewhere. They're somewhere. However, after you guys write them down in your character sheets, they're dead to me. So I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't write down.
Hunter comes to the table. He's like, here's all the items I've ever encountered. I use my edict memory with photographs to say, here's something that might be interesting to us.
You'll have to look and see if he physically has it on him.
What am I looking for?
I don't know.
Me and Lisa Martins did an inventory at one point when Jeb was selling off things that we collected in that storage. I was wondering if there's anything left, because at this point, like, we shouldn't hold on to it if we could get something that would benefit the group, but I don't have a list. It was never provided, like everyone got together to write down.
Yep, because you guys were investigating, and I gave you the list of the items you came across, and everyone started writing down the items and calling dibs. After that, there never, in-game, there never was everyone pooled everything together and looked at it. There was people shoving things into pockets.
So I had at one point that black lotus jug, but I put it over in storage. I have like 5 Goonie doubloons.
Gold doubloons?
Yeah. That probably worth nothing.
Oh, they're still gold.
I mean, if anything, we could use them as ritualistic ingredients. You know, something calls for gold. But that's about it. I use my Abijah wand and some wards that we made ourselves, and that's all I got.
So,
Otherwise, other than yourselves, everyone here at B's Laboratories, there's probably about 30 to 35 people, including security here. And there's only really 2 security guards. They're not really the type of individuals that are going to stop something heinous. They were here at his facility since the beginning. However, you're aware that Dr. Melcott always seems to have an idea of who's on site at any point in time, even though you're not aware of any specific sensors. And there's a damn drone running around here, and you're not sure because that doesn't necessarily have eyes on everyone. So there's oddities about that. You have a feeling that he might know more about what's happening at the base at any point in time than he should. Well, however, since Walter Riker's been back, they've had their arguments, but otherwise they seem to be getting along. I suppose they're cooperating. And you have even seen Walter Riker gaining access to the relay, which was kind of a hot button for Dr. Melcott as of earlier.
All right.
I was wondering if there's any way to become the avatar of Bass, like an anime kitty.
You're not quite sure. You'd have to do research into that. If you remember, Jeb did know a spell that Scarlet had taught him, and he could turn into the form of a panther.
What is it, hybrid form?
You've never seen him use hybrid form. He's either been one or the other, but he has maintained a very large panther-like shape before in the city of, not the city of Irem, but the plateau of Leng.
Yeah.
Goddard too. You don't need to write it down, but just so you have an idea.
Oh, I do have books, but I don't think anyone will trade me premium for books.
Potentially.
I do have books.
what do you want?
If we
premium
go to
for?
the other dimension, you and I are.
I guess a lot of people
Reduced
are hoarding
use.
it so I could buy
Although I will
magical
say that sometimes I
items.
have ideas there that
Or
Port
make magical items.
quintessence.
can work and do things.
Bad things won't happen in the
But
other
really-
place.
We shoot guns, and a lot of things can't die by guns. But
I have
sometimes
magic
I have
rockets.
ideas that
Wanna
aren't
buy
bad.
some?
I can't use magic rockets.
No, that's
So I'm just letting you know. And we're gearing up to go to the other side, so.
Alrighty.
Yep. Hunter and Jeb were your main mystical forces here, and they are currently unaccounted for. Dusty can't make it this week, and Jeb is still on his way.
Is there anything that they could loan us to, like, do wards on us from getting our intelligence, or wisdom sucked out? Like, or will, that's it, will.
Individuals heading over into those areas are provided with wards, but they're temporary, usually only lasting about 24 hours. You would have to try to negotiate with them, but you know that those sorts of supplies for permanent items are really requisitioned for the people that are actually in the field out
like
there,
all the training and
rather than some people back in New York in relative safety.
Are we going after Frank?
Yeah.
Okay, so did any of you read the plan?
Yeah, I'm supposed to shoot things.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to
That's it.
heal
I've done my
things,
job.
but,
He can
I
shoot
have
things
one
too.
healing spell.
that's more than I have. More than most.
And I have mostly like transpose and
You might, as a GM, I'd probably say you might want to wait
So-
for more people prior to doing that.
Do you
Defending?
need Dustian?
It would be, from what you understand,
But Dusty's
when you
not
guys
gonna
had
be for 2
inquired about
weeks.
the... Yeah, unfortunately he is going to be gone for 2 weeks. You guys can decide whatever you want to. Here's Jeb.
So,
But from what you understand, a lot of the people disappearing have been pulled into the plateau of Leng. So it might not be as empty as you remember.
so
You guys can do whatever you want.
So
No,
before
I just said-
as a GM.
I would recommend you guys be
Okay.
fully stocked and do whatever you need to
Before we go, I need at least 2 weeks to build us some alchemical stuff to get us out.
Yeah, he's got a cord, but it's only a single.
Yeah, you'd have to see if they have a 6-strip. Otherwise, I'll get a 6-strip next time. I'll go to a Walgreens or something and pick one up
I
and buy
have
one
a
of it.
6 strip at home.
Okay, we'll grab that then.
So, are we going for front? Because if we are, I need 2 weeks to build
The
us some
PCs are all
alchemical
back,
I
stuff.
guess we've been advised by the GM we shouldn't go for front.
Well, are we going?
Not that you shouldn't go for front. I'm just saying
We
you
need to be
guys
prepared,
should be
so-
prepared. From what you understand, there's already high-level teams that are just having issues dealing with the perimeter around the plateau of Leng. So I don't recommend you guys to go in with like, I've got a shiv and I think we got a spell and 2 people are in NPC mode.
So a question arose when you weren't here, Chris, about any kind of magic things we have that
we can sell.
we can
Did
sell,
anyone
trade.
inventory the stuff that was put into that storage that me and Lisa Morton's inventoried? Because I never got a list of it.
What are you looking for?
Anything that we can trade off for shit that we can use now because
There's
the
an updated-
Chantry is not letting us use anything.
During your week, there is an updated list for Sunyata, and I sent it to you in an email.
I got it.
Otherwise, the PCs, this is at the end of the 5 days, the PCs are back inside of B's laboratory just because they're talking right now. There's a lot of activity, and this place is probably more secure than a lot of other places outside of the Order.
Oh, can I resolve the? I had a technician building the little pieces for the flying watch. Did he?
You guys were talking about that, I
No,
think.
no, no. I did that like 2 days before I went to Chantry because we had a week, and you said 5 days.
You
so that was
had
already
shown
done.
the image to Thomas Winfield and B, I believe.
I'd asked for a technician to help me start building them in the 2 days before.
What
my-
I'm saying is, Steve's character and Thomas are in charge of that.
No. Last time, you can listen to the recording, you gave me some other guy, and I was like, here's how I want it, here's how we're building it. He's
Okay.
like, okay, yeah. I'm like, I'm going to
He
be
would
gone.
he would take a look at it, but just so you know,
No.
Steve is here.
We started fabrication of those pieces. Because it was just the metal pieces, not the magic.
Just the metal pieces, yes.
So
That would
those
be fine.
I have the 2 sets done then that I had him building.
The basic metal components, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so all of the like easy mechanics are done.
Yep,
It
the
just needs
intricate
all the
clockwork and
enchantments.
the enchantments would not be done.
So if we're not gonna go save Frank this session, what do you guys want to do this session?
Well, I'm not saying you can't do this session, I'm just saying,
I think it'd be better if
Can we
Dusty was here,
investigate
too.
the plane of Lang without being trapped on it?
No.
Oh.
It was built as a prison, remember?
Can we
Yeah, we've-
mundanely research it via books?
We already.
it's a foreign concept. You guys have never done that before.
Also, I think
No,
anything
you-
about
it's been so long since you guys have actually done anything
What are
like
these
that.
books things you keep
I
talking
think
We should talk about, what was it? We should ask the police about this guy's background records. Like, no, let's
Does your
search him
character
out.
have research?
I got research. I can research it, but I think that anything associated with Pastor and the King in Yellow and shit like that was like destroyed.
But have we looked?
No,
There was
Alright.
you remember you were researching it earlier with Althea Montrose, and just you guys decided to change project.
It was their progress then.
With Althea Montrose, checking in with her during the course of the next day. She's been doing a lot of research about the Plateau of Leng. It is some sort of nexus point between different dimensions. At one point in time, I mean, the Plateau of Leng did exist. Was it connected to Earth? And they don't know who specifically, but somebody shut the entryway to Earth away. And it originally was a prison to hold something known as the King in Yellow. It was some sort of messenger or avatar of the dead god. It was in part a spatial and spiritual prison. Things could easily get towards the center of the city, but it drastically increased the distance and distance of dimensions as you try to get back out. So much like a gigantic sinkhole.
Does she know anything about...
However, this is what it was prior. You don't know what it's become now.
Does she know anything about trying to scry where Frank would be and trying to get him like that? Or is it just like so many souls there that it's...
She imagines that not even the plateau, but the region up on Everest, because is considered a level 5 zone. They've seen doles, they've seen ancient dragons.
I can't remember ancient dragons, but yeah, doles I don't like. Yeah.
They really don't send anyone up there. It is possible to scry on him, but you need something powerful of his person, and you need somebody that would be able to penetrate not only the spatial borders, but the spiritual boundaries.
Is there anyone like that we can get a hold of?
Hunter has done some bullshit with spatial anomalies before, but he was barely able to get out from the plateau the first time. He might be able to do it, but he knows very little about dimensional sciences.
And your other higher up guys are all the higher up guys here are all like on assignment or another ship.
Usually the individuals that are fairly capable in that nature are part of the teams warding, pushing back creatures, banishing things that get too close, and ultimately keeping a certain perimeter around this storm.
Yeah, I do have something I can get of Franz. He said, like his bag or something that we could go
The more personal the item, the easier it would be to try to locate him. But from a distance, you might just be able to tell that his spirit might reside in the plateau of Leng, and you wouldn't get more definitive information until actually going there, which, if it was like it was last time, it would be an ordeal to get out of there. Under different circumstances, if his spirit was somehow trapped somewhere else, it would be much easier, but the plateau was originally a prison. So you have to break into Alcatraz and then get back out.
The getting in isn't nearly as bad as the getting out.
Yep, the getting in is not nearly as bad.
See, Hunter had to burn a ton of quintessence, so the plan, why I need 2 weeks with alchemy first, is I'm going to make the specific quintessence that he needs to burn to get us out of there. And then I'm also hoping to make it for the healers so they have stuff to burn.
So you probably want to be high on willpower, quintessence, get your magical affairs in order.
Is there anything else we can do? Is there any other missions that are on the agenda that we can do this evening so we don't sit around for 3 hours and plan to do an assault we're not even going to do this week?
You guys could do this week. You're aware of various things that have been happening in the world. What the hell has it? So far, you could check up with Omir Bahowden. You could check with Walter Riker, The Order, MI5. There's Tanith Mechlot, or various other agencies.
We'll start with...
I mean, you also could spend the time training,
Omar Bahowden with the...
training or doing more research or things of that nature. Building things, yada, yada, yada.
Building things, etc., etc. It's not going to be fun for a guy that shows up out of the blue. So I'll check with Omar
for Mark's
Bahowden
purposes, yep.
to see if there's any events coming up in the next week or two that we could investigate.
You are the heart
Do
of
they
the
even print the Occult Times newspaper anymore? That like little circular I had?
Probably on hiatus right now.
They probably would. It most likely would be back at your house.
Your subscription needs to be renewed. Damn it!
Checking with
Just
Omar
at the end of the world,
Bahowden.
and I forgot to pay my monthly subscription.
He has been detecting various activities near the Britain Isle. There also has been... Where are we
I
here?
don't have anything that's extremely hard.
There has been strange emissions coming from somewhere near Hayden, Nebraska, but it's not at a level that he would normally qualify as an emergency.
Hayden, Nebraska, the heartland.
Is there something
There has
going
been
on
high
around
spikes
lands?
around Hawaii, and from what he's understand, there's a was it a travel, what is it? I wouldn't say blockade, but there aren't any ships going to Hawaii anymore. Apparently there's some sort of outbreak of cholera, or what have you out there. That's been what's
What
been
about
broadcast on the radio.
Dreamlands? Are the Dreamlands still having problems with that thing?
From what you last understand, there was something named the Eater of Dreams that was slowly devouring the Dreamlands. And from what you've seen here, you've even come across what appear to be refugees from the Dreamlands, including giant dolls and other things that shouldn't exist here.
I say we go check out that yacht that we ditched. I mean,
Hayden, Nebraska. That's what I'm hearing.
Otherwise, there's been various, from what Omar Howden is aware of in the news, there's been various small towns inside of Ohio. What is it? A couple in.
he's telling us the news, not his little.
In fairness, you guys are spending a lot of your time in chantries and other things like that, so you don't actually read newspapers anymore.
Yep.
So there's been a lot of small towns around. He's heard of strange. I suppose there's been a lot of resurgence of people talking about old kind of wives' tales, witches and monsters in woods, so things like that. There have been occasions where it seems like there have been like a coal vein or something that opened up in a region, and there was like a fire. Areas were evacuated, but there are several small towns now in the kind of Midwest region that are now abandoned for whatever reasons. You don't know why. There's been somewhat restricted radio communication. It seems like a lot of the major radio broadcasters and shortwave operator radios haven't been doing as much as they do normally. However, there's a lot of people that kind of like your amateurs that are like talking about all sorts of weird shit, like they saw something from the sky and lights and various other, like they've heard about demons across the sea.
That would be awesome. Go
There's still
outside
rumors
the
in China
ship
about some sort of ancient emperor. I think Qing Long Jin. I have to double check the name, but apparently he's been dead since the 13th century, and people have seen his people and his banner. There's also indications of what appear to be indications of what appear to be the Walking Dead inside of the Chinese rebellion. I think they're aiding the rebellion, or is it the rebellious faction?
Rebellion against what?
There's a Chinese civil war currently happening in this timeline.
I say we go solve the Chinese Civil War.
Okay. After we got in a god or two.
He can be the leader. He's Chinese.
Otherwise, from across the pond, there have been various disappearances. Several inside of Scotland, Ireland, and the British Isles. There have been various prisons where 1/3 of the populace, if not more, have just completely and utterly disappeared during the midst of the night. The Order had spent some people to check into it, and they came across what appeared to be demonic resonances and shallow activities. And they believe that the people might have got pulled into a near dimension. And they don't know why. There's a fair amount of people that were left behind for whatever reason. Otherwise, he has also heard word. He's also heard word that there have been attacks on Islamic mosques. For whatever reason, there haven't been any noted casualties, but somebody's been breaking into very well-known Islamic mosques, and they still haven't found anyone.
Which one is the easiest with the highest loot ratio?
Eric! How long have you been coming here?
I just came here today.
All right. This is our second time. So.
Wow.
There you go. All right.
Otherwise, the storm...
Yeah, well,
They're open late on Thursday for us. So.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. they're open till. Otherwise, you guys are aware that the storm has continued to push further into Tibet, India, Bangladesh, and of course China.
Is the
Bangladesh, what the hell?
Dreamlands one like super hard?
We don't want to go there just yet. After looking at some of the things, we are not prepared.
You guys are aware of various Yith sites at different locations that you're theoretically going to try to find an individual named Lana, who supposedly was one of, in an alternate timeline, you don't even know if he exists in this one, he was supposedly one of the few Mu Cataclysm survivors, and the only person that knew the full language, and he was critical in this alternate war in another timeline.
Sites Max loot ratio.
Yith sites, is that what you like?
There was,
Max loot ratio at
There's
Yith
some-
sites,
we
man
talk-
sites,
You can
high
keep scrolling
technology.
down. I also-
if we go back further, there was a teleportation network through Steely Stones that was never mapped out. Otherwise, I would say that Omar hasn't detected anything, but Walter Riker says that he's detected strange activity from a EMC device that's somewhere near the Oort cloud, out farther on. From what he understands, you would put the device there, and he's been leaving it until you've had more time to look at it. But there are strange readings he's come across, but he doesn't. Your EMS device.
Okay.
There's one called Primal
So
Form.
you originally created kind of a multi-dimensional Hubble telescope, and you had the dusk put the device outside the Oort cloud in this system because of their advanced technology and their relays.
Requires you to be an
So that
expert.
sits outside of essentially the asteroid cloud covering this entire system, way past Pluto,
Straight from the ley line.
and supposedly is pointed towards a deep horizon.
It's expert. It's gonna grab my minis.
But it's getting strange readings.
Yep.
More exceptional. What does EX mean?
EX? Oh, excuse me, it's supposed to be EH. Extremely hard.
Oh, that's EX would have been better. It's like exceptional or expert. I'm like,
Yeah.
damn. That's a -4, right?
I think it is a
Yith are a
minus.
snake-like race of snake men that were here early on before mankind.
Ooh.
We know of a bunch of their sites that are shut down or whatever. We can go investigate them.
Also, at the end of the was it?
Yith were the carrot heads, or carrot upside down carrots.
Okay, so they're time-dimensional travelers.
Another element is probably about 3 days back. Dr. Mecklot would have informed people at the base, and you probably would have been there as well, that there was an individual that was delivering, pamphlets. However, the strange thing why he was concerned is they detected a piece of hypertech inside of his vehicle. They stopped him near the border. He ultimately kind of handed out some pamphlets. Walter Riker had talked to the individual, and he says that he thinks that they belong to that church of Church of Aberdeen. He seemed that when he went to go see them, it seemed like they thought that they were a bit surprised to see him. He understands, but they also talked to him for a while, and he said that he wasn't interested at this time. But it seemed like they were very adamant about talking to him and getting him into a seminar or something.
No, I warn them that it's a cult and they'll brainwash you.
All right.
What should they brainwash?
I think we should go
And
to.
if that happens, I'm going to hold one person personally responsible.
I didn't know that they had such things.
What's going on in Nebraska?
Let's check out Nebraska.
Nebraska it is.
What
Sorry.
is Nebraska?
There's a event going on there. It shows up on
Did they do
the...
anything?
He says in probably about 3 or 4 days here, there's an event that's slowly building up, but ultimately he says peaks out somewhere in 3 months from now. And he says it's not as high as what you would expect from like the tunnels, the object or whatever the hell happened in the Pacific, the incident that happened in Solus, Pennsylvania. But it is higher than normal. But he also mentions these other places like Hawaii, somewhere off was it the Caribbean, and regions all across Britain. And these are areas that seem to, while Omar Bahadur might not be familiar, these are areas that MI5 has blacklisted for certain things. You haven't heard about Hawaii prior to this.
We're going to go with Nebraska. We start traveling there.
Did they
Was
do
there a
anything to
Yith
put
site in
in?
Nebraska?
What was that?
Did they do anything to put in?
Puddin', from what you can tell, is fine.
Was there a Yith site in Nebraska, or where were those? In
Um,
the United States.
I think Hunter, once again, has that list. So he didn't give us the other
Nothing's
stuff.
on the U.S. continent for the most part.
I don't think so.
I'll have a double
I don't
check.
have the list.
No.
The ones nearby, there was ones in Peru. There might be one in
I was
Alaska.
just asking if there was one in
Um,
Nebraska.
Australia, there's about 5 locations in the, Pacific, 2 locations in the Atlantic, I think 2 in Russia, 1 inside of China,
Some in
1
South
near
America.
South America. Well, that's Peru, who's the one near
Well, there was
Peru.
another one in the Amazon.
There's another one in the Amazon, and then there was one in, I want to say, Lower India, and then one in the Middle East.
Most of the ones that were in the Pacific were also in. on the
However,
continent, right?
not all of those, from what you understand, you still don't know the language of Yith. I mean, you never had the time to sit down and actually research their language. You do have linguistics, but from your very ill-educated guess, when you're trying to use the communication terminal, it seemed like there was only a couple sites that had any references to Mu. It doesn't necessarily mean that this individual could be at another site. It's just there's only a couple of them that mentioned it.
Okay. So all we'd have to do is search a couple.
There was about
In theory.
5 on the list out of the 12 that you found.
Is
Nebraska
Yith
first. Let's go see what happens in
Is
Nebraska.
Yith the serpent language?
Yith is not. It's
The big tall creatures that look like.
the serpent language is is it Acheron?
Okay, then that's what they had.
That's what who had.
The dwarves had a choice between the snake people language or the deep one language.
Oh, they had a bunch of languages, but yeah, they had Acheron and they had deep.
I learned deep one. I chose unwisely.
Did I learn anything those extra 4 days while in sleep?
Did you what now?
We left after a week of.
Yep. And did you spend skill points for stuff that you were doing in that? Otherwise, I gave
We
you the
did
new
3 days
list.
for the staff, and then Dusty and I were going into.
And then you did 2
Dreamlands.
days after that.
We were going to go to Dreamlands.
Okay.
So
And try to do the Sleep of Ages.
yeah, he was going to do the Sleep of Ages, and I was going to try to help.
If you're going to do the Sleep of Ages, Dusty's going to be down for 2 more
We
days.
actually originally had a full week, but I think everyone did their first 2 days, and then we were resolving the last 5. So
Some of the PCs ended after day 5, so if they want to, you guys can take as much downtime as you want to. It's just Mark is here, so I think Steve wants to get some more actiony stuff happening. So that's the only thing limiting you in
Let's just go
spending
to
more
Nebraska.
downtime.
I can use some of the stuff and try to.
Minor event that's happening on the event meter.
Omar gets minor events. I mean, probably about 5 or 6 a day. This one's a little bit higher than normal, and he wouldn't even have mentioned it unless you asked.
There's stuff on here that I could use, and I think we should.
All right. So how are we going to travel there? Can you get us there, Doctor?
Can I buy disintegration?
By transposing us?
Yes.
What do you have
No,
currently in it?
no. We can do the reciprocal
You can
magic
buy the
transpose thing.
We'll leave Hunter at home, trying to recover his willpower. Apparently.
Sure.
Okay.
If he did the Sleep of Ages, he's going to be down. You could forcibly wake him up in 2 days.
Let him go.
You can just meet us later.
Okay.
We're at the Chantry. Are there people that can just transpose us there and then we can transpose back?
To some unknown location, you could.
We could take a plane.
Yay, disintegration's a lot.
The Chantry normally charges membership services for something like that. So you guys could potentially pay them in something valuable, and they could teleport you to the location.
But I guess we'll transpose ourselves.
Yeah. Once you put a dollar price on it, then the doctor will step up to the plate. Does it cost more than a nickel?
Under normal circumstances, depending on the situation, but a lot of their transport people are kind of at the high end, so you're probably looking at paying an independent person, probably somewhere between maybe a quintessence for a teleport for the group.
Okay, if you don't teleport us, I'm teleporting us, and mine's only 10, so I'm going to fuck it up.
We'll try to
Can you add to her with your
Yeah.
group
what do we
skill?
do to first, like what Dusty did, like check out the location and do pinpoint?
What he had learned from Puddin was folding space to the location and using a fairy fire effect to create a gate.
I can do that.
Before we do any of this, we leave my facility. We drive 10 miles west.
I'll wait for the rest of the people because Walter Riker will stop you, so I'll wait till these guys are back.
Okay.
However, you only know the location of Hayden, Nebraska. It's somewhere near there.
Can
So
we transport my car with us?
potentially,
This
if you
is the
draw a
time
large
we
enough
need that
gate,
one flying car that you were gonna make.
I was never going to make a flag car. You
You're
just
gonna
said I
make a shitty
should.
bang bang.
No. You guys said I should. I didn't say I was.
What about that watch you're gonna make?
it's going to be sweet when you guys run out of petrol.
Oh, before we leave, could I ask the guy who was doing the watch stuff to be like, are there watch shops in this town? Like,
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
that was
Clock?
a specialty thing.
Yeah,
at the time.
clocks.
I know a master jeweler.
I mean, you don't have digital cheap watches in this time
Yeah,
period.
So I could go in there and be like, hey, I want you to add these extra knobs. And they'll just be like, what for?
You'd have to talk to someone, set it up. You'd want to find somebody competent because your average clocksmith wouldn't be able to necessarily build something like that.
Can
Well, he's literally all he's doing is adding, like, you know how you spin the thing to time it?
Yep.
He's adding one that pulls out.
I'm aware, but the device you have planned is somewhat precise. So if he kind of lines it up and he's like, yeah, it's like a millimeter off, and you're like, the fuck, it's a millimeter off.
Well,
I
the
know.
actual watch just needs the lever, which
Yep, but there's like the frame, there's the bracing for it.
Well,
that
the
master
frame and
jeweler
everything is all in the space. The watch is pretty much, it just has a lever.
You just want a watch band with a frame and no lever.
It's a plain old watch, but you have the one that turns the time on the old school ones. I also want just another lever that you pull back and it has a little pin in it that stops it from going back any further, and it doesn't seem to go to anything.
Alright, that can be done.
What about a master jeweler? Would that be able to help him with?
The jeweler wouldn't necessarily be better than a clock.
I'm only looking
Clock
for
watch.
like a mediocre watch that's not going to be like, oh my
I think
god,
you should
look
go
at
to a
that.
master guy.
So, a mediocre watchsmith, and anyone who makes watches can pretty much add an extra hole in it, right?
Yep. You could put it on order. They'll most likely get to it by tomorrow unless you wanted to pay more money for it.
Well, I'm fine with tomorrow. I'm ordering 2 of the same,
Yep.
or I'll order, no, you're a guy. I'll order 2 similar watches, but different style.
One could have a brown band and the other one a black band.
No, both metal bands.
They're both most likely charge you $3.50 for each one. So $3.50, not
Well, I'm
$3.50.
like gold.
Gold. A little bit more expensive. Probably $5.50.
Not Rolex, but good.
Good. Well, you said mediocre. Was it mediocre?
Mediocre. I said not super, but
All right. So average, something average.
How much is Rolex in this time then?
I'm not sure if they even have Rolex right now.
well,
They might.
equivalent.
Equivalents?
Because
Those can be
I
pretty
would pitch
expensive. I
in-
would imagine it'd be $500 for something like that.
They have Rolexes. Pretty priced.
So
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? It's like handcrafted in Germany.
so
Can Semyata teach me this in the waking world? Any of those spells?
She is currently not in the waking world. She's staying with her city.
Okay.
So she can only do that while you're in a dream state. Under a different circumstance, if she wasn't the leader of those people, she could do something. So you will get stopped by Walter Riker prior to heading out. He will tell you that he probably most likely make at least 6 more of those radios. He says they're on the same frequency that the one you have currently. It's just these ones actually do have a dial knob because he remembers that time that you were talking to him, except he couldn't really close the volume down.
Yeah.
And they do have a rechargeable battery that'll last a week. He just says that be careful if you put them in European outlets because the battery's not going to get charged, but the crystalline premium will take as much charge as it can take. So if you plug a bunch of them into the same outlet, there might be an issue. The watches will be fine. The outlet in that apartment might not be.
the watches will.
You might wake up in a burning apartment.
Yeah.
So
Other than that, he also has a left-handed bracer unit and a backpack, and a what appears to be kind of a shot, not a shot put, but what are those rocks that they slide across the ground?
Curling.
Like a curling
Curling stone.
stone. He'll tell you that he has a few prototype devices that he wouldn't mind getting field tested on.
I always volunteer. I would do it again.
Are we leaving
was
Dusty in the
what was the
dreamland?
gear? What was the gauntlet thing?
So he has an arm brace that's about 6 pounds, and most of that is actually from a metal brace that's around your elbow.
Oh, Swiss.
Most of that's from metal around the elbow. He tells you that's a safety brace on that side. But what he'll show you is there is a strange emitter unit, and those with the hypertech can give me a IQ perception based. What was it, hypertech?
I did it by 11.
By 11?
I think 1.
By 1. It looks like some sort of ionizer, from what you can tell with a 1. With an 11, it looks like some sort of ionized field emitter. And he will kind of carefully maneuver it away from his face, and he will kind of click the elbow. And it does produce what appears to be a completely round, roughly the size of a medium shield. It appears to be some sort of blue field that crackles occasionally. And it does seem as though it produces heat. Not a significant amount, but it does look as though he doesn't put it right next to his face. He'll tell you that it is a prototype ionization field emitter.
Contact or
Thank you.
In
Whatever
out-of-game
it is.
terms, it'll roughly stop about 120 points of
Anything to
damage
help us
before the
in that
battery
plateau
fails.
leng? 'Cause,
He says that you might,
have anything to
depending on the
bother, and they
circumstances,
won't
he
take
says
money.
all of this is
Or when they do
prototype
take money,
work,
it's
so
way
he
out of
expects
my
you to
league.
take the proper precautions, but
they're
he's
not
trying to
gonna
push
take
these
any
out as soon as he possibly can with the field equipment he currently has to help you out on the team sooner rather than later. He can worry about debugging it back here and building a version 2.
So you mentioned a shield. What else was there?
There is the 6 radio. There aren't really radios. They're actually what he'll say is quantumly entangled phonographs. So they're kind of small units, and they are quantumly entangled. They're all using the same kind of receiver interior to them. So they're all on a separate line that, unless you had some sort of advanced hypertech like a relay, you wouldn't be able to pick up. I mean, he could be in Alaska. You could be in Notre Dame.
Protect our,
There would be virtually no time delay.
Get any more here.
The only problem is if you came across a large spatial effect, it could wreck these devices. A missed teleport, getting caught between dimensions or something could cause these to melt down. They're, I would say, a half a pound. They're probably about yay big, and it's mostly because of shock casing.
Like
It
a
looks.
big walkie-talkie.
To reinforce.
It's not a big walkie-talkie. It's a small one. It's just made out of steel and rubber elements, and it looks like you can drop it on concrete.
What if something happens?
Looks about already.
He'll give you a backpack that's about, I'll probably say around
magic is
20
no
pounds, and he says it works similarly to
Right? I mean,
your
if it's
ring
gonna
in the
dispel
fact
magic,
that
it's gonna
it
dispel
can pick up and transmit
any
radio
type of
signals
artifact
over a
that's
large distance. But it also acts as a signal booster for the relay system, and he could theoretically teleport or open up what he'll say is a like a zero field in the region, and could theoretically extract or deploy equipment within relation to that backpack using the relay
So I'd be
system.
like, that's a cool shield.
He gives them to B,
How
and
many
then
shields do I have?
he just has the one prototype device right now. He says he didn't want to make a bunch of them because if they
don't work,
yeah, and you might find them ergonomically not helpful. You could theoretically make that less than 6 pounds, but he says you don't want to have
Any
your
people who use magic, just step back.
I'm not gonna.
Let me grab my stuff.
with hypertech. You are aware that the arm unit itself. The bracer you could reduce the weight by probably about 3 pounds. The only problem is at certain angles, that ionization field could in fact burn your arm pretty
Let me
badly.
get some napkins.
Okay.
The other element he has is he has made he'll describe it as some sort of advanced heavy cross-bridge particle collapsed array, which ultimately folds and folds and folds on itself after its initial creation in a rough region about 15 feet diameter, and then it collapses to kind of an infinitely small point, and then is held in the device. And what he'll essentially describe to you is a type of ghost trap that can be slid underneath the target.
It's like a pin, a portable
Can we
pin
cross the
array.
beams?
What does it do again? What?
It creates a heavy particle cross-bridge field, which initially starts at 15 feet diameter above the device and collapses infinitely to a small point, and then goes into a recessed region inside of the device.
So you can put stuff in there.
Yeah.
He says you can store spirit particles or things purely made of spirit inside of it, like a ghost trap
To a
or...
person.
Who you gonna go?
He says that other than causing kind of mild second to possible third degree burns, they should be all right.
So they don't get stuck in?
Yeah, but he says you wouldn't want to be in the field when it starts to collapse. And he says that the time frame for that is 3 seconds. So they would survive being in the field. He just says that they would get second degree burns,
So
sometimes
we can't
third
trap
degrees.
people in there.
Good.
Physical people, no. He
There's
says,
spirit afterwards.
however, it
Would
would
it
work
steal
on
all their
something like
connections?
it'd work on something like the assistant radio operator Griffin. It might trap something like that, even though he was fairly strong, provided it's made purely of cross-bridge particles.
So,
He is working on a few other devices, but he'll let you know what he gets finished developed.
I'll give him my developments for the power suit and just say, hey, why don't you take a look at this and see if you can bring it out anywhere.
He'll prioritize that.
Thanks.
on the watch, could I just have a second knob that does nothing too? Just future development.
So 2 extra knobs that do nothing? Okay. And they simply pull in and out, or is it just a rod that can be spun and pulled in and out?
How about they spin to unlock and then pull them in and out? That's
Okay.
really simple.
Sure.
So choices.
Nebraska
Walter Riker would tell you that the ring you have is probably a far better defense than the shield. As in, if a grenade went off, I mean, you'd block the material in front of you, but you would disappear along with the equipment.
Use, borrow. See what technology's like. Maybe you like it, maybe you're like, this is hokey, it breaks right away. Alright, I'll borrow it.
Give it to number 2 son.
Save Nebraska, but the paper goes on.
Yeah, give it to Chusa. Go block that.
Otherwise, he has a radio. He'll tell you that he has a machine hooked up to the radio, so it'll get him onto the intercom inside of the base. And he, for the most part, assumes, and he will tell you in the future, that he assumes that everyone that is currently on base is within need-to-know information, but he can put it on a separate line. He just needs to go to a switchboard.
Okay.
So we all got a radio.
So when you radio in,
Radio.
James I. Holt and pretty much all of your executive staff will hear you, and they'll just need to get to receiver.
Does that mean screaming for help?
I don't want a radio. I'm gonna be with one of you guys anyway.
Alright. Then we leave one here. So there's 6. We gotta leave one here. So that's 5.
Alright.
One,
I'm always
two,
gonna be
three,
traveling with
four,
someone.
5. 1, 2,
How do I write
5.
it down to remember?
He
Need
doesn't have
radio.
one. We leave one here.
Because what you're saying is, if I get a radio, I'm
It's a-
going off on my own.
It's a quantumly entangled
He will anyway.
phonograph, microphonograph. Otherwise, he can demonstrate the relay opening
Yes.
and give you an idea of what to expect.
I like it.
Was it with the device? He'll go outside of the. Well, actually, he can go inside of the field from here, given the relay, because the relay controls that spatial area.
What's its weight?
A half a pound, and it could be lighter. You imagine? Well, actually, you don't have hypertext, so it is what it is. Would you imagine it would be lighter? But it looks like he put in a steel box around it. And the 25-pound one. That's what he's gonna show you about. There's a larger extendable antenna on the
Take the
system.
backpack when you have number 2 son.
That's exactly it. I'm volunteering.
Why would you block
Carry
damage
it.
when number 2 son can?
No. There's damage coming to me. I want to be able to block it.
When he does show you the aperture, what is it? When he gets in this, was it the position? Ultimately, he has number 2 sun.
Yep.
He kind of looks over at you and he's like, "Number 2 sun isn't skittish, is he?" He says
he is-
He kind of waves you off. And he's like, "Just stay exactly where you are." Number 2 sun just looking over.
Make me
He
proud.
pulls up the antenna on the back. It goes up probably about another 3 feet above his head. So it is a somewhat noticeable 25-pound pack, but it's not terribly bad compared to what some soldiers in World War I were using. It does take some time. He walks you through the procedures just so you might be able to use this in the future if you're on site and someone else is away. But using the relay, he's able to dial into the location, essentially get a lat-long position on the planet, and with a rotation, you can already see that there's already a lot of complications, and if somebody's using this that doesn't have very good mathematics, you're like, yeah, here it is, and the planet has already moved
Right.
10,000 meters per second, and you're like, oh shit, they're going to be totally effed. However, under his guidance, or somebody like James I. Holt, you think they could dial it in and happen, but I suppose it's just as scary as a teleport. Magic
Right.
makes it look pretty bad. Was it pretty, like, oh, there you go, magic, it just works. This seems to be fairly stable, but it's grounded in hard sciences where you can imagine this wrecks someone pretty badly.
Right.
He does open up the aperture. It's roughly an oblong shape. Probably the longest dimension is upwards, straight along the ground. Probably I would want to say somewhere around 12 feet, and then the sides are close to about 6 feet. And it does look ever so slightly that the field is kind of crawling along the ground, and it seems like it just rips up whatever it comes into contact with. The material just kind of disappears. Some of it arrives here, and you can see some of the some of the ground is turned into glass. So the definitive boundaries of the portal are fairly dangerous. But it itself is continually being adjusted where it's sitting relative on the planet. But you could theoretically drive a motorcycle through it, and the aperture size is adjustable based on how much power you have here, which is a fair amount.
Okay.
Meaning this theoretically could be used to transport an aircraft somewhere.
All right.
You just there'd be a weird change in pressure and a light in the sky, and then you're like, hey, I didn't see that B-52 bomber up there. Where the hell did that come from?
All right. Cool. And that's the backpack thing.
He says the backpack acts as the retriever. What's doing all the hard labor is the relay on base here.
12 feet by 6 feet.
So 12 feet out by 6 feet. And it's oblong.
Yeah.
So it's pretty large, the one he creates. It's just part of it cuts into the ground, and then you could step through, but if you were driving in a car and ran through it, you'd end up getting 3 pieces of a car. 2 on each side, and 1 that went through the portal.
Right. The middle part that went through the portal.
Yep.
The wheels would shear off.
Don't let Hunter drive.
He'll get us there quicker.
Otherwise, he'll tell you that the batteries can be recharged in a standard outlet. He did give the warning on that. They should be good for a week, depending on their usage. They're always on by default, but he says that he included some wires in the interior if you wanted to unscrew it and somewhat change that.
Okay.
They're his second version of a prototype, so he's adding features all the time based on how much time he's allocated to it.
Okay.
The backpack unit is somewhat, it's fairly rugged. Immersion underwater for a long period of time might cause shorts. The field device is somewhat weatherproofed, but I mean it does have probably a depth of 200 feet underwater before the internals will start to be coated in water.
Son, backpack?
He's got the backpack.
All right. He probably doesn't ever want to try to operate it for him.
What he'll tell you of the heavy particle trap, he says this is probably the flakiest thing. He hasn't worked out the bugs, nor has he had a means to properly test it. He said it should be safe with handling. He's just worried about things like dropping it from a high distance and then it getting submerged by water or yada yada, and you guys are just messing around with it. It gets shot by a gun.
How much does heavy particle trap weigh?
5 pounds.
I'll carry that. All right.
It's gotta be safe, right?
Let's go test this stuff in Nebraska.
We're gonna take this thing that makes us walk through walls.
Yeah, number 2.
We're
Son.
at B's facility.
You're currently at B's facility.
We were leaving though.
We're going to leave.
Yep.
He's giving us our parting gifts.
Is there a store?
Our lovely
somewhere around
parting
here?
gifts.
Probably within 10 miles are stores.
You need some.
Just like in case we get stuck, like food, water, and kitty food.
You can probably purchase...
Kitty food.
You can use the standard prices out of the book for like food rations and stuff like that. You can carry as much as you want. It's up to your encumbrance. For the most part, you guys are fairly well off financially, so if you don't have that on your character sheet, you're sitting in a large industrial complex that B owns, and you've heard him being a multimillionaire.
Yep.
So maybe they'll forward you the $5 you need for your...
food in that backpack?
How much for?
Is the backpack in space?
It has a little bit of space, but I mean, it's mostly there to just keep all the loose ties and everything else in
The
there.
old backpack radio.
My facility.
I don't know how much.
Mind you, Walter Riker will tell you that's far more advanced, but all of these are
We used to
prototype
have a tennis
objects.
court out back, but we had to let that go.
Yeah, you can go maps. That's actually Area 51.
I didn't print it off.
I know.
No, I just
I
found
do
an
have
old
a
warehouse.
friend. Nope, I won't talk about that. After that's off, I will.
Okay.
You do have a friend? I thank you, Steve.
Yep.
Nice
It's right here.
It's right here.
How much is it for like 5 days food, water, and kitty
It's
food?
considered in your standard living.
So you don't have to pay for it. In case you missed that part. Don't worry about it, he said.
Yeah, you can have somebody from here.
Well, I want to put it on there just.
If
in
you're
case.
purchasing it by yourself, I would assume I'll give you a cost. But with these two people here, I'm assuming you could take rations from here. They don't necessarily have kitty food, but your cat could survive on turkey and other
We're
things of
running
that
Nebraska.
nature.
It's gonna be real food.
We've got cans of tuna. There you go. 5
That's
cans.
good. Yeah.
It does seem like Walter Riker has been spending a lot of money, not only putting in the construction of housing for up to 150 people, even more if that's kind of loose accommodations for people. Packed, he could probably house about 700 people with his current setup, and he has food that is now being stocked. It looks like he's setting up his doomsday bunker or facility here, and he's been spending a lot of money on it, but you guys haven't fair enough money. Mind you, it's not infinite, it's just he has a lot right now, and for the first year or two, he's going to be pretty good.
All right.
Whenever you guys are ready, I don't need much time to prep.
All right, ditto.
All right, we're ready to go.
Make sure number 2 son also has a rocket pistol.
Yep, he does have a rocket pistol. He doesn't have a Godric too, but
That's fine.
I practiced with it.
So you ready
How do you plan to store your
transpose,
Godric?
Professor?
I
I think
can
we
correct.
do just
Yeah, what?
do a reciprocal magic roll, right?
We have to like do a fold space and
So you don't necessarily have to do the reciprocal magic. That's just your limiter. So from what you guys are doing right now, if you wanted to teleport the same way that Hunter has been teleporting, you'd have to open up a fold space
it's some safe.
through the air to some location inside of near Hayden,
I
Nebraska.
assume we're outside of B's facility.
Yep.
right?
You would have to be at least 600 meters away from the relay.
We go like 10 miles away.
B, would you have a map of this place?
Walter Riker has geographical maps and city maps, but he doesn't have like oh, there's an old barn here. It's just
Just
highways
just
and
the
your.
city.
Which direction is it in?
He doesn't have any pictures of Hayden, Nebraska.
South and west.
In the timeline, you would have to go to the library or something to try to find something.
So here's what I want to do. I'm going to do the usual full space where I kind of like slowly run it so I can see where it's going, you know,
Yep.
through the portal. I'm going to run it up, and I'm going to look at the U.S., you know, and I'm going to be like, okay, there's Nebraska. Come down, be like, there's our spot.
So I need a fold space first of all.
Do you like a fold space too?
If you're helping him, then yes.
If you have full space.
Let me do it on a different dice. Just in case.
It's awesome. The magicians are doing things. Now it's their turn.
How exciting.
It is
We
exciting.
had 3 days. We could just took a plan.
Pass by
They
2.
instantaneously teleport. It's pretty awesome.
Pass by 2.
It has only occasionally gone haywire. It's kind of like the holodeck. You're like, holodeck, it's awesome. Nothing bad can happen here. Until it does, but it's only like every other Thursday.
Made by 9.
Maybe my 9. And what's your limiter on reciprocal?
I don't know what is on the reciprocal.
What is your reciprocal at?
13.
All right. So you'll add, when you're helping someone else with reciprocal magic, you'll add your full up to that number and then half anything going above that. So your teleport is at what? Transpose is at?
I thought we were doing fold space.
Same thing with fold space. Reciprocal magic's handles is a separate meta skill.
Oh, it's actually 10 because with that card tattoo, it's at a 16.
Okay. So you would add your, what is it? You would add up to the 13, which would be your 6, and then you add half of that, so you'd add 7 to his effect. So you normally can only add half of your normal effect to somebody else if you aren't trained in it. So she's only trained up to a 13 in reciprocal magics.
But I thought she only had a 10.
She said 16.
Yeah, 16, and I...
She said 10, I'm
I
aware, but
rolled
then
a
she
10.
told me 16.
Did you
No,
pass by
I
10?
rolled a 10.
Oh, so you
Oh, so excuse me, then how did you make it by 9 the first time?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I had a 15.
Oh, so you made it by 10. You didn't roll 10. Okay.
I made by 10.
So with that, you would do 7, and so you'd be 8 would be your addition.
same look. Because
So reciprocal magics is your limiter.
so she
So
passes by 10, her reciprocal magic limit is 13, so she can add up to 13.
so she only made her reciprocal magics by 7. She made her other roll by 3 more because there's a difference in the skills.
Okay, I didn't think
And-
you even rolled reciprocal magic.
You don't. It's a limiter. So what I'm saying is if it's not the same as your level of skill,
Gotcha.
then you count your skill as that level and then add half the remainder. So she made her normal roll by 10, but she only made reciprocal by magics by 7. So she adds full 7 and then half of whatever's left over.
Okay.
You guys used to not have reciprocal magic, so you only used to add half.
Got it. Using one
Plus
roll
math.
for kind of
I say
two
yes,
calculations.
Yep.
Okay.
And reciprocal magic handles pretty much most of the symbol drawing that the order teaches. It doesn't necessarily handle like spells like the Bastites have, but ritualistic dance and other things like that are a form of reciprocal magic for them. But the thing is, it's kind of choreography and stancing, boasting, other things of that.
Body language.
Cat body language, so they have to coordinate like that, like everyone's on.
Can we see
Plenty of
the
spells.
spot in Nebraska?
Heading up, you'll have to give me a land nav.
Spells at 50.
Navigation land.
Especially your curses.
I have urban survival.
I've been using those. I've been
Okay.
practicing disintegration.
You come to a rough area which you think is Nebraska,
It's getting a lot
but
better.
narrowing it down from here, there's
Well,
not.
the idea what's
It's not
going
like
on.
there's nice state lines.
Yeah, there's not a state line or anything around there.
Can I default off cartography?
So, as you kind of zoom up above, you're looking at the rough
I'm looking at
area.
the United
And
States.
you're like, well, all right,
Right.
this is where Nebraska is. And you kind of come down, and at that point in time, you're looking at the rough area that's going to be Nebraska. You don't see a sign that says this is Hayden, Nebraska.
Well, I'm just
Oh, that'd be nice.
central.
All right, in the midst of Nebraska, you come along a road. Somebody will have to give me a land nav based on a map. You're like, all right, I-75. Where's this at?
Cartography.
I think everyone can.
Cartography could be used for a map.
I do have land navigation.
Give
So.
me land nav. There are maps here. I would say you guys had the foresight of getting a map.
Thank you.
You were talking about
Yeah,
it
I
earlier.
will make it by
I
11,
made it by 8 for
Cartography?
by 5, 6. I make land nav by 6.
So ultimately, based on what he says, he's like, I'm seeing a river here, and then
They
I
can
see
all
a...
see it too. It's like a little portal.
Oh, so you're a fairly wide one kind of here?
Yeah, so it's like, oh, go that way.
Okay. So you guys are kind of seeing a weird bent space that seems to be kind of running up, and what is it? Above, probably about 100, 200 meters above some small kind of stream, and then there's a road here. You guys will occasionally see a halo of bent light around the edges of this effect. So it looks as if you theoretically passed a hand through here and off to the side, you could get dumped out anywhere, really.
Speaking of which,
So if you threw if you threw a baseball straight through, you'd imagine it would hit the road. But if the baseball went in and hit the walls, you don't know where the hell it would end up. It could hit somebody in like Ohio. But looking out, all of you kind of see a rough area above Nebraska. You zoom in. Probably about 20, 30 minutes later, you find a road, and you're like, all right, we're going to follow this road. Here's a river. Can you zoom up on that river? All right, it's we're looking at the intersection of this road and this river. That's where we are, so we're off here, follow it up to this town. And you can occasionally see people below you, but you find it's probably very unlikely that somebody sees kind of an aperture this big of like 5 people's faces looking down at about 300 meters up. But if the right person, the right telescope was looking up at you and we're like, what the hell is that? You're like, hey!
It's Jesus and his apostles.
You know? So ultimately, it takes about 45 minutes. You come ultimately to an area that says Hayden, 5 miles out. You continue to pan Google Maps, and then
Do you
ultimately you're
have
near
a sigil
Hayden.
here to get back? Or do I need to make one with a ferry or a foxfire?
We should do Foxfire on both. I don't want to leave the carpets. If Jeb has it, he can see the area.
No. There's other things I worry about.
You don't want your cat to make the fairy fire?
Oh, you want the fairy fire? Fine.
What they need someone to do is make the fairy fire sigil for that. If you don't have transpose, you are at a penalty to actually make your symbol drawing, but it is symbol
I
drawing.
got it.
There you go.
Then you'll need to give me a fairy fire, and if that succeeds, then you can attempt to draw your sigil.
I love this. You need Foxfire,
Do
now
I
give me a
add
Fairy
anything
Fire.
for my cat helping me do
It's
stuff?
nothing big, so you're
For these particular purposes, not really.
we have to be in great bodily harm for our cats to kick in.
So
You have to be doing things in alignment with Bash. Either fighting great evil or partying.
Yeah, I know.
So
And you're doing neither.
They don't give
Not
us a
yet.
+3 for mundane stuff.
They give you a variable power investiture based on how closely you're aligned to the goals of Bast.
Oh, so
for a
you
party.
do that for us. You add that. Okay.
Generally, yeah.
He'll tell us at
Alright. So then, would help me with phosphate.
She can.
Made by 2.
All right. It's not terribly great. Puddin is able to stabilize it fairly well. You can give me a symbol drawing now to make the counter gate.
Tell Susan, I'm informed Susan. It's going to be a little warm. It'll be okay.
For the most part, the number 2 son has probably been somewhat in a minor trance ever since the first time that he was rolled out into these circumstances. I think he was attacked by a deep one at one point. So he's wearing a backpack. He doesn't know what to do, but he has so much like.
Now he's like the kid from the Goonies.
He's so whipped by Mark's character that he just does what he's told.
Dr. Jones! Dr. Jones!
It's a mixture of
I made my symbol drawing by 7.
by 7.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty good symbol. I would probably say you're kind of near a state park area near Hayden.
Alright.
Okay.
Looks like
You can watch
Transpose
out for
roll.
the trees.
Transpose roll.
You guys don't have a gate here.
That's what she just true. She did two.
Oh, just so you're doing one here first, correct? Okay. Then I'll need another one, another symbol drawing to create the one at the far end.
The foxfire.
No, you're creating the far ends first. Okay.
That's what I assumed, but then you don't have a gate here.
Yeah.
Okay, then
So
I'll
you
make
give me
it
another.
here.
You can make me another fairy fire. How the transpose works is the fairy fire is actually a Bastite spell,
Okay, made
but
by 3. The foxfire is?
yep. And then
Made by 3.
the thing is, fairy fire is an ability that the Bastites have, and the order, because Hunter was looking into it, does have a similar type effect that's called foxfire, but that's symbol based, and this one is purely gesture based. So while they're doing certain
I learned
spells,
Foxfire.
you'll see they use a lot of
We all have
I
foxfire.
have foxfire.
foxfire. Then it might be opposite. It
Yes.
might be fairy fire. Well, I don't know. The thing is, Hunter. Sometimes one of the PCs will take something I say to them and then disseminate it amongst the group.
The foxfire's on the
You know, telephone.
Yeah.
on the sheet.
So foxfire. Then the other one would be the
Inseminate.
disseminate. That's correct. Disseminate.
You're gonna inseminate?
So what was your symbol drawing?
I didn't do symbol drawing. I did the foxfire.
What you guys would see is probably about an 8-foot diameter sigil slowly appear out of kind of a blue caustic fire. It doesn't seem to catch things on fire as well as it should, but it does look like it's burning vegetation.
By 5.
The effect seems to be pretty good here. You have the two. You guys are inside the diameter of the sigil, and a lot of the sigil, I would say, when you're using fairy fire, is kind of oriented to the outside. When you feel intense heat, you feel as though if your hand were to dip too far near the ground, and if you were wearing sandals or something, your feet would start to burn.
Couldn't we just open up your aperture and step through?
What happens? No full space?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Theoretically, yes, you would just be transporting
But-
through normal space.
Remember what happened with your girl throw with the rocket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had
that's
mentioned
not-
before that if you touch the rim of this, you could be going anywhere between here and Nebraska.
Right. Gotcha.
The end destination, that's definitely Nebraska. The walls, that's folded meshed space between here and Nebraska.
So just make it really big so we can't bump into it.
Theoretically, that could be done.
I hate to tell you how to use your spells. There you go. That's my idea.
Well, we already got this going. We're going to do
Oh
it
yeah,
this time.
absolutely. And we don't want to start doing this right now.
In the middle of it? Yes. It's just fold space within fold space.
The only issue with fold space is you need a unimpeded kind of line of effect, so you need to be able to go through something that you guys
FYI,
could.
you get really wet going through this because we just went up into the air past clouds and then back down. So
I assume you didn't go up that high. You probably got up
I saw
because.
the whole United States and then I homed in on
Oh my
Nebraska.
god.
Well, sure. Then in that particular instance, you guys would see a little bit of kind of fog and cloud kind of come through the edges, like some sort of mysterious ancient portal. However, it's just cloud cover coming through.
So, transpose with reciprocal magic rolls.
Good.
So now what do we roll?
If you both have reciprocal magic, then you roll transpose. You'll add up your.
Can Wood help with this? Yeah.
You might want to luck that bad boy.
Yeah, I'll use Jeb's luck thing. I can only use it once.
She still has
The charm will break, but yeah.
Okay. Alright, that's 9, 10, 15. Made by 6, and I gotta take the one charm.
So, I
She
passed
still
by
have one.
3.
made anymore. I got all the ingredients for him.
A 7. Or an
I have the
8.
recipe.
Yep.
My transpose is at 11, and my reciprocal magic is at 10.
Okay.
Good that I
So the
have
one
one.
difference, essentially, you get your full 6, and then half of the rest, so it'd be 6. You'd add 6 to the effect. It'd round down, perhaps. So you made it. Excuse me. So you made it by 3. So you'd add 2 to the effect. The other one would be 1, so you'd just give 2.
What do those Urquhart gloves do?
They're a base gate. They're not
They
large.
don't give any pluses. They're just like
Which Urquhart?
They negate the fact that you don't have a counter symbol. They're not large enough to actually.
and I made my
Wait,
transport
they're not
by
designed to
6.
transport
You mean the
people.
arm ones or the hand ones?
I have hand and arm. I have arm tattoos.
The arm tattoos have 1 transpose, sense steal,
If I got those, so I made it by 6 transpose.
You guys will teleport to the new location. Anyone that doesn't have body sense will be slightly disoriented upon arriving. There's a change in barometric pressure, temperature, yada yada yada. You're disoriented.
So do I. I do too. I don't worry about body
Number 2
sense.
time stumbles.
Yeah, another 2 some will stumble.
I'm gonna
Are
do
you sure he
cat's
doesn't
grace.
have body sense? He doesn't.
I'm gonna do cat's grace just to boost me up later on.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do cat's grace, then mind barrier and guardians.
Transposing is anxiety-inducing. How does Hunter do it? Like snort
Because he
cocaine?
doesn't think about
Let's
it.
just do it.
He's like, oh, there's a tight wire between here. Was it the Empire State Building and other buildings? Like, fuck it, let's do it. I'll slip.
Dex is straight up. Or cat's grace straight up.
You get a
He
+1
doesn't
on your
worry
next.
about the consequences.
Guardian of the mind. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use this early.
When is the best time to use those Cthulhu dice? I don't
Always.
use them anymore.
You get a +1 mythos bonus, but as I said before, if you get the Elder Signs on them, you've invoked.
What
Ancient.
happens if you get a major fail on here?
No.
It's just a regular fail and not any mythos.
Yup, it's not tainted in the normal way. A critical
What?
failure is still pretty bad, but...
Guardian of the mind by 8.
Okay, mark that down for right now.
And mind barrier. Eh. Not a bad one. Missed it by 1.
Okay.
Nothing.
Alright, you think the Guardian of the Mind should be going there? You're aware that theoretically if somebody were to try to do beneficial mind magics on you, it might go Freddy Krueger like, oh my god, it looks like he's being eaten by something. Okay.
Good thing there
He's
was
aware of it.
beneficial mind.
You guys are good.
So,
Alright, we're in Nebraska.
So
Beneficial
So-
mind magic from me for you.
So how do we
So,
figure
from what you
where we
guys
are?
saw, you're probably about a half a mile outside of Hayden. The thing is, the event was coming, was 3 days before something significant started to happen. So you don't have any definitives of where it's going to be. And how Omer's detection systems work is the closer the time period to actually it happening, the more defined he can tell you where it is.
It likes being big.
So sometimes if it's 4 months out, he can tell you on the West Coast. He dials in a little bit more, he says Washington State. And he can give you a city, and then he can give you where in the city.
Yep. Well, that's why we left the radio behind.
So if he doesn't know anything about Hayden,
I guess we're
Nebraska,
gonna have to do some talking and research. And
Yeah, we could read the local papers, see if
Let's
any big
jog
events
into
come.
town.
What if we find out in 3 days the big festival of pines is happening?
you're not
Maybe
just
we
going
want
to
to be
buy
at
a
the festival
car
of
first?
pines.
I will, but we have to get to town
what if it's
first.
like Wicker Man?
Alright, let's start
and
walking.
I hope you like Nick Nolte.
We jog.
Not Nick Nolte,
Come on.
Nicolas Cage.
Batman can
I
jog,
do
can't
like
you?
it, but I don't like the bees attacking him. That was bad.
Alright.
Okay, so we're in a field, right?
We're a half a mile
You're probably
away.
in kind of a area that's a parking space, but it's pretty far in. I mean, think of a 1920s nature park. It's just really a trail for a car to get
Is
in.
there a grass field nearby?
Sure, there's a light forested area.
Gravity ripple time.
Okay.
I'm going to practice the fact that I want to put in the
I'll
water.
start walking.
How many rolls do you
All right, come on, let's
Just
jog.
the one
Start
initially.
walking.
See the fat man
I'm just
jogging.
Going up a little.
There's multiple things that you had done before, as you described, but yeah, I
We're
can
leaving
understand
him
everything.
behind because he's a gangster.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Yep, you'll catch up someday.
Is there any way to fit a bicycle in the tablecloths?
Individually, piece by piece, yes.
Oh no.
A folding bike would be still a little bit too large.
I'll have to get something bigger than
Your skills.
because we could have
Oh,
biked
the skills I've already
to town
used so
by
far.
now.
Huh? 6? You can basically kind of stabilize the effect. You had the issues you had before. You kind of need to put like gravity on your feet, so your feet kind of get pulled down, but the rest of your body is relatively light. You can get the hang of moving around like this. The only problem is you are aware that if like somebody threw a grenade near your feet or something,
It'd stay there.
yeah, there's fields in play where you're like, oh, I dropped the grenade, and it's just kind of circling. You're like, shit, get out of here.
I will now fly back to the group because they walked ahead of me.
Slightly forested. Are you trying to break canopy, or are you trying to kind of go near the ground like land speed or Star Wars?
That's what I was
Go up,
thinking. Anyone
over,
who doesn't have
down.
Okay.
a
And
good,
first.
Do you want to roll?
a
Are you-
default
Or
riding
are we
horse.
just running with the first one?
In this part, you can give me a free fall roll.
What
Because
is that?
it's your ability to move while in essentially free fall,
Yeah, like-
which your effect is currently kind of.
When
I'm a
you're
body sense.
parachuting.
Give me a dex roll.
Dex roll.
In the future, flying through this method will require free fall. It's the same skill that you'd use in kind of zero-G if you're on a spaceship. You're under the effects of gravity fields, so you're kind of moving this way, you're moving kind of this way, so
You get everything that
you can
happens.
levitate. You can levitate perfectly fine, but when you start to try to do advanced things and kind of swivel, that's when free fall starts to come up. So you got a tree coming up in front of you. You can slowly move around it, but if you want to go quickly, it's certain to free fall.
I'm not moving. I'm just moving the gravity fields.
I'm aware of that, but you still have to maintain your own orientation and everything as you're
You
kind
have
of moving
3D
around.
spatial sense or anything
Well,
like that?
I'd originally said that I wasn't going to be turning or anything. I was just doing the hand gestures, and then
But you said
I'm,
up
like
and over
rotating
and down.
myself.
Just follow the finger.
Rotating myself using the gravity.
Yep, and you're moving
Superman
underneath the
running
canopy in between different trees.
I'm going up.
Oh,
or
excuse me.
down.
You're going through the canopy,
First son of
so you're avoiding
Last
certain
son of
branches
Krypton.
and things of that nature as you're coming
Yeah.
around. So yeah, it's still free fall.
Didn't they show him, like, in
If you have a
the
straight,
like,
unblocked path, it would be
yeah,
just straight up
this
with your
dude,
roll.
But he's gonna kill a bear by flying through it.
That's by 6.
Out here it's going to be a cow.
So you guys will walk for about, I would probably say about 10 minutes out kind of to where an access road is. And at this point you would kind of see Branton coming down just
I love it.
slowly. Barton, there you go. Barton. We call him a bunch of different things. You'll see him slowly coming down from the sky just above the tree canopy.
Oh.
There's nobody near here. Hayden looks like a really small-ass town, but you imagine some farmer's shock if you were to see
How close
that.
is he from the group?
At this point, probably about... You'd get there
I'm
first.
not going to land next to them, clearly.
You would get there first, too. You'd be waiting for them to get through the canopy, because they're walking a trail, and you're like... "Eh." So, I'd probably say he's maybe 60 feet up by the time that you guys get out of there. Alright.
Well, I was just planning on going
Don't break
without
stride, just
walking
keep
with
walking.
them.
Ignore
Well,
him and
going
ignore
into town.
Barton.
If I give him attention, he's just going to keep on doing it.
Yeah.
You said you came out of the canopy and you weren't landing right
I'm
next
just
to them.
jogging along.
Were you just going to
Hey,
land
folks.
straight up out there?
Like, not on a tree, if that's what you're saying.
No, I'm assuming that you kind of came down and you waited for them to see where they came out, because you went over the canopy, but you don't know where the hell these guys are coming out of the forest.
Sure.
They might have they followed the riverbank and they're like
I do that.
half a block up here.
I
go
do
the
that.
opposite
Yeah.
I wait for them. Then if they're here, I'll land like over there.
Yep, he lands near you guys.
Thanks for not putting blood on us.
You're gonna be careful not letting people see you doing magic, right?
This was purely for the
I like
purpose
that
of
he's
improving the
practicing
watch.
on missions. Like right before the mission.
We're going to go to a very biblical part of Midwest towns, and they're going to see you doing magic.
Yeah, how do
They
we know
burn
this
you?
isn't a
You
witch
said it
hunt?
was a national
And he's
forest.
like,
No one
hey
goes to
everybody,
national
I'm not a
forest.
witch, I'm a
Do you know how
woman.
many
Like I said,
national
Hayden is a really
forests are
small
in
town
Nebraska?
too.
Yeah.
You find it unlikely that anyone spotted you.
2. I think there's 2 national forests in Nebraska.
I don't think it's a state forest, it's just this little county maybe.
It's a forested area currently owned by the government. It is being unused at the moment.
It's Chimney Rock.
Alright,
Alright.
we walk the rest of the way into town.
Yep. Takes you guys probably about 30 minutes or so. You guys get into town. It's very likely you could have hitchhiked prior. There will be a couple people that stop in a truck over that time period. They ask if you want to ride into
Absolutely.
town. They'll allow you to sit
Any
in the
big
back.
festivals coming up?
They'll say not in particular. They say the Halloween's kind of coming up. Probably I have to check our time.
That's not keep time.
Oh.
Many
It was late
festivals.
September, so it'd probably be like 3 weeks until Halloween, something like that. He'll say they got Halloween coming up. They might have a later autumn, probably in a month or two, have some sort of autumn like high school thing.
Got a question.
Yes.
During that week when we were in the chantry,
Yep.
did my thing that I asked for the tailors make, did that get made?
Yeah, that could have got made in that time period.
Alright, then I'm very colorful right now.
What are you doing, man?
He's wearing kind of a loose garment. You can show him a picture if you want.
Yeah, if I can find it.
It is very nice. It's a bit theatrical, but it is baggy in the right areas, so it looks like you can move around fairly well.
And if it's like really weird, then we
It's
get,
kind of like a loose gymnast outfit that you might see in some sort of like Transylvanian circus.
No.
So we get negatives for interacting with people if we look weird.
I would
You
think
do
so.
mean you don't get anything more than you guys already have?
I'm not weird, I have a
It's a freak
cat.
show.
I'm aware, but collectively as a group, you guys will roll in like trench coats and map cases and
I look
other-
normal.
Yeah, I said as a group.
Okay.
You've got,
in this
you've
group,
got.
who
He's
looks
wearing a
here?
weird mechanical arm brace. You have kind of a very fancy hat.
It would
and
be
a,
underneath mine.
what is it? Some sort of like weird lamp with radio combo.
Yep, yep.
So
Number 2 son is wearing what appears to be a Great War radio. Guys are in mismatched equipment. It looks weird.
we're normal.
And you're rolling into a small Nebraskan town. I mean, there's somebody like right on the edge, like outsiders. I can feel them.
Yeah, there's somebody on the
Stranger than most, I think.
This would be a good place to get
It's
5
an arm
dusters.
brace.
We can all start wearing
Hurt
dusters.
my
Does
elbow.
anyone here would refuse to wear a duster?
I still have a
I'll
duster
wear a
up to my
duster.
bag.
In places like
Won't
MI,
do well.
I said I will. I'll be a Pinkerton with you.
the modifiers for the
Why-
group are
what's the duster?
situational.
I will ask, but
Just to make us look more uniform and more local. Together.
The modifiers for the group,
To hide the freak factor.
the modifiers for the group are situational.
tailored trench coat.
Oh, we could tailor one, sure.
with a logo on it.
The modifiers for the group are situational. So places like the Order, MI5, there's a bunch of weird eccentric types running around anyway. But you guys go into a sandwich shop in Brooklyn. Actually, Brooklyn would be not too
The
bad.
beard's coming in now.
Yep.
2 weeks.
Yep, there's still a small penalty associated with some of those sense-based spells until you can get that goatee a little bit longer.
Isn't there like a peanut butter
There's no
solution
penalty
you
in
can
the
put
form
on
of
your
Bubastis
mustache?
because the panther form has a long whisker.
Just one whisker, right?
No, it has whiskers.
Are there any magical potions he could put, like the peanut butter solution, on his whiskers and beard?
You'd imagine so.
I should look into that.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just gonna let it grow natural.
Do you want to like risk magically altering? You're like, I need this beard today.
That sounds legit for this group.
It does. So there's places that your group doesn't have a modifier. There's probably some places where you have a bonus, but for a lot of locations where you just want to roll up incognito, you guys have a penalty.
Yeah, there's no
We're strange.
Not only that, but before the PCs have run into the issue where somebody has ID'd them and reported them to the police, and they're like, we're looking for a bunch of unusual individuals. You guys are just fucking sitting out on the side on the sidewalk. They're like,
show.
there they are. Thought this would be hard. Apparently not. There they are.
We're looking
roll
for a
up to
brown
him.
man in an alligator suit.
Yeah, we're looking for a very dark man in an alligator suit. Somebody with a weird antenna backpack. There was a man that had some sort of glowing fire on him, and then,
Like Papa Shango.
yeah,
Wait, who has glowing fire?
I'm just being excessive. There's been weird things that the groups have done.
Alright. Well, we head to the general store first off.
All right.
See if we can get 6 dusters. I'll buy one for Dusty.
A duster for Dusty.
He'll look around. He'll try to get your sizes. Kind of a portly, middle-aged man there.
Overweight.
Yes,
No.
I'm very fat.
Do you also have very fit?
Yep, very fit fat man. Bless you.
No, they'll get the suits together. They won't be perfect. I mean, you'd probably want a tailor, but you guys have some wide ranges of sizes that you want.
Yep. We buy them here, we'll get them tailored later. We thank them,
All right.
pay for them in cash.
Very appreciative. You do notice that there's probably a small markup, and it might have been just because you're city folk. But relatively speaking, it's maybe 15% more than you would expect.
I asked him if he has some of the previous newspapers, county papers, or city papers.
This is his last week's paper, but the rest of that you'd have to go to the library.
That's fine, I'll take last week's paper, this week's paper. Buy it.
Would there be some place I could buy a
I'll buy
car
multiple copies.
or a rent one?
I don't know about renting a car. He'll tell you that there's like Bigsby maybe 35 miles north of here. He thinks that there's a small car lot up there, but
Do you
otherwise
have
you
a
have
car,
to go.
sir?
Yeah, I have a car.
I'd like to rent it. I'll pull out the 50s.
He seems somewhat intrigued. He says, no, I don't really know you folk too much.
No, just wait.
It's a pretty reliable vehicle that I have out there.
Another 50.
But I think I could do some business with y'all.
Alright.
Hey, keys?
Is it-
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we got a car.
He
Alright.
needs to grab some of his things from outside of it, but otherwise it's mostly fueled up, 3/4 of a tank.
We'll make sure you have a full tank when we come back.
Yep.
He seems a little suspicious, like you might not come back with it, but he seems somewhat okay with that.
Considering a good car costs
Here, number 2, son. Go start it up.
It's kind of a farm truck. It looks in decent condition. It's beat up on the side aesthetically, but it turns over pretty quickly.
All right. Well, I got front seat. He's got front seat. Everybody else is back.
Is there a place for us to stay in town here? A hotel, an inn, person that rents a
Boarding
room?
house.
He says that there's Charlotte has a few rooms above the mom and pop kind of diner.
Let's go there.
Um,
Point us out, please.
Yeah, you can. They'll tell you just follow down Main Street, head left at the florist. Should be just around the corner.
It's a forest.
Stop at the florist. We each get flowers to the button here.
I refuse the flower.
You don't have to wear it. I wear it too. I spend $5.
There's a nice, attractive young woman there. Has the flowers. Seems like a kind of a small farm girl.
lapel flowers for each of us. My friend doesn't want his. I'll take two.
She can do that.
Put them on, please. How much?
She'll tell you an appropriate value for them.
Yep. I give her 50 cents or whatever.
The dusters made now or later?
I think we have.
He had some that were in stock. They're kind of like brown. They're nothing terribly special. They don't fit as well as they could, but they like he has one on himself, which it fits him fairly well, but it kind of goes down fairly. It looks like it's for a taller man.
I've come up with a prototype logo for it. It's going to be like Obduro Group Brooklyn, and then a
They don't have
cowboy
a-
tiger
they
riding
don't-
a comet.
And I would probably say like yours is a little bit baggy given your frame. It looks like it's built for a man. And
Yep.
otherwise, no. Yeah, you guys have
On the
dusters.
lapel, you know, we could have our logo on the inside, so
I
you
was
pull
thinking
it
like
open.
on the outside for everyone.
Well, that way we could be hidden. So yeah, we'll look at
Professor, yours can be just on your back, like the whole back, you know? You
There's
have
a
that
place to
tiger on the
put
comet.
sigils and stuff though.
All right, we go from there over to the diner.
Okay. There's a few people working at the diner. You can see that there's probably 3 people inside of here. Look possibly like either individuals that work Main Street stores here or maybe farmhands.
Oh, go ahead and start carousing, talking to people,
Chit chat up
asking
the
You can give me
questions.
carousing.
Carousing. That's a skill.
That's a skill.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good one, too.
Actually, it is a really handy one.
I did it by.
It's very
4.
nonchalant. You just kind of come up into the room, slowly talk to people.
I did it by 4.
Its ability to socially interact.
We're in a bar.
You guys are in a diner.
Where's the library from here? Did you say?
If you guys would have asked, he would have told you it's close to City Hall. There's not too many buildings. It's probably off of Main Street, probably less than a block from here. It's not a huge town. There's probably a population of about 2,000 people here.
Oh, so it's decent size.
So can we just act out the we're in a diner?
Most
and
of the
then
area
guy in
around
the
you is
gym
kind
suit
of
says,
most
"Is
of
this
the
a
region
bar?"
around you was
Didn't know where you guys were going.
most of the
That's
region
okay.
around you was farm fields. So
I hope my friends go sit down at the table,
Yep.
order food as I'm talking to these other people. I'm asking, is there any events coming up in the next few days? Big celebrations, somebody turning 100 in the city or anything.
they don't have anything necessarily for the next few days. They'll tell you in probably about 3 weeks there's Halloween, 4 weeks there's a corn harvest or a corn harvest festival. They'll tell you that there's a high school social sometime later in
3 months.
November.
Oh, in 3 days.
No. It starts to peak up in 3 days.
And then
He
things
said
don't for a long
about 3
time.
months.
But
and
we
it
want to
gets-
stop it before it gets.
Well, we're going
Well,
to try to.
It'd be nice to know what it is that they're rallying up for.
Is this place known like for their pies?
He says, no, January's pretty kind of slow business around here. He says most of the farm workers aren't really doing too much. The only people that he knows is some of the college folk that have been, that are around here, and they got that device out north. So
The device out north.
yeah, they built like a telescope or something up there.
Telescope up north.
How far away?
I'd probably say like 4 or 5 miles out of town. No, it
Quick
didn't.
Johnson. Old Model T.
After we eat?
After we eat, of course.
Go up there, smash it. Has
I get
nothing
the
to
big
do with
meal.
Yep. Does it take you an hour to eat it?
No.
Or is it amazing how fast you put it away?
We order sandwiches, right?
No, I'm getting the local special meatloaf, mashed potatoes with a side of mixed
I order a
vegetables.
sandwich.
We're in Nebraska. I get the
cornbread.
the
I
steak.
want 2 slices of pie and coffee. What's their best buy?
They'll say rhubarb pie. Slice of rhubarb pie.
Put in.
Yeah, you can
like
throw that on
rhubarb
after the
pie.
big steak.
Oh, the bucket things on top.
Hooden would like a slice of that steak that she's looking at over here.
Okay.
She doesn't want a whole lot. She'll be angry if you get a whole lot. She just wants a piece.
You gotta order the whole thing. She doesn't want.
But that one's already been touched.
I'm looking at my steak. I'm looking at you.
Well, I'll buy a whole one, and then I'll save the rest for later.
Okay.
And then I'll get a pie and coffee for me. So
I'll put the
much
menu in
is
front
that?
of Scarlett and just let her paw out whatever she.
She would like a mid.
You're
What is
not
it?
normal. You have a cat following you around.
She would most likely
I am
like
the
to try
most
some of their
normal.
ham and
Really?
probably their mixed
Really?
What
vegetables.
do you got?
I ain't got shit. I'm normal.
Then I'm the second most normal.
I'm perfectly normal.
Nobody in this group is normal.
My arm
I
is
look
hurt.
normal except for the cat.
If you start deeming yourself as normal, you're the most weird person.
Other than you're a Chinese multimillionaire out in the middle of Nebraska, you know as normal as those are.
Everybody has to have a hobby. Mine's making money.
That telescope, I love it. Do we know anything about the telescope? Is the university running it? Is it?
He says he thinks that's what is it? It was a
I'm pretty
work of
famous in
Nebraska
the
State
astronomy
University,
circles.
but he thinks that they had some other people doing like a donation. So it doesn't look like no telescope though. It looks like some sort of big bowl.
Big bowl, eh?
Yeah.
I am rather famous in the astronomy circle.
Really?
Oh, yes.
All right. Well, very interesting.
I have 16 points in the skill, so...
Nice.
Have we ever heard of him?
Heard of who?
Ned Chen. I'm like, yeah, he's head of West Coast Obduro.
Well, I mean, like in the astronomy circles.
Astronomy circles? Probably not. I think it's a hobby skill. And if your character had current affairs business, you might know of him.
Oh no, I don't.
So sad. Don't have current affairs business.
I think you have science and technology, but you wouldn't really know him. Maybe just Riker has science and technology.
Science and technology, I do have that. Well, maybe I do have business on the next page.
Well, this is the closest, and actually, this is probably going to be the best representation of Jeff.
Are you putting a trench coat on that?
Very similar.
No. What I'm saying is the PC's bought trench coats. What are you putting on
Oh,
a
I'm
trench
done
coat?
with that. I'll put the flower on, though.
All right. Awesome.
If anything, it does look really baggy, and it is a little bit easier for him to breathe through that damn serpent outfit, because any of you wearing that serpent outfit, as I said before, have a, not a social stigma, but a reaction penalty, because you're always airing it out. Or occasionally be like, sir, you're drinking the rest of that tea? I'm going to take those ice cubes. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, there we go.
You see me not wearing my serpent.
You guys are
outfit underneath.
adjusting all the time if you're in that serpent armor. And you are aware that if you end up burning fatigue over a long period of time, you start burning additional fatigue with the serpent suit. Just usually the PCs are like, blow it up, teleport, we're done. We don't walk that much anymore.
See,
Pretty much.
I'm pretty sure Hunter and Jeb are the only ones wearing those rounds.
I'm just making you aware.
What the serpents do. I'm done with it. Unless they can modify it where I don't have to worry about.
Hasn't happened yet. We
Hasn't
have a couple
happened yet.
suits with Riker. I never even bothered to tell him to look at
I'm
it.
not worried about it. I'll just take that off, and I'm free. The boys are breathing.
Are you carrying your staff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got a staff.
All right.
And ultimately how that would work is you would get a +2 on counter magics or using a magic to try to deflect something. So you get the parry bonus of the staff. I think you're actually using a short staff, so that might be a +1.
All right. We'll head after we finish eating. Somebody eat really that. It's like I
Yup.
finished my meal. And it's like
There's
they're
two
full.
people that are still eating food when you guys are
Everybody
there.
else is done. I take open paper. I'm looking through all the recent articles and stuff. Especially
you can give
anything
me-
about the astronomy now.
You can give me a research.
Anybody else have the skill research?
Nope.
I told you I got multiple papers. I had them all.
I will read the paper.
All right, you can read the paper.
I'll fake the research.
Made by 12.
Dang,
What's
I don't
research?
think I
Is
beat
default?
Probably intelligence.
that. I could beat it. I have to roll really low. I rolled a 12. I got 17. I did it by 5.
What's research? Is default?
IQ.
IQ?
Yeah.
I made my IQ by 8, so...
It's 5 for research.
Research 12. I went real low.
Looking over, you guys go through the paper. It's pretty kind of ho-hum. There are a few things regarding, you'd say with occultism, relations with potential things given like solstices, Halloween's coming up. it could be something regarding that. But the other oddity is that it does seem like there is what appears to be a radio telescope not too far from here that is linked to the State University of Nebraska. And with Edict memory, you are familiar that, what is it, the radio telescope, it seems like it was donated by a compound from New York State. Quebec. And you are vaguely aware that parts of that, was it the radio telescope there? The donation of the parts of the radio telescope came from a location that Madame Petrov sold off all of Dr. Petrov's remaining equipment to. That was broken down.
Yeah.
That might be if not the same telescope, if not something different. From the sounds of it, it sounds different, but there is that similarity where those colleges did have access to the original radio telescope.
Basically, a hypertech person died, and some of his stuff was sold off, and some of it ended up here. Long story short.
Okay.
This telescope is probably our problem. And it may already be too late. They may have sent signals out that have already attracted something that's on its way here. Just so we're all aware. Do you really know
People
a lot
in there-
about astronomy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, people in there.
What is it? People in there sending signals out into space.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's head on up there. We're not done yet. Oh, good God.
Keep reading.
No, as I said before, you haven't had, based on the facts you currently have, you don't know too much about the regional, the history, the city, other things of that nature. So there's not too much you can elaborate regarding solstice events or local areas, pilgrims in the region. You just don't know. There's
Go to
some
the library and do a history of the town research. Could be important.
Yep.
You guys have a good meal. When you're done, come on over to the library.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Pretend
I'll
Forrest
find you.
isn't getting bought off anytime soon.
That's fine. It's your life.
They could save us sometime. We could have died in that
Everybody
building.
died in the library except for the people who are still in the restaurant eating.
They're sleep very slowly.
you guys won't be able to do too much for another hour and a half while you're kind of finishing up food. You can walk with people or drive in a car, but you're not going to be doing research or rolls yourselves.
I've known one person. I've known two people like that.
Yeah.
Everybody's finished their meal. They haven't started. Literally haven't started. So, there's people out there like that. That's fine too. We go to the library. We're doing research on the town.
Subway right over there?
Subway was. There's Jimmy John's kitty corner that way.
Wasn't there something in this strip?
Not a Subway. Just a Subway across the street. That way.
I'll use your previous research
Right
rolls.
there.
All right.
You do find the library, it's not too hard. The locals are fairly helpful. Spending some time in the library, go through the background of the city, the surrounding areas, with your 12 in research and the bonuses thereof. There is another odd thing about this particular region. You do know that probably about 6 miles to the west of here, there is a region that was kind of about 400 years, I want to say 400 years ago. Somewhere around 200 or so, 250 years ago, there's part of the cattle ranch that was on ceremonial, Lakota land? It doesn't describe what specifically, I mean...
Probably 100 years.
100 years?
It's 1900, so 18.
Oh, excuse me, 200 from now, yep, like 100 to 150 years ago.
Okay.
Well, the Lakota could have existed there prior, it's just...
The ranch wouldn't have.
No, what I'm saying is the ranch is currently on the area that used to be this until they no longer existed in the area.
I don't know anything about Native American stuff.
You know who does? It's that guy that's working for me. That cowboy. He was alive during the Civil War, I say.
Your original character? It's like 80, right?
Yeah. But I'm not going to call him up and ask him about the Lakota because he uses bad words when he talks about the natives of our land.
Otherwise, that's the other thing that seems unusual. If there's more evidence that pops up in the future, you might be able to correlate it with your occult or research, but nothing else. I mean, there's nothing that really stands out.
Just the librarian.
They've had some industry in the area, some light mining. But nothing that, I mean, you could go a roundabout and go through any kind of companies that have disturbed the land recently or have gone kind of planted new regions or expansions. Because, I mean, you guys might be looking for a fucking haunted house. You don't know if it's like somebody finds something in a mine, like they're like, oh, we found diamonds in this copper mine, but they all glow green.
We got 2 leads. I think the strongest one is the Hypertech Astronomy radio telescope.
What if they
do you think?
relocated and the dead spirits are transmitting?
They only moved the tombstones? I feel you. Yeah, that could happen.
Transmitting to their gods in outer space, but if it's like killed white people. and
They
stuff.
left by going into outer space. They've activated them. They're coming back.
Yeah.
Right, that could be. 2 things linked.
Does the librarian have any information or know someone that knows about like secret stuff?
They'll tell you a farm a little bit south of here. There's old Keith. He's 72. He might have a little bit more backstory about the culture of the town. Otherwise, she's the one who assisted you pulling up all this reference material. They don't have a huge library, and it's, of course, out of date comparatively to the West Coast or East Coast libraries.
Any kind
But
of incidents that happened in the history, like that we could take a look at? In
they tell you about
City
46
Hall?
years ago there was a fire that burnt down some of the industrial buildings out to the west.
Can you give us a letter of introduction to this old Keith?
She seemed a bit hesitant given the looks of your group.
He's not here and he's not here, so we're pretty homogeneous, except for
I'm the normal one.
He's not here.
I'm just
Floating
second
around.
normal one.
Yep. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I can tell you where his property is.
We'd appreciate it.
No, she'll write down the address on some paper for you.
Is
She
there
tells
any-
you that there's an old kind of a hickory, or is it an old kind of leaning tree in the area, and
Go to the elm,
Do
go
you
down
think-
that road.
Do you think bringing him a pie would help him?
Pie never hurts.
Like, I know,
from what she remembers, he did like
His
sweet
grandpa
cornbread.
Sweet cornbread. Head back to the restaurant and get
Yeah.
some sweet cornbread.
Oh my god, they're still eating.
But they've started. That's the good thing, I tell you.
No, you guys would be researching. It probably took you about 2 to 3 hours, so it is
Okay.
getting later on.
So
in
they
the
would
evening.
come back.
You guys would be meeting up with them.
All right.
You finished eating.
We have to get some sweet cornbread. We're going to talk to old Kate.
I would love some sweet cornbread right about now.
I hear you. Probably starting to get
I look
hungry.
look at Scarlett like ready for some sweet cornbread.
She's okay. If you put it in a hanky for her for later, she'd be all right with that.
The
Alright.
cat's getting patient waiting for him.
Scarlet never seems to be impatient.
They'd probably wait for crumbs.
Pudding on the other hand.
Puddin might
I-
have stayed here if she was there was food to be had, but otherwise she goes where the papoose takes her.
That's hilarious.
If there's
Her-
action, she goes.
her
with
cat-
the-
Cat shock shield.
She has a very fluffy cat
No,
that is being held in a papoose.
When there's action, she goes on the back to have
Yep.
her back.
Once
She has
again,
the
reaction
fancy
modifiers for the
cat.
group.
Is that the worst thing?
Have you ever
No.
seen
No.
I
the,
just think that I'm a city slicker. Like that's what they do.
Have you ever seen the cartoon Get Fuzzy? In the cartoon Get Fuzzy, the owner, when he takes his cat out of the house, puts it in the papoose. You should really look at it 'cause it's hilarious. The cat sits there.
That's what I imagine. Like,
Oh, that's hilarious. Can you open up your computer and go to Yahoo and look at comics and look at some Get Fuzzies and see if there's one with the cat and the papoose?
Did you take down your laptop?
What?
Did you? Okay. If you need to use the power, you can disconnect me. I'm charged.
Fully.
Yep, I should have several hours.
I'm helping you.
Just
Several.
yep.
Alright.
I got an extended battery, so it's about
We'll get the sweet
About
cornbread,
9,000
we'll
shades.
get in the vehicle and drive on out.
it's somewhat of a town specialty. You guys can drive out to that location. You still have
who's
fuel.
very good at driving?
No, the whole
Number
Number
two son.
sons.
The whole
Behind
thing.
the wheel.
The whole thing, what?
Because that's kind of what I do. I do stuff like this. He goes, I can also drive a motorcycle. Never managed to get Dad on that.
If not, I think I have like several other stories.
It is coming to about. By the time you guys would do this, you guys were planning. So you'd probably head out around 10. You got the city. I'll probably say it's about like 1:30 in the
You know, we'll
afternoon.
probably just read Get Fuzzy now, right?
I won't. I just want to see the
No,
papoose.
not you.
Show it to her. All right. Can we get out there with the sweet cornbread at what time?
About 1:30 in the afternoon.
Well, that's a good time.
Well, I'm assuming you guys were planning.
Yeah.
You got up around 9. You guys were planning. You came here. You got into town around 11. Then
Ate
you ended up.
lunch. Did research.
You get it from Get your
Yeah,
I need to.
That girl don't know how to use the computer.
What?
So that girl don't know how to use the computer, Ma.
What is it?
All right, we'll head on out, and when we got it, we'll stop at the edge of the property. If
It's a nice ranch-style home. It's a little bit secluded, but it's fairly nice. So you guys will have visible view of it, probably about 400 meters out.
all right. So got a fence out a ways, or can we drive up to near the property?
There's a fence, but it doesn't stop the road. It looks like it's just kind of
How far away though?
like 300, 400 meters. That's when the...
Yeah.
Microphone.
Yep, it's a podcast mic, so it's a 360 mic. Yep. Most of these sessions we record and we put on YouTube.
Actually, people actually sit for the whole 3.5 hours and listen to it.
I know, that's surprising.
We love you, though.
Thank you, people.
Please like and subscribe.
Thank you. Shout out.
Someone
I think that's why we get so many
said
people
that
actually
we
sit
were
there
like
just for the fourth wall.
Torchwood.
All right, we'll
Some
drive on
people
up.
equated you guys to what was a 1920s version of Torchwood, which I think is very generous.
Yeah.
All right.
So as you come out, there doesn't seem to be anyone out there from what I can tell. There does seem to be kind of a Ford kind of Model T, but it does have kind of a truck bed attached to the back.
Wow, we'll
Send out our most normal-looking person, me. I'll go up, make introductions.
there's some.
We just like to hear some old-timey stories about the area, especially anything he heard from his grandparents about the natives.
Yeah.
I'll go up to the door with the sweet cornbread in
And
hand, knock on the door.
Ultimately, an older gentleman will come to the door. Oh, how can I help you?
My friends and I were in town.
You do see he kind of looks down a little bit at you, then kind of looks at your
I
cornbread.
brought an offering, just exchange for maybe some stories, if you care to tell some stories.
Initially, he says, "Yeah, kind of come in," and kind of looks at the rest of your group, and he's like, "Ah, I already told him to come in. All right, everyone come in."
It's all right, guys. Come on in.
Yep.
Basically, I say that we were at the library, and the lady there said that you're one of the old-timers here. You might be able to tell some stories about the old natives that lived here. Maybe you heard something from
Yeah,
your
the
grandparents and stuff.
Lakota.
Really? And they left the area and stuff, or?
Well, they got displaced around the same time that settlers started coming up into this region. I think they had a rain dance ceremonial grounds or something. They had various festivals at certain times of the year around that area.
Is that it, or what? Tell me that isn't it.
I think it,
You gotta show everybody, man.
the area was abandoned for quite a while, then was picked up by Big T. He set up a ranch out there.
Okay. So you kind of know the area, Big T's Ranch.
He said, yeah, he's been in this town since it's quite a bit smaller. He's seen a lot of people kind of come and go.
See, I thought
They've
she was
been
walking
looking for
behind
mineral
you.
rights in the region as of late.
Wholeness
He doesn't know how he
contest
feels
going
about
I'm still.
what the hell is it,
second
industry kind of picking up in the region.
I think these guys. She just
It was
has
a lot
technology
quieter
looking
prior
things.
to them finding deposits of
like
various
a top
things.
hat.
But he says, I suppose it's good for the town. Business has kind of been picking up for the locals. Yep.
But more squished.
He says he imagines that it's the industry that brought the college in the region just because they could get supplies and what have you.
Okay.
okay.
Do you think that he'd mind a group of odd strangers going out there and take a look around if we got permission? Do you
Big
think he'd give
T's
it?
Ranch?
Yeah.
You have to talk to Big T.
Well, I'm just wondering, you know the guy. I mean, do you think he'd take a liking to us?
I think you probably would want to talk to him prior to snooping around
we'd
his
certainly
area.
do that. I'm
Yeah.
just wondering if he takes a liking to strangers ever, if he's not a friendly
No,
guy.
I suppose his brother Bill, he's the negotiator. He sells off the heads of cattle when they have them. He's probably the more talkative of the two.
All right.
Have you heard of any good stories lately?
Well, he says that, what is it? So far things have been going fairly well. He says that the florist was able to build a new shop in the region. There's a lot of people coming in. And he said there's occasionally those miners coming in from the south. So they're spending their
There's
money
so
in the
many
area.
things.
When your elders talked about the ceremonies that the natives did they talk about, did they participate like in the ghost dance, or do you have any years, or times of the year that they used to do things?
He
What's
says
the last
kind
time they
of.
were seen here?
He'll probably tell you probably around 150 to 200 years ago.
Okay.
He remembers talk of what the hell have you? His elders wouldn't have seen it directly, but he's heard tales of people talking about them doing rain dances and talking to the spirits and what have you.
Okay.
Those Indians believe that there's spirits in the sky and in the ground and the water.
All right.
When he's talking to them, I sort of put up my monocle and look around the room. And
Nothing terribly unusual from what you can see here. The region is fairly low, actually, relative to New York and a few other regions. This is probably the lowest contrast you've kind of seen for a while.
normality.
Anybody else have questions for this guy?
I can't think of anything offhand.
Okay.
Is there any historic events that have happened, like, real big in your town that you remember?
Historic hasn't happened prior to...
Yeah, like, there was those fires in the industrial part.
Oh, yeah, he says that they're out to the west of town. There was a series of industrial areas probably about 5-10 years after they started building up, and they found that silver mine to the south. Some of the earlier buildings were kind of made out of a lot of wood, and they were stacking up supplies and equipment and reinforcements, and it just kind of caught wind. Luckily, the Bucket Brigade was able to deal with the situation. The industrial buildings were a little bit farther away from town before it started to build up.
How far is the closest reservation?
I'm not sure about that. There might be one up north. I don't know how far, though.
So those miners, are they miners coming in? Are they connected with the silver mines? Are they?
Yeah, I imagine they're looking for silver. I mean, that's what they came out here originally for. But I think there might be one or two different companies. I don't really pay them too much mind.
You don't
They
know
seem
the
like...
names of those companies, do you?
He says that one of them's Tigard. I don't know what the other one is, but there's like an A with a kind of a circle through it. I don't know.
Does that ring a bell for anyone? Any of my forms I fill out? Have I
You can
seen
give me
this?
a current affairs business, if anyone has current affairs business.
How about Edict Memory?
The companies that you've been purchasing things from recently, no.
Okay.
How far is the train from here?
Let's say that there's a train yard probably running in probably 15 miles to the north.
The science and technology developed business and current
Yeah,
affairs.
it does.
So I did science and technology by A.
You think you recognize that there is one ATOC Industries? There's nothing unusual that you know about it. It does ring the bell of like copper, silver mines.
Okay.
They're usually in metallurgies.
All right. Let's.
Tigard, you know Tigard does some stuff with plastics. You're not sure what they're out here for specifically. But then again, I mean, your vague inclination about companies you never really looked into. You're like, oh, they have a pharmaceuticals thing. Didn't know that.
All right,
Let's go up to the scope.
let's head to the scope.
As we're leaving, I'm going to try to sense shallows.
All right.
Can I sense? Can I sense?
Well, I mean,
healing?
if we're here, I might as well try to see
You
if
want
there's
to.
anything that's floating around.
Anything other than on the case?
And where are you guys doing this?
When we leave the house.
Okay.
Standing by the car.
We were in a house.
You were in a house.
Yeah.
Welcome to the game.
I was too busy eating my sandwich.
That already passed a while ago.
Oh.
All right,
Busy ordering a
By
real
9.
sandwich.
Well, there you go.
Sent shallows by 9.
So,
This place is pretty damn rigid. You'd be surprised if anyone contacted any kind of sky spirits near here.
Sense
Probably the
to by
check near
6.
the,
As we get, or I'll make periodic checks as we were driving through
Okay.
through the area.
Sense to by 6.
By 6?
Wind of Outer Wells, does that do
Nothing
like
within
water
range that he
or-
can tell. I'm assuming you kind of keep it near the city.
With sent shallows.
But Howden said, it's within this area, so I'm kind of
Near the city. Nothing really.
What's the difference?
I mean, you can obviously pick up your previous transpose effect. It's still kind of there. You don't see anything else at the moment.
What's the difference between these sent shallows and winds of outer wells? Is it the same?
So the Winds of the Outer Wells is using kind of a specially runed conch shell to listen for disturbances and spiritual forces. Since shallow, he ultimately builds up a counter pressure in his body using gesture, very cat-like gestures, and he creates a counterpoint in his facial hair that becomes kind of the south pole of a magnet, which pulls in the spirits. And based on the tingling in his face, he determines whether or not there's shallow activities in here. He learned the spell from cats. I don't know what to tell you, Mark. Exactly. I think he's casting something.
Okay. Where are we heading now? We're heading north to the radio telescope. We'll get driving.
Oh, when we get there, can I sense outer wells or not some winds of outer wells where to go?
Right. So you guys can give me, you give me a roll at the site, and you give me 2 more as you're moving through town. You guys can take the truck and go out to the area.
Yep. What are we rolling for?
They're continuing to use sense of outer wells, so they're just double checking, going through town. With a 6 and sense steely. Since Steely is over a large area, but you can't detect anything other than spatial activities, you're pretty confident there's nothing here. You could find some sort of warded room in the future, and you know there are ways of destroying tracks like that, but you don't see anything.
Straight up and by 9.
Right. So far, between the 2 times, there is a very faint amount when you get to the radio tower. You would say not more than some of the other regions, like New York is probably thicker, but there's a faint amount that is noticeable from the background.
5 and 7.
The same thing with the 7, nothing in town that you could tell.
I'll put up the monocle as we get closer to the radio.
I haven't got that far.
You guys will see that there are... You guys are heading... They've been casting spells along the way, but you guys are heading to the radio tower. It doesn't take you too long to get there. You guys get there probably about 2:20. It's still plenty of daylight. As you end up heading up to the region, you can see that there are a few radio telescopes, and it looks like they've been, they are kind of antenna. You can tell, B, that they are hypertech. They do look fairly nice, but they don't look like out of the ordinary from anything that, say, James Iholt and a team of people could put together. It's just definitely not your standard civilian fare.
Do they have the remnants of Petrov's?
At this distance, it's hard to tell. It looks like there's 5 dishes. There's 1 main one and 4 surrounding it. It does cover a large area, but it seems like there's only a couple small buildings in the region. The objects do seem as though they have a very finite border, and they do have a little bit of a glow to certain pieces and elements. They do look like hypertech.
I'm going to go on straight forward with these people and tell them that we've got a heavy particle event coming up in 3 days. We're here to help.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. See if there's a main office or facility.
Yep. As I said before, these are pretty small. It looks like the vast majority of the equipment here is the radio telescopes. You can see overground wires kind of running into certain areas. And it does kind of give you the kind of a hodgepodge feel a college would have, but there's obviously somebody capable that put the system together.
Okay.
You guys approach, you will be see a couple people kind of look over at you too much and they will wave, but then they kind of go about their business. Looks like occasionally they're kind of moving like a small metal dish and somebody's kind of polishing it, and then somebody else is kind of moving over in a different area, and it looks like they're checking.
Yep.
Alright, we'll head to the office.
As you get closer, you see that some of the people do seem to be young faces, but they are they look like they're somewhat knowing what they're doing. They're checking off checklists on boards for wires. They're kind of taping things up, and
is the head professor here someplace?
Dr. Neil? Yeah, I think he's checking out the main scope right now.
Oh, thank you.
It's just through here. He'll tell you head through the dry lab.
Alright, that's what we'll do.
Head through the dry lab, try to find Dr. Neil.
They still think it's in the riding zone.
I'll use the monocles.
Dr. Neil someplace?
Oh yeah, there you go, goggles.
As I said before, with your goggles, there are faint traces of a parachronic resonance to some of the pieces of hypertech. Some of this scope isn't the one from Petrov's equipment, but some of these might have been used in the piece of equipment that was destroyed. Like a capacitor here, some of the main array elements, like somebody just somebody scuttled it and then repurposed it later on. They might not even know that it's attached to this or any kind of grisly event up in Quebec.
Right.
Dr.
Otherwise, you'll
Neil.
find Dr. Neil. He seems to have kind of short black hair, looks like mid-40s. He is a bit pudgy, but he does look fairly intelligent. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting anyone. You kind of look at your, your trench coats and
Dr. Riker. Obduro.
Riker.
Riker Industries?
Oh, I heard that he was married before he disappeared. I'm so sorry.
He's back.
And improved.
Really?
Yes.
I heard that he just disappeared.
I consider it a hiatus.
It's a very long story.
They were taking a
Perhaps
break.
when we have more time.
I was heard that there was some sort of mass hypnosis that happened somewhere at the New Metric Society. People thought there was some sort of mutations happening and they were seeing creatures. Can you elaborate on that, or were you not there? I suppose Riker would know more about this. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please, welcome to the radio. Who's at the radar installation array?
I'm guessing he doesn't know anything about him.
Evidently, he's not a member.
Who is the person responsible for putting this fine array together?
Well, a lot of the equipment was donated by, he'll say, Madame Petrov.
Yep.
I forgot the last name. And they repurposed it out here, and it's technically on loan from the New York University, but they've been modifying equipment as needed.
They being...
Me and my teammates. So he would say, as I say they, I'm talking in third person to them.
Yeah.
We have been modifying the equipment as needed.
So, what are you studying here?
Astronomical events. We're using radar, radio emissions from distant stars and bodies
Which
to...
particular star body are you... I start talking astronomy.
Okay, you can give me an astronomy roll.
I'll lock it.
Why not, if you have it?
Why not?
Just try not to get into danger for the next 10 minutes. Yeah, right in this closet of doom. Wait for it!
Yeah. I just
an
looked
8.
at it and gave it to him. So I know.
8. So 8. I have 19 in, so I made it by 11.
It seems like they're doing very brilliant work. I mean, not to the level of like James I. Holt or the Riker Industries, but for how much budget they currently have here, they're doing a lot in the world of radio.
They're doing real astronomy. They're not
Yep.
doing...
It seems like they've been mapping out far planets. They have currently identified what appears to be, that's still in the work, but they believe there's some other object past Pluto. And they're also looking at the cloud surrounding the Sol system, the Oort cloud.
Okay,
Have you sent active signals away from Earth?
They've been mostly observing. They haven't sent anything out really. I mean, they've attuned it before, but
what's
While they're
your...
talking, can I do psychology?
What's your
Have it observed?
scan schedule for the next week?
There you go.
he says that we've been trying to get a better view of that 10th object past Pluto, but we're going to wait about 4 or 5 months for that to occur, just because of its current position. It's kind of somewhat on the far side of the sun. Within the next 3 days, they're slowly moving out through the Oort cloud, doing a basic scan. They're just seeing if there's anything interesting in the asteroids.
Yeah, So, what do you got 3 days out? What do you plan to do?
He'll tell you that this section of this section, this relative to the Sol system, they're gridding out the Oort cloud.
So, I mean, there's stuff moving in the Oort cloud, right? We do know that. Yeah.
B, you can give me astronomy.
I'll look around.
No,
while we're still
I mean,
chit-chatting.
you mentioned that their little thing out there was had a movement or was getting an odd signal out beyond the Oort.
Yeah, but the Oort cloud is pretty large. But that's what I wanted to
Do I
astronomy
know
for.
that the area he's looking at is the area where my thing could be?
That's what I would equate to, is you don't necessarily, depending on your astronomy roll,
6. I did about 8.
you have a direct connection to that particular that particular unit, and it gets sent through kind of folded space back towards you. However, where they're about to move it in the next 3 days, you actually might be able to use that EMS device out there to act as a relay past the Oort cloud.
That could be the event that sets everything up.
Normally, they wouldn't be able to see past the Oort cloud, and normally they... Normally, they wouldn't have a telescope as powerful enough to even get signals out that far. But a mixture of hypertech they've come into possession with a fortuitous event occurring in the next 3 days.
I don't want it to be one of those.
All right.
Otherwise, he's very enthused that you guys are really interested. With psychology, it doesn't seem like he's trying to be hiding it. If anything, he's excited that it seems that you guys are really interested, but he doesn't realize that you're not interested for the same reason he's interested. You're like, section 453? And he's like, yeah, 453. And you're like, oh, shit. And he's like, what's wrong?
All right. Who made my device for me?
James I. Holt had scavenged Riker's, part of Riker's first prototype. The other one went missing, apparently, at some point in time, the heavy particle bomb. Or I shouldn't say heavy particle. There was 2 heavy particle generators. One that had the wires snipped, and another one that was being built. That one disappeared. The first one was repurposed, and along with other parts, into this EMS detector.
All right.
So James I. Holt and yourself, you had some of the designs. James I. Holt physically put it together with his team. No, thank you.
I'm going to...
Otherwise, it's fairly impressive what this doctor has accomplished. You'd say that he's probably as capable as James I. Holt. It's just he doesn't necessarily have the administrative skills, given from what we've seen around here.
You want to destroy it? I'll destroy it.
No.
Sure.
oh my God, you just walk up.
Disintegrate everything!
I tell him I'm going to let him in on a proprietary call. I need a probably 4-way conference, and the things you're about to learn will be unbelievable. But we're just going to go with it as a theoretical exercise.
Should you really be doing this, B?
Yep. So we need this guy to know how his stuff's going to work. Talk to our guy that knows how our stuff works. I did
What
one
if
too.
us letting him in is going to be the catalyst?
I'm going to be as kind of
Let's
as I
not go
can.
down that road. That road just sucks.
Correct.
The whole everything we
I
do
think
causes
she's
stuff.
saying if
Yeah,
there's
that
potential for a
the
catalyst,
PCs have been on lots of adventures.
Yeah.
That's the only time that's actually happened, and it was unfortunate. But stuff happens. You can't assume that everything's going to be like that.
Okay.
But no, he seems generally interested, and it might be more because of your name dropping a little bit before. He definitely knows the work of your husband. So he says, I'm sorry, we don't have a phone here, but we can go back into town.
No. I've got a radio phone.
Is Riker in town? Does he have a radio as well?
Yes.
We'll just say they're within broadcast distance.
All right.
Trust me, I take off my ring that's loud.
Before he does that, he actually points over to number 2 son. He's like, oh, I see. You have a radio there.
Yes, if I take my ring off that's
You can give me a
loud.
fast talk.
Oh man,
Yep.
I did it by heaps and bounds.
Yep. You're like,
Hold
yep,
on.
that's our radio. It's a modified version. It'll get like 10 miles from here. They're within the range. And he's like, all right, I see what you're doing here. He'll ask some of the interns to kind of leave the room. He'll lock up.
2 packs.
He'll tell him to check some of the lines leading to Relay C. Otherwise, just kind of check in with Kenneth, and then there you go.
I'm not here to pull your leg. You're going to hear things that are unbelievable.
He says he believes you. I mean, you seem to have the astronomy background to...
I get James I hold on the line.
Okay.
I say,
You know there's a delay when you end up calling, and then there's kind of a...
Yep.
You hear a...
He's like
da-da, and then he can say, yes.
okay, I'm at a relay in Nebraska. They're using hyper technology.
He says a relay?
A radio astronomy unit. Apologies. In Nebraska.
Okay.
They're going to be studying an area of the Oort cloud where we have our dimensional device.
He says they wouldn't be able to pick it up with a normal radio telescope.
It's
It
not
should be
normal.
fairly...
It's hypertech.
He's seen some pretty advanced ones, but I mean, he says that Riker's been the only one that's actually built anything that's capable of reaching out that far.
Okay. I described to him what I think could happen. We could use this to, shoot past the Oort cloud, etc., etc. but I want to know all the negatives associated because we have an event coming up in 3 days. What could go wrong here?
He says the only thing that the device would do is just bounce back a signal from there. So he says it wouldn't be any different from other radio telescopes, other than you'd be getting a signal past the Oort cloud. He said, no, wait, we've been getting a strange signal on an EMS device, but I think Walter flagged that for you. You're going to take a look at it.
Yeah.
I think
He says he can take a look, though.
They're sending a signal that someone's going to pick up, and then they're slowly going to mobilize, and then they're going to come here for it to ramp up.
If anything, the way that James Eichholt says it is that you're not going to really be sending too much of a signal from here. You're only going to be getting a signal. Unless they decide to broadcast from here, which they would need a lot more. They would need a lot more power than the generators they currently have on site would be able to provide. So there's no way they could. There's no way they could send a signal from here.
Could someone detect them looking, though?
Like a lightning strike.
If you had sufficient hyper technology, yeah, you could
14 million
pick that up.
Way above our technology. Like, that's the biggest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But at that point in time, like somebody with that level of technology could probably just see some guy eating a sandwich on. For like, I'm watching from a satellite.
Future, there wasn't supposed to be any storm, remember? But then it happened.
Supposedly, most people died from some sort of infection from some sort of flowery white plant in that alternate universe.
All right. I want to get my husband in on this. I need a super genius to walk us through if we've missed anything. Because
He says, given your current Walter Riker, it'll just take a moment. It seems like while other people kind of have to get in a queue and wait like 30 minutes to possibly 2 hours to get him, he always
comes for me.
Yeah, he comes running. He tells you that he'll ask you a lot of questions about cables they have over there, other things like that. He'll even ask you serial numbers on some of the radio equipment. And he says, do you realize that some of that's actually from the radio telescope from the Numismatic Society?
It is.
He says that the power structure you have there is unlikely it could send any kind of signal out. It would only pick up some sort of signal from here, but theoretically you could be a download link there.
Okay, so in theory,
something that is based in radio emissions could be sent to you, and like he says,
Like
just
madness.
he can't really confirm anything like that. But he says Griffin, the intern that had been transformed into an energy being, partially existed as radio emissions, and that's how he came back through the telescope from that other world.
all right.
So something made of radio waves could make it to you there.
Could our satellite be used as a relay to help it get here?
Potentially, your device is far more advanced, and without your device, you don't think it would get through the Oort cloud.
I'm looking at this guy. Would you be willing to shut down your radio telescope, not scan that area or something for 4 days?
You can delay for that long.
Would you be willing to avoid this area, Sector 547?
I suppose, yeah. Is there anything I should know about there? Or?
Well, you've been into the conversation. We have a relay up there.
What do you mean by a relay up there? I mean, we're talking about the Oort cloud past Pluto.
I told you you're going to hear things that are unbelievable. I'm asking you to believe them.
So you have a radio telescope in space?
Now you got it.
That's amazing. How does no one know about this?
There's
Government
things
secrets.
that people don't get to know, I say.
I understand, but I'll be quiet about this. You see, it's like a little bit bubbling with energy at this point.
All right.
I can avoid the area in question. Is there anything else that I should be avoiding up there?
As far as we know, that area, and it was in the scan in 3 days, wasn't it? Avoid that area for all time. Like, never scan that area where the relay is.
Yep.
And how about we just make sure nothing happens? You have it down for work. You should power everything on for 3 or 4 days. Do you mind if we
You should
hang
go for
out?
regular maintenance.
There we go. Some maintenance. You need some maintenance. I plop out $10,000 donation, slap it on the thing. You need to get some maintenance done.
He sits there, he looks happy, and his body language says, "Thank you, I can't believe this amount of money.
Maybe I'll name a building
It'll be
after
great,
him."
you will name a building after you, but all it comes out is like,
I put my hand on the money. Maintenance.
yes, maintenance. He seems to not even know where to put this money on his person.
He's never received cash. I don't even know what to do with it. I'll turn it over to the accountant.
He rolls it up and he puts it in his pocket and just kind of holds it there. He has a horrible tell.
Okay. And would you mind if we stayed here for the next 3 or 4 days?
Of course, that should
Is
be
it
fine.
possible for him, like, say that after the 4 days is over and it's fine, if anything ever occurred that was weird, to contact your facility?
Yes.
He could, he just needs a number there.
Give us a number.
Don't give him the number. Give him a.
Not a ring. No, it's not that important. We can't. You want this guy privy to our conversation?
You are aware that the radios that you have are in a network, and so are the rings. So anyone that's on that network, everyone.
He'd be like listening.
There's no
Oh my
military
God.
encryption
Oh my
here. It's
God.
just
Yeah. They're facing blue Hades, and they're coming in hundreds. It sounds really bad. They're screaming. I'm hearing things that don't sound normal. I'm going to make a fear check.
Someone had mentioned something about.
yeah. There's gonna be some interns like,
flowers.
why does that? Why does the doctor just keep looking at that weird telegraph thing and look like distant eye? Like,
Why is he walking back and forth like that?
yeah. Do you know Morse code? I'm like, I don't know Morse code.
I still don't know Morse code. Who
I-
mentioned
He has some
something-
bunking here and can move some things around. Sometimes they have more staff, so or interns in the region.
Did
So
someone mention anything about those flower things?
that was only I brought up because and B said that the ravine, the reports said from Thomas Winfield that in his alternate universe most people died in 1935 or 36 because of some sort of outbreak of a Russian wildflower that just ate crops up and it would even germinate in people's lungs.
What kind of flowers are we wearing? I don't
Mine's
know.
white, yours is yellow.
Just a carnation.
Red.
Something simple like that. Nothing unusually unidentifiable. However, in this in that reality, there was never a storm in China.
Yeah. Damn.
All right. He and I would like a walkthrough of your facility to see what you've done, and he's just starting to learn hypertech. I hope you know something about it, sir, because you are dabbling with things in your array that are pretty impressive.
He tells you that it's been a bit of a learning curve, some of the equipment that he received from the New York State. He doesn't believe that they fully realized what they had. I mean, the equipment was in pretty bad condition. It looks like somebody had dropped it from like it's bracing or something. But when they had gotten it, they had pieced it together, and he had, with another team, had pulled the viable parts left, and there was adequate documentation where he was able to put this thing back together. He says that he barely understands it himself, but he's learning a lot as he's going along.
All right.
So how long will
Let's stay here 4 days.
He
One
said
day
that
past
he had
the
found
event.
out that the original device was built by Walter Riker, but by the time that he had access to this thing and the donation, Walter Riker was already
Are
missing.
we not concerned about any other thing other than this? Because what about those mines? So what if they're not silver? What if they're premium?
Oh my god. Well, it seems like a huge coincidence what we've already studied, but you're right. We should go talk to Bill at the Bar X Ranch, and we should go to the mines.
How far are the mines?
Everything's fairly close to town. I would say the mines are probably about 35 miles to the west, or excuse me, to the south, and the ranch is only 5 miles to the west of town. So
Did that happen?
you're never more than 40 minutes away
In
from anything.
the
Really.
industrial fires, they had something to do with the mines.
The industrial buildings were built up sometime after the mines had been found and they'd been excavated. And the fire started probably about 5 to 10 years from what the old guy told you. So it wasn't right when the mines started. It was several years down the line.
And they hit something.
They're not sure what it was specifically that caused the fire. The bucket brigade was able to put out the fire, and lucky it was far enough away from town where nothing else happened. But the town's built up quite a bit since then.
That's Demon King's
They've definitely been enjoying the influx of money from the industry.
He's offered us a place to stay.
Yep, he normally says he has researchers out here from different universities, and there's sometimes extra interns, so he can give you a cot and some things like that. It's not the best accommodations,
Spend
but
the night here. We'll check the
We let
others.
Walter and the other guy go. Jason and I hold offline, and we'll stay here. We're going to keep investigating, and I thank them for coming immediately. And say goodbye.
We'll spend the night here, hit the other places in the morning.
Sure. Yep. Get the both places in the morning.
I'll ask Scarlet before we make our betting here. How long it would take for me to learn Spirit Force from her?
Spirit Force. She could, in a dream, she could teach you that over the course of the night. However, you'd have to sleep in until probably about noon the next morning.
And then
How many tech?
Gas Calder, a similar amount of time. You're looking at about 8-9 hours.
Hypertech skills are there?
In for that. Seriously, I've got a list.
There's a basic hypertech skill that handles that, but once you really get into hypertech, it becomes very elaborate, where there's a lot of possibilities. Like B actually has hypertech and a lot of skills dealing with parachronic devices. So B is aware of how to build devices, or even sensors that can sense and move people to other dimensions.
Was there ever more to G.U.R.P.S Mysterious that
You're
I
going to
did
have
learn that I felt
a
I
pot
could
of
learn?
experience.
I'll double check it,
We can
but-
modify your
Because I
character
may
to
want
work
to,
with
on
hypertech.
downtime, read something like that.
All right. In the morning, after a breakfast for these guys, get out of there at like 9. Head to the mine first or the farm first? The ranch.
Maybe the ranch.
Okay. Go to the ranch first. Pull up to the ranch and see if you can find Bill. And
Initially, you will see what maybe might be a ranch hand. Given the body language, he does look a little bit stern, but he's kind of riding a horse as you guys come in with your truck. It does look like he kind of heads you off a little bit. How can I help you folk?
we'd like to speak with Bill. Are you Bill?
He says, no, Bill's my brother.
Ah,
What is this about?
Well,
perhaps purchasing some cattle.
You need me a fast talk?
Absolutely.
I was just saying, we want to look at this. We're archaeology.
He ain't gonna like archaeologists either, though. By 3.
3? I suppose.
By
By
4.
4?
We buy a cow and we have to transport.
He does definitely give you guys a kind of glaze as he looks at the truck and the people in the back. He definitely looks at this guy over here. He does kind of look at the cat and the papoose, and then... Yeah, so these two kind of get like a
I'm
look
a
like...
city slicker, man.
Yeah, I'm aware, but you're a well-groomed man with a cat and a papoose. And then you're a man growing a goatee, and you have a cat near you as well, and then you have a very fanciful, loose outfit in. So he looks at them like they're a bunch of circus folk. I suppose, yeah, Bill's out at the north barn. Don't get too far off into the ranch. Stick near the road.
All right, stick near the road, North Barn. Thank you.
Is this the campaign I get to ride a horse finally?
I don't know. PC's maybe like, red herring, leave. I shoot the horse.
The only
I'll do a
horse.
sit chalice when we get to the farm.
Okay, you can give me a roll on that.
I actually
By
have
4.
animal handling.
There are some areas that are higher than normal that would be south, kind of near where the river comes through here. So you get a feeling around those regions. There's nothing that immediately pops out as huge, but there's some variation as opposed to the kind of bleak landscape you're looking at in town.
How much would a sweet-ass horse cost?
If anything, with a 4, it does feel... there doesn't feel like there's anything new.
Okay.
It just feels like a lot of old
remnants.
stuff.
Alright.
What were you saying?
What would it cost to buy a really cool horse?
You know, the one with sunglasses and maybe a leather jacket with the collar popped up. Wait, that's not the cool horse you're going
What do you
for.
think a horse goes for, Steve? Your old farm?
$100.
$100?
In 1940s, $100.
Yeah.
I'd still say
Yeah. For a really nice horse, maybe 150.
And a sweet saddle and maybe a cowboy hat.
Probably another $50-$60.
Okay, that's doable.
How are you going to transport it back?
I'll have them share.
You got a horse that happens to be teleport skittish.
I'm going to hold space around the horse. What?
No, in fairness, the horse will probably freak the hell out in a fairy fire effect.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have it.
Because you guys,
if I buy it,
if I'm not adequately describing it, you guys are wreathed in blue flame that feels like it is slightly singeing, and you guys are like, all right, let's teleport, everyone. Cover. All right.
Blinders,
What if
close
it's like
blinders.
a super fast horse, but retarded as
But you
hell?
still feel it. That would be bad.
It's just doesn't know it's-
We get the horse from lobotomy. Just sit there.
It's got a little radio antenna coming out of it. You're like, look, I got a remote control.
We zombify the horse so that we can ride it.
Dr. Gravenhurst seemed to have similar experiments with
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
various entities and up-armoring of bodies.
Well, maybe he was dabbling with fairy fire and telling him to teleport things, and this was his
Teleport
solution.
horses.
Oh yeah.
Damn, all the animals get skittish. All right, let's.
Lobotomize
How far is the barn from the main house?
Not too far. I mean, it's within visible view.
We're going to the barn.
Yep.
You guys follow the road for a little bit of distance. It is fairly flat out here. There's a little bit of kind of hillier terrain to the south and forested area. That's kind of where you're getting the vibe a little bit from. But the rest of it's fairly kind of rolling
Plains.
kind of plains, you know. So you see the barn from a distance off. You drive up. You
Yep.
hear somebody working on the inside.
Hello.
You can see an individual kind of around. It seems like the barn is wide open. It's a fairly large, kind of two-story barn. It looks like he's shoeing a horse. They do have 4 horses here, and it does look like they have some cattle around the ranch currently. You're not sure of any other animals that they have.
Well, I think we just want to go look at it. We're archaeologists.
The man inside seems to have a little bit friendlier demeanor, but he is kind of wearing kind of ranch apparel. He says, "Just let me put this last shoe in. I'll be with you guys in a moment."
No problem.
You know how to shoot a horse, right? Animal handler, why don't you say, hey, let me help you out?
Animal
Give me
handling.
your
I don't
freaking
think
cat.
he'll.
She knows how to ride a horse, but
I have animal handling, riding horse, and.
it seems like he's about to finish up with a shoe. There's probably not too much he can really do. The horse might not know you, so it doesn't necessarily want you to come up next to it.
Shove the cat in its face. It'll work wonders.
All right. He probably takes a minute. He shoes the horse. He kind of puts the horse back into the stable. He kind of walks up, kind of wipes his hands off a little bit as he comes up to you. How can I help you, folk?
Offer my hand to shake.
He'll shake you and he'll, appropriately kind of take your hand. Tip his hat.
Tip my hat,
Well,
whatever.
we have some interest in the old Indian dance grounds. We'd like to check them out.
Sure. Who are you with, or?
Well, my name is Ned Chen with Chen Industries. I am a rich man with too much time to waste, too much time and money to waste, so I sometimes dabble in archaeology and such interests. And I read about this, I happen to be in the area, I'd like to check it out.
Give me a fast talk.
It's moderately true. Maybe
Yep, I'm aware, but it's not
the freak of papoose.
No. Oh, okay.
You better lock him, huh, Mark?
What I'm saying is, his story is not 100% truthful.
True.
He's trying to angle in a certain way. So there's fast talks even if you say something truthful.
Yeah, Mark, your dice are just rancidly cold. You should throw them out the door, not retrieve them.
That doesn't look too bad.
You can't subtract 1 on that.
Okay,
You have
so
to-
8. So 8, I make it by 6.
Okay.
If you start with regular dice, you can't switch to
That's
Cthulhu
fine.
and vice
That's
versa.
fine. So I make it by 7.
He says, I can get some time. He says, just wait out here for about 5 minutes. He doesn't really have horses for you.
Can our truck survive out there, or not really?
He says some of the area you're talking about does get near the...
Horses.
Not for all of you.
How far is it?
He says it's probably only about a half a mile from here, but, I mean, it kind of gets a little bit low land and gravelly. You probably not want to get your truck stuck out here.
I'll walk.
We can walk.
You can ride a horse.
You ride your horse, we'll walk.
He'll walk his horse out there.
Be mine.
Gets you out into the area.
Tracking as we're getting into the area, so
You guys can give me tracking.
what time is it, Mark?
Time? 8:13.
You don't need to lock it.
Five.
By 5.
Even up.
You can tell that cattle are brought down near the river. There doesn't seem to be any unusual tracks. There are obviously what appear to be. There are animals in the region, kind of smaller. whatever is indicative to Nebraska.
Coyotes,
something like that. Sure. Gophers.
Snakes.
Nothing unusual down here from what you can tell. You get kind of a feeling of the cycle in which they bring the cattle down here. Some of them meander, sometimes they forcibly kind of bring them down here. It takes you probably about 30 minutes to kind of come down this region. It's fairly nice and well shaded here. Off down near the riverbank. It does continue to follow down. He'll kind of tell you that he owns most of the property around here. He'll describe that this is kind of where some of that area was, but he'll say that Lakota owned pretty much all of this area.
Anything with our glasses, goggles?
From here, it's much higher. If you were at a level like this inside of New York State or Maine, it wouldn't be unusual. But you just came from pretty much brisk to nothing to kind of a Maine level near this undergrowth area. You guys,
There's a shallow here or something?
you're not quite sure. There was something around here.
Old.
Okay.
We'll do some digging about. Somebody's got to have archaeology, right?
Yeah.
I'll sit in the shade.
I have
I'll
archaeology.
direct these guys.
I grab a stick and I kind of poke around. I'm really not digging.
He'll
or
kind of
anything.
go through with the area and talk to you about it. With your goggles on in the region, over the course of probably the next hour and a half, as you're kind of slowly meandering through this area, there is a high... It seems like part of the stream bed is glowing, and it seems like it slowly glows downriver, but it seems to pick up and absorb a lot into some of the mosses and grasses around here. There's also a fairly thick, swirly tree here. It seems to be a normal Nebraska tree, other than it's very robust and vigorous for how long it's been out here.
Can I do one? So,
You guys can give me a thaumatology or probably an occult.
which one would be better?
Occult would be better in this instance, actually.
Really? This is like the first time we've ever done an occult roll where it was better than like having
There's been a few times where that has actually occurred. The thing is, a lot of times magical shit comes up, so occult is
By 13.
13. He'll give you kind of some space as you look around. He'll kind of bring you from location to location like a tour guide. But you're pretty sure this area is a low-level node. You can think of it as kind of a fracture off the ley line.
Okay.
Quintessence bubbles up here.
Then what? How is it affecting the cows then? They're basically
And look at the cows. You're like,
They have crab concerns.
Which is very healthy.
You guys
he's
know...
got thick sides of beef. He's like, you wouldn't believe what we get off these cows.
Well, you
And the
guys are
meat is
aware...
so tender, it falls right off the bone.
Well, you guys are aware that a certain beyond their pattern, what was it? Beyond a certain amount, their pattern can't hold it. But over long-term exposure of drinking extra quintessence could have effects like that. But short-term, I mean, you guys could drink from it. Nothing would happen if you're already at your max.
I try to
So
drink
would this
from
be
it and
considered
it
a
ends
ley
up
line?
giving me something
Like I said before, this node is most likely a fracture off of a ley line. And this might be, in fact, why the ceremonial grounds were near here.
So, would this be a good place to harvest quintessence? I would.
You would say that given the level and you guys have active detection devices, probably at least one unit bubbles up here a day.
Wow.
It's still a lot.
Over the course of a year, yeah, that's a lot.
So,
The only thing is it's a certain amount at a certain level, and
Okay, but collecting it this way is really weird. You would need
really
actually,
I just
Getting
need
a refresher is weird.
this is the more mundane way in which sorcerers or something would come across this. They would build their keep out here in the middle of nowhere. And you're like, why do they care if it's out here? Because this is out here, and that's what they want. The way you're doing it is artificial.
But collecting it from nature would require like a
Depend-
primal conduit or something.
Or something. I mean, the thing is, if you were if you were a shaman of the Lakota tribe, this would probably be second nature. It's not something unusual for you. You guys are coming from a very kind of a
technical at it.
well, not even technical, but very European mystical background where wizards and books and tomes. Yeah.
What does he have for ideas? We put up a temple.
So this is not unusual.
Come glue on your ass here.
I'm just saying. You can have a dojo here. The Nebraska
Given that there is a
dojo.
node here as well,
Nebraska
even a low-level node like this theoretically could support Fae in the nearby region.
I'll ask Scarlet if she senses anything else that's in the area.
Scarlet will spend some time. It seems like she senses shallows as well and smells some of the area around here. She thinks that there are a few fairies that might be out here, but nothing more than sprites. Some people might see some strange, weird lights off here in the distance occasionally at night.
This is a beautiful area.
You making an offer on it?
Would you consider selling this particular area?
He says that he can't. He says that if you're talking about the river, it's kind of the bread and butter here, keeping the cattle.
Where's this river go?
It kind of meanders southward and then kind of westward from here, heading south. You know that the quintessence would most likely be seeped up in the vegetation within a block of here.
Which direction does the river flow?
South, and then probably about 3 or 4 miles southwest.
I'll pull aside one of my advisors, grab you. So, if I just like bought square mile, I should be able to theoretically have all the quintessence here.
Would he have to keep all the water, or could he filter it and not keep going downstream? Get the quintessence
He could if he had some sort of means to do it. Mind you, he might necessarily not have alchemy or hypertech to try to do something like this, or
He may before
magic.
he plays next time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Theoretically, somebody could harvest this, and you would never notice the difference, other than the vegetation in like 10 years wouldn't look as vibrant.
I'll ask Scarlet how far this ley line is from here. If it's a fracture off of it.
She's not quite sure. She would have to go around. She didn't travel here. She just arrived, so she would have to spend time going to adjacent cities and that.
I tell them, don't want water rights. I mean, I'd want to be able to draw from the river, but I wouldn't need to block the river off.
5%.
You can give me an administration roll, or a it's going to be actually administration.
I'll step up to be your administrator. He really only needs like maybe 5% of the water, or even less.
Yeah, but I suppose what the ranchers are worried about is he wants to make sure that you're not going to affect his cattle operations here. He wants to know how much of the river, if you're going to be doing something in the future, like, oh, well, we're going to be using this part of the river. Oh, by the way, we're blocking it off up here. And other things of this nature.
All we need is a shed.
Basically, tell them I'm building a Buddhist retreat.
He's going to have, well, there would be strangers coming in to help you harvest the quintessence. How about like,
I'm sure I can find a Buddhist guy who does.
Instead of a Buddhist retreat, why don't we call it a meditational garden?
There you go.
Walled meditational garden.
Walled meditational garden. I like that.
Wellness center.
And when you talk about access roads and other things like that, what are you trying to get here?
Or Lakota. Lakota retreat center.
Meager gravel road.
Yep. Matter of fact, I'm willing to have my company buy some of your cattle every year in payment.
Part of the contract?
Yes, I'll do a contract of payment.
But do you want the land permanently?
I want the land. In order to pay for his disturbance of the cattle, I'll buy cattle every year from him at a guaranteed price.
The highest price of the year.
Highest price of the year.
50 head at the highest price of the year.
Can I get a diplomacy?
You want to do your own diplomacy?
Or you can give me a merchant.
I do have diplomacy.
Say that, but it's probably like a plus 20 points or something.
11. Make sure I could do it again. What the hell? It doesn't matter.
You guys are awesome. It'll make it worse.
I will make it my 6.
You'd probably say... 8,000 for the acres around that region, along with probably around, maybe by 4,000 a year for heads of cattle.
Okay.
Premium price.
There you go. I'll pay him in advance.
He pulls cash out.
I pull cash.
Handshake deals good around here?
He seems a bit surprised that you have that kind of cash on you, but he kind of looks you in the eyes and he says, I don't expect any problems with my operation here, right?
there's any problem, you can get hold of me personally, and I will come and deal.
All right, he'll shake your hand.
I'll shake his hand. Oh, you know what? Good enough.
He seems a little bit skittish because you guys look weird. It's a really odd thing. Like, I want this small section of land, a gravel road access, and I'm going to make a Buddhist report, or is it a Buddhist meditational retreat here in the corner of your cattle ranch. However, when you start physically taking out $100 bills, he's willing to deal it. He says you seem like an honest individual.
Yep.
He says he'll talk to his brother Timothy about this, and we'll get you set up.
Yep.
He says it could take a month or two before he gets gravel access out here.
That's fine.
Otherwise, I mean, you can take a horse in.
Yep.
Would you know if the river runs by the mines?
He says, no, they made an artificial quarry out there. They kind of filled it up from an underground reserve, but it doesn't connect to this river that I'm aware of.
You ever seen the operation there? Is there anything odd about it that you've noticed?
Not really. I mean, I haven't really looked into it too much.
Have you been poison in the water downstream or anything like that?
No, they've been pretty good about that. I was a little bit worried about that when they came in a few years back, but they probably said like 15 years ago, and he says no.
Do you know any of your friends you graduated from school with that worked out there? Did they tell you any odd stories?
You're looking about investing in there, too. That's why we're at this.
He says no. From what he understands, I mean, they're still pulling a fair amount of silver out of the ground. It's not a huge amount, but the influx of income to the town has definitely been beneficial. More people are willing to spend money on custom meats, especially since the town's doing well, and he's only benefited from them. He hasn't had an issue with any kind of water impurities or anything else from there, and they've been fairly quiet.
That's good to hear.
All right.
I like your green mining organization.
There's an artificial quarry. What if some of this seeps into it?
Let's go check it out.
Given the time period, it's probably not a green mining. It's not affecting his shit from here.
I understand.
We'll head down there.
So he
Use
doesn't.
that cyanide to leach that stuff up.
He doesn't sell horses here.
He says, normally I wouldn't sell horses, but he kind of looks over at you and says, if you guys are interested in a horse, I can give you a horse.
Maybe later. I don't want to take the horse to the quarry and
Drive to the quarry.
Head to the mine.
He says you can leave, a message from, he doesn't have, they would most likely had a phone come out here. So he says that you can either call Daisy at the local diner, or you can call him directly during these time of days and get the operator to switch you over.
Excellent. Well, let's head to the mine. This has been a very fruitful trip.
My friends need to eat.
Lots of archaeology happened.
My friends need to eat.
We do?
I assume you guys eat 3 meals a day and it's around noon?
It's 2 meals a day. We discussed this.
It says 4 hours. They've built up half their allocation. At some time prior to doing stuff tonight, they have to eat. So it's only about...
So at 1
you
o'clock
spend
we gotta eat.
It's about like 3:40 right now. So sometime between here and 7, you gotta...
Okay.
Alright.
It's just eat.
It is later in the evening. You're in the northern continent, or is it northern hemisphere? So it does get dark around 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Well, we'll head to the
How does
mine
lightning
right
bolt
away.
work? Is it like I summon one from the sky and I'm like...
So lightning bolt, despite its name, is actually you conjuring an electrical field. Normally, depending on the weave below it, certain regions you can just cause the effect to come into being.
Or...
It would be coming from
Practices
you.
near that, like,
It'd be generated by the symbol in which you drew in the air.
Basically, our game went.
So you get a staff, you could draw it similar, or you would draw it with your hand and then kucha.
Or tattoo.
Yep.
Sweet.
So you are generating real electricity. The only thing is, in a lot of regions, kind of like this town, unless you use quintessence to counterbalance the equation, it gets pretty bad. But there are regions like in Nepal where that shit flies. You don't have to counterbalance shit. 2 + 2 = fish. Done. Happening.
Well, I can see it now. The Dalai Lama's out there battling the yellow camels.
Yep. Giant dole worms the size of Herbert. What is it? What the hell is it? Who's the author? Frank? Oh, is it Frank Herbert from Dune? Yeah. Doles are like 2 miles long.
All right.
Here's the British guy.
To the mine.
To the mines.
Can you look up Caddyshack villains from see if they exist?
So they're going on power. Takes you about 30 minutes to get to the mines. It still looks like they're wrapping up for the day, but they're definitely still kind of drilling until the last horn is made.
Yep.
Doesn't take you too long. You guys can find what appears to be a foreman's office.
Oh, we'll head up to the foreman's office. Good day, sir.
Can I help you?
Yes, we'd like a tour of the mine.
The top.
Ned Chen.
Chen?
Businessman. I'll lend him my business card.
All right, he seems to kind of look it over. He's like, yeah, sure, I can take you around the mine.
I'm thinking about investing in this Hayden, Nebraska area, and I'd like to maybe look at investing some into your mine.
He'll tell you that the silver mine was added a little bit later on after a coal operation in the region.
Okay.
You'd say a sister company they have close ties to, Taggart, was ultimately taking a lot of coal out of the region. They came across a silver deposit. They didn't necessarily have this, expertise in dealing with it, so they hired in them for a commission, so they're kind of sharing in the wealth of the area, and so far it's been fairly decent. He tells you that they've been expanding slowly. They've been a huge benefit on the nearby town of Hayden. A lot of their people have bought homes in Hayden. It's a very nice, small kind of town, country area, and they're warming up to the idea of people from the West Coast coming out here. He'll kind of give you an overlay and kind of use administration. With your administration, it seems like he does have a very good operation set up here. They are slowly expanding. It's nothing ludicrous from what I can tell, but they have hit a sizable silver deposit. It does look like it heads south. And since the town is not too huge and it's mostly kind of north of here at a good distance, it doesn't look like they're going to have too many issues with property purchasing it up. It looks like they already have had talks with the local government about continuing to purchase and holding land. And it seems like people are fairly willing to sell these for a reasonable profit.
Does everyone have geology?
Is it
Have samples?
geology? That was a skill I don't think I have. I'll double check here. I think we needed it one other time, and I determined I didn't have it. I don't.
Otherwise, while not a huge expansion, I mean, this does look like it will continue to be a profitable company and will slowly be expanding in the region.
I asked him if he has, I don't want to be proprietary to any secrets or anything. Do you have any major plans in the next how many days? So I think until this event occurs, like 2 or 3.
Like 2 now.
Okay, I would say in the next. Is there some major expansion happening in 2 days?
He says no.
You're not opening up a new vein or anything, you're just working in normal areas.
Sometimes they come across new underground caverns or other things like that, but he says that's usually pretty unlikely.
Have you ever found any artifacts, unusual geological features?
They've sold off a lot of their Lakota artifacts that they've come across to what have you, the Nebraska University. It's mostly arrow tips.
Okay. You haven't
Things like that,
found
cutting
anything
tools.
like totems or big statues or even little statues or
They haven't come across any bones or anything other than what appear to be like buffalo. They've come across a few objects. He has a catalog that you can take a look through.
Can I see pictures of them or drawings, whatever you have?
He says, we have a description of them. You'd have to go to the university to see the pictures.
No, that's fine.
But you can give me an occult roll.
Do you have any samples of the things you like?
Some of the silver? Yeah, he can give you a small sample of the silver.
I don't have any metallurgy or anything.
Cult
but
by
if I
7.
use, like, tall to be-
He's the man, what they call him.
Cult by 7. Minor items.
There are minor items. There do seem to be strange, what you would say, clay jars that seem to hold strange kind of, they would say like a weird green paste. However, they were mostly kind of found to the, southwest of here. In some of the areas that they were digging, it was pretty close to the surface.
Maybe their way of holding crystals.
Do Should I roll any mythos on this?
You're looking at their ledger, and it's just somebody's like,
They're
hey,
at
the
the university.
dimension. It was made out of like kind of an earthen river clay, and it was kind of a green paste on the edge, and then that's what they have written up here.
That's fine.
Would you mind giving us a quick tour?
Yeah, you would love to.
I'll use the monocle as we walk around. And
So, does he walk out the door then? He walks out the door? Or
But there would be a receptionist in here if that's what you're wondering.
Is there anything weird about this silver? I don't have metallurgy, but I have like thaumatology and
It's somewhat in its raw form. It's kind of just a small chunk.
I'll show it to you
I
guys.
mean, metallurgy.
Metallurgy. I'd be having metallurgy. I'll even use the
I'm
good
pretty
things.
sure it would be magical, Professor, in which case we'd need like a flare, but
Well, these does have devices they can look at.
they're similar
14.
but slightly different.
Yep. You know that B's is different from his, and you never fully gotten a look at either of those.
No, I've had
Before?
hers on during the first plateau.
No, but you've never broken it down and looked at it.
straight up.
His seems to be weird, and it's attached to kind of like a battery that's on his person. However, hers seem to be kind of made of weird straps and gold leaf, and there's strange archaic lettering on it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fix it.
Yeah.
You can tell
Straight
me
up.
straight up. This or whatever.
Straight up, it doesn't look terribly that unusual. This is a fairly, I suppose this is a fairly good concentration. It's not out of this world, but it's probably in the better 30% of some of the mine's concentrations.
Okay. I tell you guys.
So it seems like they have relatively low overhead costs comparatively getting it out of the ground. And
Alright. Excellent. Once we're done with the thing, I thank him for his time.
he'll give you his card. You can,
I will take it.
Number
that-
two
is
son
that-
gives him your card.
I give my
Is that from the sample that she gave us that we were checking out, or
Does
just
he
roll
really
for
want
the
number
mine?
2 son
no,
representing him?
he'll show you through the kind of the mine areas, and he'll have you kind of. There's no real safety mining equipment, really. I wouldn't say. I don't think they have hard helmets at this
Yeah,
point.
they have hard helmets for the 1800s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
See the metal helmet and then a light on the top.
I'll
Our
compare the
lives of
sample
danger.
that I will compare the sample that the professor gave me to whatever we were looking at when we were going through the mine.
You can see that there is a little bit of coal in the region too, but I mean, it seems like they're kind of near each other. Going through, he doesn't take you super deep into the mine, but he can see it is somewhat a buzz of activity. Nobody seems overly stressed here, other than the fact that they are working in a mine. They're probably paid fairly decently, but obviously it's not ideal conditions. It is cooler. The weather is more controlled underground, but they are. I don't think anyone has any kind of a claustrophobia.
I hope not. If I did, I'm not here.
Do I see anything while we're going through the mine with the monocle?
The aura is a little bit higher down here, but there's no hot spots.
Alright.
Are you doing
Once we're
some
done,
shallows?
I will take his card, thank him.
I think
We'll definitely look at, I'll get back to you in the near future whether I'm going to invest here.
He'd gladly like to hear from you.
And do we have another
He said-
mine that we have to go to?
He believes your investments would be returned in about, what is it, over time as they continue to expand.
Just out of curiosity, for you people who are dealing with all the weird stuff, is silver of any use?
I didn't hear you.
Is silver of any use?
It gets black in there, like
There was something that they did with gold. It held something for people. What was that?
In Swartelheim, they used a type of gold leaf swirl to absorb cachets, kind of like a giant reservoir of quintessence or golden tasks that they use.
Gold and
And
silver.
they were able to readily absorb it, a node, with large quantities of the type of molten gold that didn't seem to cool. The other thing for silver is
Rituals that can
there
be
is certain
used
types of, like,
gold can be
there's certain things that silver can be used in alchemical rituals, alchemy straight up, or even magical rituals. And you do know that Walter Riker had stated, you didn't get the specifics because you didn't inquire, but Walter Riker said that premium was a mix of silver, gold, and quartz dust in kind of a zero-G environment alloy, and that made premium.
So I'm here investing in silver. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Can it hold quintessence?
You know water can hold quintessence. Theoretically, anything of a significance value can hold quintessence.
We could take the silver, take it to the tree, and just leave it there, and it should be able to soak in.
Theoretically, yeah. If you cleared someone with the foliage away, yeah.
You could store your quintessence in silver bars.
The only problem is, like, somebody stole the silver bars, and like, they're after my quintessence. Like, no, they're after the
Yeah.
silver.
You're gonna
They stole your valuables. They got more than they expected. They're just going to sell it on the open market. And you're like, it's more valuable than that.
No, that's where we scry them, and then in the middle of the night, jump them.
Batman style. Where are they?
Like 5 Batman.
No, they steal the silver bars and they're like, oh, look at all these silver bars. Why do they have them all
You
in
could
separate rooms? Let's put
make,
them all in one place. What's that dark thing?
Leave the bottom of the stream with silver bricks, and have your monks out there every day. They move them a little bit further up the stream until they're full, and then they ship them off.
But I could do that with aluminum or clay.
Silver
or
could be
whatever.
used for a lot of.
I guess it could be done with anything. I was just thinking it'd be cool to have silver. But
You are keenly aware that there's resonances to any particular substance, so by whatever he holds it in, it's going to change its... You can ultimately filter it on the end, like you're doing a little bit with that the algae, but if he holds it in silver bars, it will have a different resonance than that of clay or other things. And that resonance can be used and for specific purposes is better than raw quintessence.
so you could make
A
put it
mixture.
in silver bullets, or
Like that. That might be more effective than standard silver against, like, Garu, or creatures vulnerable to silver.
Or what
make
about
even better.
ward jewelry?
Using the quintessence.
there you go, or ward jewelry. There you go. I like that too.
All right, I've talked with my advisors. We definitely like to invest in your silver one.
Do you make raw stock here out of your silver before you ship it?
They have a partnership with a small foundry here, and they reduce the ore into mostly pure chunks, and then later on
75%
reprocess
here?
it. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And then they reprocess it most likely on the west coast, I would say.
Well, I think we could make a processing plant right here.
He says it would be a little bit of an investment, but I mean, they see they're growing in the next decade or so to be able to do something like that.
Give me
Don't
some
have a
numbers.
decade.
Just give me some numbers to build a smelter.
You can give me a finance roll.
I look to my finance later. Remember, I'd have an account
I
here.
got a roll the first stage. I did it by 5.
Is it by 5?
He's planning on ultimately, probably in the next 9 years, building something like that to begin with. Obviously, he needs to talk to some people here. He's not the only one controlling money.
Yep.
But he imagines if somewhere around 400,000 were invested in, they would have...
Can't quite do that. I'd have to actually contact the bank.
you know,
We don't have one of those.
they would have
tablecloths.
close to about a 15% stake. They'd have close to about a 15% stake in this particular operation, and it would expedite getting a refinery up and running within the next year here.
All right. Something to contemplate, Ned. I think it's a great opportunity.
They've already been planning out the region for expanding the mine. It's just they process so much, they make a certain profit, and then they continue to expand. So the only thing right now is just they have low overhead.
Have your owners get hold of me. We'll be up here for the next few days.
Yep.
He's definitely willing to do that.
Yep.
All right. Let's go back to the array and watch the event happen.
Yep. We'll head back to the array.
We're at the array. We hear an explosion from the mines.
Yep. We're for the mine. We hear an explosion from the farm. We're for the farm. We're for the explosion.
Surprisingly, there's a fire at the high school social.
Oh, the dance. That's right. From the ditch.
That's where Freddy Krueger happens, man.
You don't know what's going on. There's fire and debris everywhere, and a girl
Well, then
covered
we're
in pig blood.
experts 'cause we are dreaming. We can
Freddy
fight
Krueger and what's the one who's referring to?
Carrie.
Carrie. Freddy Krueger and Carrie all in one.
Or like
Carrie Krueger.
That night, I'm going to try to learn cast calder.
Okay. You're going to be deep in sleep when this occurs. Later on in the evening, for the most part, a lot of the interns end up having breakfast and even occasionally dinner inside of town. He does have supplies for food out there, but it's kind of like canned goods and other things like that. Most people make the 15 trek and they get in like a large truck and they all kind of carpool into town. So you can do that, or you can eat here.
So that's pretty good steak.
We have the town brought out to us.
There you go.
Hire somebody. Number 2 son
Courier.
goes into town and gets food.
Yeah, number 2 son can do that.
Make sure the steak stays hot.
And this is where takeout occurs. Or delivery.
Chinese takeout.
Chinese delivery. We're not racist. We're just saying.
At this point in time, sometime later in the evening, you would see, I assume you have the radios kind of low at this point, you would see that there is a small red bulb on the top of it that blinks for you that have radios.
Yep. Quick, turn mine up.
You can hear, there's nobody actually talking directly to you over the radio. You hear background noises inside of the warehouse, and it sounds as though, what is it, back at in New York City? And it seems as though Walter Riker is yelling at somebody to turn off like the BC Junction on the 14th. There's other people that are yelling. Now you hear what sounds to be some sort of electrical crackle noise off in the distance. You hear some glass break.
Right. We're going to try to do the fold space thing, and we've got it marked over there.
Yep, you'll have to do that. You don't have it there because the fairy fire effect dissipates after a minute. Just...
You're still going to take me off, away from my warehouse, like maybe 500 meters or whatever it is. But.
Okay, then let's do that. What do I got to do first?
So if you're doing the transpose effect, you need to do fold space.
Okay,
Fold space.
Are you helping or are you doing?
If you're using reciprocals, neither one of you is directly in control. You're pooling it. But the difficulty with reciprocal magic is if both of you give me a different version of what happens, then you're both fighting the effect.
We're doing what we did.
Like we're going to the left, we're going to the right.
We're doing what we did before, then. That's Can put in help?
Yep.
So we're doing
may
fold
not be much
space
help.
first?
Well, unless you fail by a certain amount, you didn't hinder. Let's see what you fail by.
1.
Made it by 9.
You didn't
Number 2
hinder.
sons in Nebraska. He's like, I have
made it by
the
what?
food, it's hot. Where did they go?
You made it by what?
Made it by 9.
Okay. You're familiar with the establishment. You've been going out probably, you said 10 miles, so there's probably like a...
When we go back this time, though, we're going back close to the warehouse. Okay?
That's a little bit more difficult than normal. With a 9, you're able to dial it in. So you have a visible view of the facility. With the fold space thing, you already can see that there are strange lights off. Was it in the facility?
This looks strange.
We need to do something. So.
Okay, then
You
what
continue to
next?
hear over the next would be a.
How urgent?
It's urgent.
Let's just adjust the fold space and take it lower.
No,
And
we're
then
going to
go
do it how we did it last time.
No, let's just do fold space. Let's try it.
What?
He says now.
This is what we're doing now.
Yeah, we're gonna
Sounds
walk
like
through
two
the fold
different ways
space.
to
Well, he failed on his, so.
But this is the fast way to do it, right?
Technically, no. Fold space is the quickest, but you're not actually teleporting there. You're literally streaking across folded space.
You may not want to
So people
do
might.
that.
Theoretically, if a plane is going through that same space at the same point in time to you, but that's astronomically unlikely to
I
occur.
don't know how to do that, so let's just do it this way so we get there in one piece.
We've already done it this way.
So then what's next?
So the fold space is in place, right?
The fold space is in place.
Can I make another roll to make bigger?
You can attempt to do that.
I'm
Well,
telling
he's
you, I'm
done-
going to make the fold space bigger so we can walk through it.
So, fold space doesn't teleport you there, but it would allow you to step through to another region, effectively teleporting. The only difference, there's a difference between the two effects, and I just want to make that
Basically,
aware.
I'll demonstrate fold space. You're taking this point and this point, you're going like that.
Transpose folds two identical sigils to the point where they're the same object, and all that you do is kind of move things around, so you're on the other side of the sigil when you...
Okay, then what do we have to do next then? If we're gonna do
You just
that?
need to hold...
I want to go your way. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, if I haven't made it clear, this is much more dangerous.
All right.
But quicker.
Yep.
You told us to do it this
Yeah,
way.
I'm aware. You opened it up with 2.
did
How
say
large did you
quick.
want to...
Person size, so that we're not going to touch that shit.
Okay.
It's larger than person size.
Yeah.
So some of us are larger persons than others.
So it is the size of a large person, you know that you'd have to jump through because you don't want to touch the edges. Jump!
No, that was a mess.
I thought we were doing this the safe way.
Now I'm back.
Safe way.
He's going to be the same.
I jumped through.
At this point in time, you guys hear what sounds to be like some sort of metal object impaling another object, and then sparks,
Alright,
and
then
then
we'll just do it his way then.
you need a dex roll or an acrobatics at a +4.
Doom.
But it pays bills.
So I'll take all the bonuses I can.
Acrobatics for a
I
+4.
hear it's a dex roll.
It's actually, there's the nail below the spot you stepped out on. I just wanted you to dodge it.
Number 2 son makes it no problem. He makes it by 3. I have a 9 dex.
Made by 6.
I didn't tell you to do this. Give me a roll, man.
I hear you. Hold on, let me check something.
Made by 6.
I'm good.
By 5.
No,
Okay.
dice, you're not.
What was your roll? Are you going through this way or no?
I'm asleep.
Oh yeah, you're fucking asleep. You guys would yell. It looks like his character is. He's in some sort of dreaming state. He's able to accelerate learn like that, but unless like a fire breaks out, you're not waking him up.
Alright, I failed all 3.
Yeah, but what was your most failure, or least failure?
By 3.
That's what they're doing.
Most people run away from explosions. C runs towards them.
When it comes to her husband,
I think he's
I'm
one of
in
the
New
people that
Jersey.
could
Your
save
best
us
was
if,
missed
like,
by
Earth got screwed.
Adrian.
Guts in
That's
New
why we
Jersey,
were-
and everything in between is filet mignon.
Oh well.
If we can save his brain, we
All
can
of you
put
guys
him
would
in
arrive on the
a-
far end. You had a pain in your lower right foot. Everyone seems to be there.
What does it look like now?
Do I see
You're not
another
aware
right
of the
foot?
pain.
Okay.
Looking at your lower foot, they're near just below the knuckles of where your foot would normally be. It seems as though there's like wind burns. Your foot is actually smoking on fire, as though it's been dragged for like 3,000 miles in wind.
Spicy.
So your relative perception was, ow, my foot! I don't feel good. Oh my god, my foot's... I'm in shock. I'm in shock. But it looks as though your foot just... like, what the hell is it? What's that one movie called? The Ben Affleck asteroid movie? Armageddon? Looks like your foot just Armageddon through the atmosphere. So you travel through folded space while your foot literally just traversed about
you guys
3,000
start
kilometers
running
per
towards the
second.
thing, I'll
You're
help
pretty
you.
sure that your lower foot made a sonic boom somewhere in Nevada.
Oh my god.
Alright.
There might be somebody looking up like, what the hell is
I'll do
that?
blessings of Bass. Oops. Oh, where did it go?
underneath.
So you're gonna need to do soles in your shoes.
You've lost 4 points of HP. Your foot is bleeding right now. You are at a shock
These guys
penalty.
can run up there. I'll do blessings of Bass on his
Can I
Okay.
do an opposite
With
thing?
Blessings of Bast, you know you can heal up the wound, but there's missing digits here.
We can do that later.
Wait, like under the ankle?
No, what is it? So he has the toe. Was it? It's just on the inside of the knuckle. So he's missing the toes.
So it was like he was tiptoeing when he went through.
Yep, it's like his back right foot kind of pushed off, and he
Made it
went
by
through the
5.
portal, and then.
Fred Flintstone that shit.
I made it by 5.
All right, you can definitely stop the bleeding. You can heal the wound over. It's just now he's got one club foot on one side.
If he
Fix
needs
stuff like
my
this all the time
assistance,
as
I'll
I'm
help
running
him.
away. I tell you, don't worry.
We can regrow it.
We can make it better than before.
Probably check out what's going on.
I'm running to the sound of
Makes you feel better. You probably have the fastest run speed on Earth.
for a moment.
So, can I make an observation roll to see what is going on before running at it?
It seems like there is some. It looks like a transformer blew out on the facility. It looks like the lights are still running. It's just there seems to be the main warehouse structure seems to be like suffering some power failures.
I'm heading in to help with hypertech problems.
You guys can hear as you're starting to run in now on your radios. There's some calming down. Walter Riker is asking people if they're okay. He's checking people. At one point in time, he asks like a Susan, one of the researchers here, snap out of it. Are you all right? Are you all right?
Snap out of it. Put your bra back
He was
on.
yellow. He was yellow.
You guys ultimately make it back to the lab. you can see as though somebody took one of the main consoles leading up to, what is it? This console would have been used for when you were searching for Walter Riker. So you're going to build the equipment here. It looks like somebody took a fire axe to it. And it looks like somebody cut the lines. Well, you're not sure if a saboteur. It looks very deliberate. Nobody's tried to hide it here. But maybe.
Something happened. It contacted the relay.
It's a good thing that place wasn't up where we were at.
I don't know about that maintenance that you paid for.
Go in, examine the console, start asking questions.
Walter Riker said that he was investigating the information you gave him prior. They had earmarked your EMS device as detecting strange oddities on the other side of the Oort cloud. After you had told them about something happening in the same time period, he was able to detect what appeared to be radio emissions coming from what you'd say is a Pluto-sized object on the opposite side of the Oort cloud. When he had tried to use the EMS detector to get a more clear view, apparently they were getting some sort of radio signal. And he continued to observe the object, and he says it does look like the Pluto-sized object will, within the next 3 months, move through the Oort cloud into system. He says it looks to be fairly hot. He said he would equate it to a very cold dwarf star. And he'll say, yeah, Pluto-sized object, it has a high gravity around it. But there was radio emissions coming from it, and it was static from what he understood. However, apparently there was something in the radio static, and people on base started to slowly act strangely. Some of them started crying, others started to get a little bit forensics, other people became giddy with laughter. He says it's lucky that a lot of people here have strong will powers, otherwise they might have gone really loopy. Once he had realized what happened, Dr. Melcott had temporarily shut down the relay, and he had remotely destroyed the EMS detector in the Oort cloud. Walter Riker, at the same point in time, prior to that happening, destroyed the console that was receiving and had recorded the radio message. They do have a physical paper that has what the recording, the static supposedly, and if somebody were to go with a magnifying glass, they might be able to find a hidden encrypted signal there. But they destroyed the physical copy. They don't know what it was. He assumed it was static, but he got a feeling that that's what was happening. He says it's lucky you looked into this, because if the other radio telescope was pointed to that, they would have received this message probably over several days. And he says he can't elaborate to what would happen just if this remote installation just started going insane.
Is there a cardboard cutout of Hunter still asleep because detect
Zack
he is in a sleep of ages, which a sleep of ages he could literally be started on fire. He will not wake up.
Alright,
so
Otherwise, he gets into contact with Dr. Melcott. They restart the array. The field's up and running now again.
It's a dwarf star? What if it's a space station?
He says it was a bit smaller than Pluto. If it is a space station, he doesn't know what to do about it at this moment. He still has to go over the data.
As Akbar once said, there's a prop.
Hey, that's
can we
pretty
make a
common.
mythos roll or something? Do we know how big Mego starships are?
You can give me a mythos roll.
Mythos roll.
Ethos roll?
You have that at like a million, right?
17.
Okay.
I can't help it if you mere mortals don't make it by 10 like I do. That's what happens when you get a huge lump of experience tossed at you and you don't want to take the time to spend it.
10, 3. All of you know that there are ancient Persian documents that reference Mego vessels, and there are gigantic, supposedly hive Mego vessels, but not necessarily the size of Pluto. I mean, their largest hive vessels are probably about a third of the size of the Moon. And Pluto's probably in that size category, but it's unlikely. A Mego hive ship could get pretty big, that's probably not it.
Did we ever hear anything about there being like a Mythos-type star?
With tens, there is an old Nordic tale about the, what the hell is it? I'll check my notes. Okay, yeah, I remember. there's another Nordic tale, and translated it is a story about the Nemesis star. Supposedly, sometimes it comes back and it aligns with certain cataclysms on the planet. And they wouldn't say the planet, but the world, the cycles of the world, and it ends certain cycles.
Okay, there you go. Now we need to go to space.
Hey, so you know those nukes you built before?
Yeah, they blow up a little area, a couple...
What about a space laser? Do you have
So
a
what if
space
you put
laser?
a bunch of them together and launched them in a rocket at this thing?
Well, they
No.
get there in about 1,000 years.
They get it sooner.
None of the stories talk about it like destroying the system, but always there's like a mass extinction or something that happens around the same time period.
It's a harbinger of doom.
All right.
Yep. I'll just look at you. Yep.
We need to have that paper. We need to figure it out without going insane.
He says he had the paper here. I think Walter Riker thinks that you have to be able to hear it. He says that's where people in other parts of the lab started to freak out as well, and they only heard it.
You might want to go to someone at the Chantry who can, like, isolate that shit in case it's madness. Isolate that stuff.
I take pictures of the paper
Yep.
to make sure we have a backup copy.
Okay. You can give me a photography
You want to help me out, Doc? Professor?
or a perception roll.
I've got photography. Photography.
And you can take a picture. This is like, you're getting the correct lens, you're zooming on an area, yada, yada, yada.
By 6.
Yep. You make fairly well documented. If somebody doesn't lose the original, this should be sufficient.
What do I put this on my paper?
The signal from the Oort cloud.
How do you spell the
O-E-R-T.
Good, because I was here, Orc Cloud, Orc Cloud.
cloud? It's like ORC. Like maybe some one badass cloud.
Okay. Should we go back to the other area, or should we call it good? Number 2 son. Oh, he's here.
I think we ought to go back,
Number 2 son
Finish
we
up my-
left and Jeff we left.
just to make sure.
Jeff, we left behind too, yeah. And your foot. How do we get the foot fixed? Chantry? Can we fix it?
Bindings of bast would healed over the wound, but they don't regrow. They don't regrow digits. Like if you lose an arm or something.
He has wax stuff, doesn't he? That may
There are wax prostheses that
Used them all.
Little Chinatown. You're aware of Mr. Soon knows a man who can make clay prostheses. The Chantry can provide mystical kind of wooden prostheses that look normal as well. You're aware that the creature from the sea that Jeb originally contacted is able to create new tissue.
You could also get
And
like
there
a
is
diabetes.
there is the individual, I suppose you would contact him about the alchemy thing, Dr. Varus out of Chicago, who is able to rebuild certain types of regenerative tissue, but he was associated with a member of the Cult of the Skulls.
That's who you want.
Or I could just be missing a few toes.
You can still walk around, it's just there might be a penalty to certain like acrobatics even if you have it.
Can he get a
Skills you don't have.
Can he get an orthopedic shoe? Because he has
He can get either
phantom
orthopedic.
toes still, but if he gets an orthopedic shoe, he can correct it.
There you go, orthopedic shoe.
One with a steel toe, so he really kicks some ass.
He keeps his dagger in that front compartment.
Yeah, good job. Yeah.
An extra wad of $1,000 bills.
I use $1,000 bills to pad my toes.
All right.
Otherwise, Gabriel Bruce last time was hard to contact, wasn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
But B's white dude was going to find her that she had talked to at her lab.
Alright.
Yep, she had already contacted Dr. Bruce.
From now on, we travel the safe way.
It was fast, fairness.
Did his foot burn up in orbit, or did it like kick someone's ass?
You would have to do some investigation to what was the ultimate fate of his toes.
The one in Blade.
I don't want to know.
What if your toes become a crime fighter? I've learned about it a couple times.
No. There was an actual like dark cult performing a ritual, and the toe landed, and they're like, we must animate.
The pain was relatively minor. I mean, it happened so quickly for you. You jumped through, and you're like, what's happened?
Let's get back to Nebraska. Make sure that everything's okay. Make sure that some student
Walter
back.
Riker.
Oh, let's do it.
I just need to go back.
Walter Riker will tell you that only a very high-end piece of hypertech radio equipment would be able to detect it that far out. But he says based on how fastly he was moving, in another 6 months, normal radio equipment will start to pick up that message.
You better warn them.
Like a radio on a counter will pick it up?
No, he's talking about like some of the major news networks, other things like that. They'll probably start getting a signal.
This is CBS News. You need to all hear this.
So, large radio towers like the Eiffel Tower might pick it up pretty...
Alright, we've got to let the Department of Water Reclamation know.
So how much longer is Hunter under?
I think 2 more days at least.
We go back and get Jeb, old school style. Can we just reduce it in mundane situations to a dice roll?
The Sleep of Ages they're talking about, or what?
No, I'm talking about getting back to Nebraska to get Jeb.
Unfortunately, when you're using those mystical means, you always have to make the roll because one of them could kill you. If you guys take a car, it's unlikely that you're going to die unless some sort of outside circumstances. When you're transporting through space and time using magic, I would say, however, that while the facilities to set up are far more complicated, it actually might be safer to use the relay.
Hold space
Because
roll,
at least you
Professor.
have trained technicians with a checklist,
We'll
and they're
do the
making the
fairy
rolls.
fire way, okay?
And a critical failure there might mean that they need to slap on a breaker or shut down
You
those.
could make like a vehicle that you just turn on the starter, and then it warps us places. You feed in.
Alright, we're going to try the transporter.
Going TARDIS on this one.
I want to play. I want to get around.
Tell them where
That
I
would
need
be
to go.
convenient.
Yep.
But I
The
do want
process isn't instantaneous. It seems like he pulls coordinates. He takes about 15 minutes. He's double checking everything with Jason Eichholt.
You guys go to where the backpack is, right?
He says that in the field, he can't detect where you are unless you're wearing that backpack. He can dial in a location relative to here based on U.S. geological maps.
So we can
He
go
knows,
from here
he knows the
anywhere.
elevation. Yeah. It's just once you're out, if you tell me that you're if you're in Kansas in a field, he's like, well, give me a couple of weeks. I'll try to
With the
dial
backpack,
in.
he can dial us in.
Yeah, you're going to
Give
be
it
the
15,
dial.
20 minutes or something.
It could happen quicker, but it's not nearly as quick as the teleport.
Alright, we've got a mundane means.
Let's
It
use
takes
the
15
mundane.
Yeah,
minutes.
you're right, mundane. Right, yeah.
Yup, mundane. he's getting the. Do you know what the hell is that device called? That essentially just it's something.
Jacob's
Jacob's ladder. Thank you. There's a Jacob ladder kind of humming in the background. You're like totally mundane.
Keep your arms in the thing in all times.
I think we
We'll
should.
get your foot there.
How about we practice our reciprocal magic?
Walter Riker says that he thinks he can build a safety
What?
frame on this side in the future, so you don't have any issues touching the gate here.
No,
It's just the ones in the field are always going to be a little bit tricky.
we're gonna go through the relay.
And when they all die, how are we going to save the day?
He wants to practice our reciprocal transpose magic while we're in this relay.
No.
I kind of
We
fancy
go out, then we
technology.
teleport, like before.
Well, in fairness, when you look over at Jason Eichholt, Walter Riker, they're going through checklists, they're checking gauges, and these guys are like, "Move off!
That's perfectly safe. Trust us.
Want to see him?
I look down at my foot.
Yeah, I like that checklist thing. They look very methodical.
Wait until Hunter gets back. He's going to be like, no, not having it. Let's go. Bam.
Yeah, his whole being was being burnt away.
He's asleep.
We leave them that way for eternity.
So he'll ask pertinent questions about where you want to come in, his maps currently of the geography, like where he wanted to.
Telescope.
Near the telescope in the field.
Yeah.
Okay. He'll end up opening up the gate. It looks like he adjusts. Once it's open, there's kind of a rush of air. He spends probably about 2 minutes adjusting it perpendicular to the ground perfectly, and then it's fairly safe to step through. He'll put up a metal ramp for you to walk through.
Just a question.
I like it already.
Does this go both ways? Like, if you're there, you can come through here.
He said if somebody was on the other side of the shotgun, it's bi-directional.
So if you suddenly appear one of these...
So he says in the future, he'd most likely set up a safety cage in a safe room, probably underground.
I like it. But for now, we can walk through the ramp.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
And then the SG-1 program began.
Yep.
Otherwise, you get through. It seems like Jason Eiholt gets like a 5-foot grasper pole and grabs the edge of the ramp and pulls it through. They check for a moment, and then the aperture closes. They give you a thumbs up. And
Walk up, find Jeb.
I
Still
like
asleep.
that. Feel much safer.
It just took 20 minutes.
That's
got
fine.
20 minutes.
I didn't leave any toes behind.
Hey, the normal way you wouldn't leave toes behind. Someone wanted the fast way. We went with the fast way. Then he didn't want the fast way.
in Walter Recker's defense, probably at least 10 minutes of that was dialing in the location. If you had a predefined list, it might be quicker.
Right.
As in, this is your safety point here and here.
And if there's a Steely Stone, ours is even quicker.
Yup, if you have a Steely Stone, that is very quick.
Yep.
That's
Unless there's a trap set on it.
Yeah. It's very quick to that.
All right. With Amigo Star 69, yeah.
We find Jeb. We hang out for another day or two.
Don't say another day or I'll be sleeping again.
Should we
I'll go right back to sleep.
Another day.
should we warn this one guy about what could happen? Is there any way he could?
We have to contact the Water Reclamation Department. We can give them a heads up. Basically, we let them know that. We let them know that there was a signal. Our relay via the org code picked it up, and it caused psychosis amongst the scientists that were listening.
He will believe what you have to say. He suggests that he can't shut down the facility, but he can point it in the opposite direction of that area of space.
Yep.
So he can start on the opposite side of the solar system and keep pointing in that direction.
Okay. Let them know that in about 6 months it's going to be observable by normal radio means on Earth, as far as like large broadcast towers, the Eiffel Tower, that type of thing. So it's going to be a problem. But we're going to contact the government.
It doesn't seem like he fully grasps the concept of what you're saying, other than he does ask, so how are you guys going to deal with that?
We contact the government.
Right.
The Bureau.
Thank you for your cooperation.
All right.
He says he'll put the maintenance fund to good use.
All right. Have them dial open the gate. Same deal. Wait until nighttime.
You radio them. It only takes them about 10 minutes to do it again.
Okay.
So basically, my character will go through the business, deal with the silver mine.
Got a day, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, day. We were here, you said, another day.
Yep.
So go through with the business deal. My character invests $500,000 to make sure the construction begins very quickly.
Okay. I'll send you some information, or I suppose I can hold some information for myself, because depending on when you get here again, next session. I'll kind of NPC it with Steve, so.
Yep, NPC it with Steve.
And we'll contact the Bureau of Water Reclamation, let them know what they got coming.
All right. You did have a contact at Darius North. He was somebody that you're working with.
Yep.
You do technically have, Chris has a bunch of more contacts, but you know Darius North, he worked on the heavy particle buttresses inside of New York.
Yep.
Once you fully describe the situation, he seems a bit worried about that. He says that he'll look into some way of filtering it from some of the major towers. He says that he needs a copy of all that photographs and other things like that because he can't shut down the radios for the next year or something.
The madness by distributing. You need someone to watch these copies.
He says they'll take proper precautions. The only thing you think of is filtering it so the mass public doesn't get access to it.
Yep.
Maybe they can make some sort of what the hell is it? Static generator or something to knock out some of the radio emissions, but he doesn't have any control over the contested areas in China and some other countries right now, so he just gives you a general warning that he imagines things are just going to continue to get worse in the days to come.
Are there people that we can contact in those areas? Like,
They have contacts in Australia and Europe and...
but I think China's dealing with the madness anyways. So
Yeah.
It's anarchy.
They have contacts in, what the hell is it? They have contacts in North America, Europe, Britain, and Australia. They can contact other governments, but I'm not sure what they would be able to deploy.
Sure. Russia and Japan and all them have something too. Some equivalent.
They're not as on friendly terms about their level of technologies, but they assume that they have at least a culpable program in effect.
can we find out who bought Madame Petrov's place? Because I know that I couldn't afford it at the time.
You could do some research into that.
Okay. Is it even worth continuing to try to find the black cults and
You've heard words about one of the individuals supposedly was part of some sort of a rejuvenation center and kind of a whole wellness in Norway. There's also been tales of what appear to be Gravenhurst zombies in China. You had also heard, was it rumors about somebody in Haiti, but you've actually gone there and dealt with the individual. Otherwise, the other member, Dr. Bruce, so you only have those leads in Norway and China. It's up to you if you want to decide to do it.
China's too scary right now.
Oh yeah, China's pretty there's a Chinese civil war, there's armored up undead that have been around. Apparently some sort of 13th century emperor of China is back and kicking around, kind of like Big Trouble in Little China. And there's a madness storm on the horizon. So yeah, all kinds of fun over there.
Yeah, so if he's hiding out over there, good luck to him.
Alright. What do you gentlemen think? I finished up my business.
What time is it?
9:16.
How late do you guys want to go?
It's up to you guys.
Later. I haven't done anything.
It's true, he hasn't done anything. What do you want to do then? Talk to us.
We could.
I wanted to examine the Yith sites.
Let's examine the Yith site then.
No, I lied. Did we really do anything then, or was that just you again? That was just you.
We could.
It seems to be a lot of hypertech rolls there. You were possessed, so you got a lot of activity.
We could go to Norway and look up our Gravenhurst scenario. We may find things there that can rejuvenate.
How about we just take some downtime to get ready for the
Chen's
front?
foot, too.
If that's what you want to do,
I mean,
we rolled some dice, we had some fun.
Yep.
I'll teach you hypertech.
Don't think Jeb really did anything either, so.
What did
Oh yeah, you were spending skill points this whole time.
No, I only spent 3 skill points today.
How do you describe what's going on? Gastronaut or whatever it's called?
Gas Calder.
So it was you've never found an information for Gerald Arega, and Zack Mordu is supposedly that Doctor of Wholeness in Norway.
I was going to say, we do have a Norwegian threat coming.
We also got the Hawaiian cholera outbreak.
Yep, there's
go to
cholera.
Hawaii.
Can't go there anymore. There's
go to
coastal
Hawaii.
guards, just keeping it all secure over
Do you
there.
say that there's Nordic legend of that thing?
Of a Nemesis star?
We find that in Norway.
And we got something in Norway.
Or other locations.
Hold on. Did anybody call Water Land Reclamation to see what the cholera outbreak is?
No, I didn't ask what the call
Because there was cholera
All right.
Why don't you call him back and then...
What is that, guys? Wait, there's no gun.
I know that.
No, that's us talking to them.
Talk to my same contact, and I'll say, what's going on in Hawaii? Do you need specialists there?
No, it's really, it's cholera.
He says that for the most part, VIPs have been removed from the area, but it seems as though a Blue Hades city has emerged from the ocean, and while they haven't attacked U.S. soil as of yet, they've really made their presence known, and they're not letting anyone else head over to Hawaii.
By normal
Want to
means.
blow up the Blue Hades city?
No, we don't want to instigate a war. That's
He will describe what, similar to kind of the Second World War, America doesn't necessarily want to get into the Blue Hades War, but they are fully supporting with supplies Britain until such time as somebody attacks Hawaii or bombs Pearl Harbor, and then it's all in, motherfuckers. It's all in.
chips are on the table.
You know.
Blue Hades and Britain are at war.
You've heard stories over shortwave radio. Supposedly there are people from the sea attacking Great Britain. What is it? King Henry V had done a talk to the people, and it's a little bit hearsay, but any kind of digging, it seems as though the royal government has officially proclaimed Britain at war against the inner sea, and they're in an alliance with France now. And it seems as though they have actively flying a British navy, but the ships are actually contragravity and they're flying. So you don't know how they're up there. But apparently they're full. There's no secret government agency anymore. There's just Britain and the people that want to wipe Britain off the map. So it is full on shit happening over there. There's no kind of secrecy regarding hypertech, and there's a lot of cities that have disappeared. And as I said before, there's a lot of no-fly zones for any order people right now, and the list includes Dover, Ipswich, Stonehaven, Lowestoft, and
People have
Grimsby.
already been changing their tune.
That's the one we were at.
You were at actually. The PCs were back at Stonehaven at one point in time, and you were aware that there were references. Captain Comics will tell you that there was supposedly a deep one city near that town. You guys never saw it, but apparently something's happened there recently.
Is there any scary stuff happening in Norway?
Not that you've seen.
Well, you mentioned Norway.
Norwegian. There was Nordic legend about the Nemesis Star, and when she was talking about the cult of the skulls, there is a member that supposedly was operating as Zack Mordu. Supposedly he was operating a rejuvenation and health clinic somewhere in Norway.
If we stop him, then we get his shit. If he's turned, then we make a contact.
Really? That's your thinking?
In fairness, you guys have made a fair amount of profit from stealing other people's shit.
But
But
Gabriel Varus is
I keep
our
hearing this.
friend.
I've never profited. I've got 4 blocks of wax.
didn't you get a what is it? Some of the alchemy books to begin with, and then the 4 blocks of wax, which gave you
4 blocks of wax.
and ideas,
You know
lots of
what I got
ideas.
from that? I got 0. I got to see a guy start on fire. That's
Yep,
pretty cool.
that was awesome. Ben's like, I'm gonna light these wax people on fire, and then a wax version of Genghis Khan attacked the PCs on fire. Like the wax is burning me. Ah.
Awesome.
That totally rocks.
We could have a health spa in Norway.
While they're deciding what to do, I'm gonna pack up 3 of my quintessence blocks, go to the chantry, and once I get there, I'm gonna be like, 3 quintessence blocks. Whoever can show me the sigil for gravity
I
ripple.
wanted to get a set of half giant dice.
They would offer you a deal. I mean, they're not going to take your quintessence. They would mark you
They've
down.
been stonewalling me on this one forever. Quintessence, a day. I want to learn it in a day. Quintessence is yours.
3, they'll try to arrange something. They could get you in if you're going to donate 3 to the cause. They'll try to work you in for late today. You'll lose a little bit of sleep, but you should know something by noon tomorrow.
I feel like since I already know the gesture, I should be able to pick up the sigil.
Not once you do it.
The basic premises are similar.
Real flames.
For 1 point, you can pick up a technique where you'll essentially have the 2 spells and they're always at the same level.
Yeah, no, I'm breaking the watch.
For a technique of 1 point, so you can just write it down as a 1 point thing right next to the skill. You can have both of the versions of the spell and they're always at the same level.
There's no good guys.
So technically, it's a cross-training perk.
I vote for Norway. It sounds like
So there's certain cross-trainings, like say gun and pistol, and you can buy off the default between them. And then the skills are always linked. So if you're cross-trained to shotguns, if your guns goes up, then your shotgun goes up, and vice versa. There's a perk called cross-training.
Take it for a brick by brick.
You don't have to buy the other skill. You just put a perk down that says cross-training for your thing, and then that counts as both versions. So when I want to roll on either one, just make the roll on that one. So if you increase that skill, it will increase.
Found out that he was reformed from them because at first their goals aligned, and then they started branching off. He's like, no, I don't want any part. So the next guy on the list is Zack Mordu. Because we're trying to eventually get to.
There's story arcs out there. Whoever you guys want to follow, you got a whole bunch of them.
Yep, we've never tied one up in our lives. So I don't think we've done more than 3 adventures.
What are you talking about, Smallwood?
What's wrong?
Smallwood.
Yep. Supposedly there was a powerful node in the basement of that place.
We dig deep.
Premium dripped off the walls.
There's a hole to infinity below the house. We dig until we find it.
So next day, what are we doing?
Yep.
Norway.
Norway? Norway. Okay, full space to Norway.
Is this your new and improved way of doing things?
We take too long to
When
decide.
Hunter's not here, Martin is.
I have my husband dial in Norway. We'll meet you there.
You can roughly, you can slowly change your view. You're not sure where in Norway.
I know where we're going.
He can look at a map on the globe and he's like, this looks like Norway in the middle.
Snowbank.
He's going to go in the middle of Norway.
You know what?
Using fold space, he can slowly change it and he can find a road, but yeah, it is a folded space.
My husband's team dial it in.
Yep, I know where the spa is.
Yeah, it's really helpful. Because unfortunately, he's like, I look at the land. That looks about right. So he's like, that looks like Florida, right? Yeah, there we go.
Do we need our parkas for this time of year in Norway?
Full space has served its purpose.
Potentially, it might be a bit chilly.
Can put it on?
Let the full space collapse. It served its purpose of let's get us there.
Liners and our dusters.
Good question. Would deflect harm protect from cold?
Protect from a physical object, but no, not the heat associated with it.
Yeah.
Walter Riker can set you probably about 25 miles out of Oslo, the capital of Norway. From there, he doesn't, unless you know a specific location.
I'll ask him since he's a smart man. What's the temperature right now in Oslo?
You heard rumors about it being near Oslo, but you don't know where it is specifically.
What lead are we following up on?
What's that?
What lead are we following up on?
This is a fairly old lead, but
Rejuvenation and health spa.
We've run into this guy before. He went under the name Gravenhurst. He wasn't so good. He had zombies.
Oh, so that's who's
actually, you have photographed with memory, so you remember the original list. Or actually, you weren't there with that one, are you?
Yep, she
You was
was.
it later on? From the notes they had, the people in the list, there was a Dr. Gravenhurst and a Zack Mordu. So this is supposedly another individual, but he's in the same group as Varus and Dr. Legendre.
She memorized the list, and then Hunter grabbed the list and teleported it, so she helped us remake lists for everyone.
Alright. We dialed in. We do find out the mean temperature is going to be here, and we dress appropriately.
Yeah.
If
You
the
get a
temperature's
new
gonna
shoe.
be freezing, I'll switch into the Snake Man jumpsuit.
You get a new shoe.
I get a new shoe. I stuffed the toes with $1,000 bills.
Waiting for them
All right.
to be like, all right, and for Theros,
We
you guys get
go through the
special
game?
lightning bolts, and all the flavors like, no, seriously, what's the
I'm gonna
spoiler?
take
It's like,
2 extra
no, it's
of my
specialized lightning
contestants
bolt. Like,
block
nah, what is
it.
it? Specialized lightning
It's
bolt.
near a service road. He spent some time looking around. He doesn't see anything for about a mile off in the distance, so...
We're capable.
We
Walk the
lost.
service road.
He'll say, he'll tell you in the future they'll also get like a ramp and then with a safety group, but yeah.
Wheels, motorcycles.
He says that the amount of power that you currently have running, it wouldn't be difficult to drive a car through a structured gate.
There you go.
You can't get it back.
All right.
He says if the aperture's large enough, it most likely would blow out the tires going through.
I always have 4 tires on the road.
I wonder what it's like to have your tires blown out.
Kind of like feet.
All right.
You have to get up to 88 miles an hour over that ramp, I say.
Otherwise, assuming you guys go to sleep today.
Yep.
I'll go into a heavy sleep.
Okay. You know if you're going to be training, you're probably going to be out until about noon.
Let you know, I'll be out till noon.
We won't go till noon then.
All right.
Give you time to eat a morning meal.
What about him?
What's the time going to be open Norway?
He meant we're not leaving till 2.
All right.
I'll eat when we get to
There,
Norway.
6 hours.
As soon as we arrive.
It'd be night by the time you leave there at noon.
Pickled herring
Can you
and lutefisk.
imagine taking extra time to eat? It's horrible. It's like I've wasted my life eating.
Could we contact a place in Oslo?
Yeah, I wonder about that.
To set up an
Like if
inn,
you were to
like,
take so much time to pour a ton of
can.
ketchup.
So that I don't know where
No.
we'll be teleported.
I knew somebody who had
He'll give you
hour and a
directions
half
about
of
where it
me.
is.
Then let's contact ahead of time so we can get a place to stay.
So, when you guys head out at noon, it's going to be around 6:30 in Oslo. The professor had contacted and had it reworked. We're going to have an in-room during the night.
Okay.
You guys aren't going to be super tired, but
Norwegian, English, Norwegian dictionaries.
okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know Jay
That
Fogg.
is the inn. The inn is clean.
Walter Riker says if you keep the radio open, the Numenectric Society's HQ is based in Norway, so you'll have contacts there. In addition, he does know Norwegian.
Oh, awesome.
Berliner.
He says he might not be able to add the subtlety to your diplomacy and fast talks, but he can do basic translations.
Can I put it behind the Chinaman's head?
And then by
That
his
would
body
be a
language.
big roll, wouldn't it?
You keep your hand over your
No,
mouth.
no.
He's an exceptionally large fedora. He always keeps it
Hold
down.
on, let me put it up in
The
my
shadow.
voice box.
In his scarf.
That's my voice. You got problems.
I don't even think they had those devices at that point in time.
No.
My God, he's a robot!
Do they have half the
They're
devices we
invading.
have? To be fair.
The standard, was it, in the timeline here, communications and power is a little bit higher. So there might be a few people that have something like that. But generally speaking, the standard the standard population doesn't have access to the kind
Yeah,
of
of
shit
course,
we
I'm filthy rich. I think we filthy rich people do.
All right. We go to the inn.
All right.
So did we actually teleport a car this time?
No, we're going to do it next time. We're preparing ramps for it.
I heard you have to get up to 100 to go
No,
through.
88.
That's through time.
Okay.
It's 45 for other dimensions, and it's 5 mile hour for teleportation.
Wait, wasn't it you got to get to 88 and slam it in neutral right before you go through?
Nope.
All right, so you guys arrive at our inn.
Yep.
It's fairly upstanding. Nobody seems to question too much. Oslo is a very large town.
Yeah.
Very cosmopolitan. Everybody's blonde hair and blue eyes.
There's a lot of people there's people from France, from Germany, from Poland, yada yada. You're not terribly that unusual.
We go to one of the local
I'm
restaurants.
sure about that.
We check into our inn room. Good kitty.
I would say that's not as unusual as some of like French, some French-eccentric. It's probably not the first time they saw a cat
They're
before.
very dog friendly. They have dog hotels and everything. So
No, but I'm saying in Norway, I mean,
Because cats are so rampant in Norway.
I would almost say that your cat papoose might be French, like you imported that.
Why am I the weirdo?
No, what
weirdest.
he pointed out the group, and that's the only thing terribly
We
weird
got
about
two
this.
cats, man. 2 cats.
Yeah, one of them walks, and one of them is
walks
El Salvo Grande.
Hey, if I could rig that up to number 2 Sunday could carry me, I'd totally go for it.
You could hook that up.
So you're saying you actually want to lose both feet?
He can give you a piggyback ride.
Would slow eating also mean for soups?
Yes, it applies to all eating. Essentially, you lose 4 hours a day on extra projects.
Could he take a sack of
got
soup
3
and
for
keep
each.
sipping
Oh
it?
my God!
Horrible We
soup.
are losing 3 hours because it normally takes people half an hour.
Okay. The book says 4.5 hours, so I'm going for 4.5 hours.
Really?
Yep, the book says
You said
4.5.
it takes 4 times longer.
And it says, on average, you lose 4.5 hours. Look, I didn't make you buy the damn Dissad. That's what it says in the book. 4.5 hours.
Can I
reference
ask,
it with you.
can I really ask about this boss since people would
You can give me some carousing.
I don't have carousing. I'm socially awkward.
It's so sad for you.
Do you know, was it, do you
Maybe
speak
if you didn't have that cat, you might
any
have a
languages?
Hard to make friends, isn't it?
Yeah. You're not good at carousing, you don't speak local languages.
Yeah, I have English, Latin, deep one.
English, Latin, deep one. Yeah, that's a good one for
There
Europe.
you go.
Oh,
Go pick up
dude,
that
like-
chick with deep one.
Yep, we're going to go in London right now and be like, I can speak fluent deep one.
The one deep one's like, oh, he's on a wait. Well, I'll have to wait until someone who can.
Slow eater. Okay, about 4.5 hours per day.
4.5 hours per
It's
day.
actually saying there it takes 4 times longer.
155.
Can I read
Each
it?
meal takes about 2 hours, as opposed to about half hour for most humans. This reduces time available
Their
for
addiction
studying long
sucks.
tasks.
It doesn't make sense.
travel on-
You bought the
4.5
Dissad.
hours
2 plus
per
2
day.
is 4.5.
Some people eat 3 or 4 times a day. It says on average 4.5 hours. If you would like to pick up a new Dissad, you can. But for 10 points, that seems legitimate. 10 points is also like a phobia of the dark.
Could they bring like a sack of
I didn't
soup?
pay for that though.
No.
Oh yeah.
You have to get your.
I think
If you got the nightmare,
traded for phobia
that's
of
for free.
cats.
That phobia is pretty much almost completely gone. You do still have nightmares, but you need to balance your Dissad, so that's a 0-point feature,
What is
and
that
then you can
something
get it off. Otherwise,
I got one.
No, you
Could
have
they
5?
take a sack of
No, now I
soup
got
with
3.
them? And like
They only had
sip it
2.
from a straw?
You can drive around and I can still drink it and eat it, but I just can't do anything else.
yeah, that's the
Found it
thing.
earlier.
I just bought sat here a little while ago.
You can't bypass the Dissad. It's just 4 hours a day at some point in time. When you guys are researching, he's eating a sandwich or something like that. He still has the rest of his day to do stuff. It's just if you're like, I train for 8 hours and then I do this. I'm like, well, with the shower, and otherwise you don't
I'll
get
go.
to it.
I'll go to.
Speak Norwegian.
Get back home.
I could, though. I got points. I can't spend the whole session.
So I didn't get those 2 points for those 2 spells that I did, right? Gas Calder and Spirit Force.
Each one of those would have took a day.
I got both of them.
So it's not like they're horribly expensive.
When did you start doing that? I think you started doing that the other day. Only a day
There's
passed.
3.
I was sleeping when number 1 when they went over to Riker,
For 3.
and then when we left out to Norway. So it would be 2 days.
Okay. Yep.
Just want to make sure.
So, how is Riker going to help us with the radio thing?
If you keep the radio on and somebody has it like fairly quiet, you can be like, he can tell you. It's just somebody in the group will have to have it near their
I
ear.
do it. It's my husband, of course. I'm
I wanted to ask around at this hotel if they know where that spa is, since they have tourists that may go there.
Do you have linguistics?
I do.
Then since you're listening, it might be better if you ask.
I'll start asking around.
They speak, the staff speaks English, but when you ask
I have
around about,
linguistics too, but probably not at the higher level.
the staff will speak English.
13.
Like I said, the staff will speak English. It's just when you start asking like the people in the bar downstairs and other things like that, not all of them do, and you don't have terribly good social skills.
What about the head host at the hotel, like the hotel manager?
No, the concierge.
You'll have to give me a diplomacy.
Give her the
Maybe 3.
The concierge can look into it. The name Zack Mordu does sound familiar, but he doesn't know offhand, nor does he have any of his cards.
I use a little streetwise to try to find out where this place is.
Okay, any European languages?
Maybe you could hit up some rich ladies around here.
I'm gonna
You can give me a streetwise, but it's going to be at a penalty. You're going to have to find people that know English and...
cinch shallows.
Huh?
Cinch shallows.
Okay. Give me a roll now.
I only make it by 8.
lock it?
I'll lock it. You convinced me, Steve.
Straight up. Straight up.
Higher than normal.
should all be
Nothing
in the
unusual,
parking
though.
I make it by 9.
Okay. You eventually find a few individuals that are kind of drinking. You kind of work your way through the crowd. There's a lot of people, and you're like, do you speak English, or do you speak English? The few individuals that do speak English that don't seem to have a lot of information, but ultimately by the end of the night, probably around 9, 10 p.m., you'll find information that the individual is aware that there is a type of retreat spa about 45 minutes out of Oslo. He does vaguely remember that there was a doctor or some sort of medical professional or psychic healer by the name of Zack Mordu. He doesn't know where it is specifically, but he'll tell you the town it's near. They might know more there.
That's pretty good.
Good job.
I'll tell the concierge to make sure that please have a very good car waiting for us. I'd like to rent it for 4 days.
You will.
Rolls. Silver Shadow.
What color?
Silver, of course.
You can have that happen.
Alright. I'll peel off money for him in the morning.
You need to plug in yet?
Huh?
You need to plug in.
Check.
I don't need to.
Do you want to?
I think should be good. If we play for another 2 hours, then I will need to plug in.
I don't think we'll go 2 hours.
No.
All right.
Half hour.
Yeah.
So he finds this information late in the day, probably about 9 p.m. relatively. You guys aren't that tired, but the crowd somewhat dies, and a lot of places are still open at past midnight. But
I'm partying. I'll be prepped.
okay. You are aware while you can give me a carousing.
At midnight?
Carousing.
The shops are still open. I believe you just said that.
Yep. I'm just saying the bar, and that it's starting to die down after.
But the shops are still open.
Inside of Oslo, shops are still open. It's just the normal day crowd.
Winter gear, cross-country skis, and snowshoes.
And reindeer.
And rain gear.
Blood. By 2.
By 2?
It's like a delicacy there.
Oh, blood reindeer. I say we try some of that lutefisk. And
You'll
some
probably
of that
throughout the night
pinky
spend
looking
close
stuff.
to about $25.
That's-
You buy some drinks. The fact that you don't have a lot of do you know French or any other European languages?
Oh, you got German. He's got German.
Okay.
I know he's got German.
Well,
I forgot. He's Amish. He's got German. Better have German.
I do have German.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, ultimately, you end up setting some party up with some other Germans in the region along. They know some French and ultimately kind of get girls together and have somewhat of a party. During the entire process, as you start to get things up, your power investigator does slowly build to 3 and pretty much stays that until you can't remember what happened.
Let's have some fun games now.
You will find out in the morning that you do have a residual 1, but you don't think you'll have it for the whole day.
But it's nice. All you have to do is just get shit-faced every time we go on an adventure.
You get one.
I want 3, so I'm going to get completely plastered.
Well, it's not necessarily how drunk you get, it's how
much fun I
partying. You know, Bast used to have yearly, like 8,000, 10,000 people parties.
So, like, the more elaborate the party is.
The more better we are.
Not necessarily elaborate. We're not talking about balls here. Vast party were pretty mundane, and a lot of people were peasants and workers and other things of that nature. It's just the merriment and the enjoyment.
What about cats?
Of course, there's fucking cats.
No, I mean,
There's
like,
cats all up in there.
Scarlet partakes, I take it.
Vast.
if you put cats, will it help?
Cats will be there if the merriment reaches a peak.
Oh,
Cats help with everything,
Yeah.
apparently. In your
in
religion.
real life,
It's like
they
ketchup.
don't.
We have the ketchup of the religion right now. It goes great with everything.
It's flavor enhancer.
Yeah. MSG all the way.
All right.
Ask
You
Mr.
guys
Chan
yourselves
about that.
actually aren't that tired, so you go pretty late and you're in a good position to continue to party early into the morning. Whether the rest of you going to try to get some extra sleep
We
or...
get our winter gear
Okay.
and then head to bed.
Well, I'd come back and see he's got a party. I'd go there for 20 minutes and leave.
Okay.
What's going
It
on?
does get...
Fast party.
We get shit faced.
The Bast party is a bit loose, so occasionally they're like, oh yeah, that. Somebody has their ass out, okay.
And, as soon as I see that the first time, I'm out of there.
Yep.
Is that Jebs? Yep, that's Jebs.
That's way too much information.
I knew it was his ass because there was a protective room on his back.
That's a bullet hole in his ass.
In the morning, well, no, actually at like 2 in the afternoon after they've eaten.
No. Were you showing us your ass just because half of it got rethrown last week?
No, the one
Would you
time
teleport?
he
You
lost
were the
half of
assless
his
one.
ass.
Was he the assless
No,
one?
I just got a cut. I didn't.
No, you lost it.
A chunk.
Somebody
was
lost a
Scott.
butt cheek at some point.
Yeah.
while
And
they
I got
lost.
it back.
I can't remember who was the butt cheek.
It's Hank Kill. He needs an artificial
It
prosthetic.
was soft. Yeah, it was soft tissue. Finding a Bast will end up doing that. It's only when you start losing bone.
Grows back.
Good.
Grows back.
There's just a farmer tan like back there. You're like, oh, that's fairly pale. The rest is tan. I don't get it.
I just want to cover one cheek when I go out.
Totally should have got a pulled in.
I like that Gorbachev. I just put a sticker there and then wait for the tan. All right.
All right.
So in the morning.
Morning, we head on out to the town that we need to go to.
Yep. We've got skis on the top and snowshoes on the trunk.
I love vacations.
Or staycations. And everywhere's a staycation, we have a teleporter.
What is our plan of action here? Because the last time I think that we just ran in there, I'm like, where are
Well,
they?
why don't we do some mundane
Frank's not
investigation?
here with his truth grenades. We're good.
Let's go in and do a mundane investigation, see if they have zombies in the basement.
Sounds awesome.
All right.
Some of these people have been decent. I mean, I work with one of them, so they're not all bad guys.
You lived with someone other than your husband.
Yeah. I work, yes. I have a job, and I do things, I investigate.
Who's the other one? Who's the other person that's one?
In Chicago, there's a guy that's running a medical clinic that's part of the Order of Skulls, and he's not too bad, I guess.
Either that or he's screwing us all over and our algae trades are about to explode.
He said he would do some consulting work. You guys haven't even had him out there. Supposedly he was friends with Frock because Frock did a clinic work out there. And you know that Frock was developing some weird crawling sigils that he knew how to do.
He helped Frank when, like, the jaw.
Yep. He was their outside expert when they were talking about repairing pattern damage. Because apparently he had advanced knowledge about this type of stuff, but it seems like the whole Order of the Skull had advanced kind of Mangala knowledge a little bit, so you're not sure how much of that is, I suppose, kosher, but he seemed like an alright individual.
Okay. So we can't go in there guns blazing, is what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yep. Alright, we'll head on up.
So there's a medium-sized town. It's kind of a rich community that you come into. That is near the clinic, north of Oslo.
We'll ask somebody where the clinic is.
You can give me a, not necessarily streetwise, you can give me an urban survival, or you can use streetwise if you want to.
Dex by 2.
Dex by...
Oh, Cat's Grace by 2.
Alright, you get a plus 2 to your next Dex roll within a certain amount of time, about 4 hours past them.
You have to redo Guardian of the Mind.
You remember your last Guardian of the Mind probably lasted until you went to sleep. It was gone by the morning. but it depends. Sometimes it seems to last a long time, sometimes it doesn't. Once again, you can find out that apparently there's a Wholeness rejuvenation spa not too far from here. It is an invite only. It is possible that you could hobnob, and you are aware that people have paid their way in. Like, you know me, I'm Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
$1,000 bill.
There is a large compound out there, so apparently it's kind of closed, gated community. It's almost a small town in itself.
Well, we'll head on out and then Hamilton.
We'll get to the spawner.
Rolls Royce Silver Phantom.
Yeah. If anything, that's probably a good vehicle to roll up into.
Double park.
Why do you have rolls? What?
In Oslo, he asked the concierge to rent a vehicle. He started laying down bills, and he says, I will find you the best description of your vehicle you can get. They're not too far from Germany. They probably had somebody drive all night and got the vehicle there. Readily available in the morning. But you're in Europe. I imagine there'd be some sort of dealership in the area.
Cleveland's on the $1,000 bill. You might want to make a note of that.
Okay. I'll do mine barrier too. I'm just going to go through the mine.
Okay.
Oh, stay up.
By 3.
By 3? Seems to be up, yeah?
Okay.
Do you want to do your own talking, sir?
I will pull up to the gates.
You will see that there are security guards in the booth. There is probably close to about an 8-foot high wall. It is fairly large. You imagine there might be a couple hundred acres here encompassing the compound. It's very secluded, very private, but you can roll up in your Royce.
Looking at through the gate with my goggles.
There are lights coming from the guard booth that are higher than normal, and they're much too small to be just somebody with a... At this distance, it's hard to see without magnification. There are lights coming from the guard booth. The whole area is kind of high.
I'll let you guys know that.
Slightly on par with current Brooklyn.
Can I do a sense stealing right
Oh,
now?
I got it. I figured it out even.
Can you give me a sense stealing?
Well, that failed by 1. Or, no, straight up.
Nothing that I can detect in the area. It is a little bit of a softer destination than some other places might be.
5 minutes.
It's nice to do some of the...
Can I just make them all now?
Otherwise, are we wrapping up?
No,
Okay.
Just go back to paper.
just too small space. I think that's what I missed though.
Alright. Pull up to the gate. Hello, my name is Ned Chen. I will pull out a card and hand it to him.
Alright.
I
He says,
do not
what
have
is,
an appointment, but I'd like me and my patriots, including Grover Cleveland here, to...
You can give me a diplomacy.
I'm gonna send shallows.
Okay.
Grover Cleveland at 1,000. Did that diplomacy roll?
I make by 3.
Alright. You will get a feeling with body language and psychology that the individual doesn't seem to be overly surprised about the amount of money, but you can see that he looks down his list and he says, oh yeah, I can see that we have something in. He says 5's a little hard to do, but he says that they can accommodate you.
Send shallows by 5.
This area is actually softer. It's almost a borderline shallow, but it's such a large area it's hard to determine the boundaries.
Okay.
Lightning bolt would work.
Let's test it now before we go on the spot.
Relaxation retreat. Lightning bolt practice.
Everyone, hold on to the car. Gravity ripple.
No.
We're flying over the gate. You hear a buzzer. It looks like the gate is electrified. It does come over. They're not electrified, but it looks like it's on an electric motor of some type and does open up for you. He tells you to move to the main compound. You'll see that there's a golden star near there, like a flowery star, and start processing from there. Otherwise, you can hand your keys off to your, the valet, and they'll take all your belongings interior to your rooms.
Can I make another sense stealer roll then? Spend about 5.
We'll drive to the proper spot.
It says in 5. You can make another roll if you want. It has been 5 minutes.
Oh, that one went out.
It's gotta be nice ones, right? It's a spot.
Passed by 9.
You look like you need a good spot.
There are certain areas that seem to be slightly more hardened.
Puddin could get a massage.
It seems to be some of the buildings here. You're not sure what the effect is specifically. You don't have
Yeah.
a primal flare would reveal something like a ward on the building.
Mud bath.
But there is some hardened areas that do seem to be unusual because they coincide with the
Seem
buildings.
like these bubble around her place, or
Not
more
quite.
like a chantry space where you can't teleport in there.
A little bit more like a chantry space.
So more like forts.
It's hard to tell specifically without getting up there.
Oh, we'll park on the flowery spot. We'll get out. Keys get handed
There's a large compound. There's lovely women that end up coming out here. They're very, I suppose,
very Nordic.
Nordic. I would say they come out with bathrobes, other things of that nature. They do come out, grab all your objects. It looks like they're doing an inventory and making sure everyone has their things, but it seems to be five-star service.
That they give Jeb Broomhilda
This isn't
the
terribly
biggest
unusual for
Nordic
you.
woman they can find.
You've probably gone to some
give her one of
events
the
that have been like
really
this,
good
but you can see that like Jeb and the rest of them are like, oh, this is nice. Clearly out of their normal element.
Jet might have high society.
I don't know about that.
He may have
Do you have high society?
That's savoir-faire high society?
Just out of curiosity.
Is he? Alright, fair enough.
Steps it up a notch. She's like,
Wait. You have high society, and yet you and Hunter were on the we so stupid on the yacht club.
they do what they want.
Alright.
Hunter takes off the worst in everyone. Dusty.
Moving into the compound, you can see that they do have a phone here, and you did see a phone inside of the guard booth, so it is fairly high-end for the time period. Coming in, they do ask for your names. They ask you what kind of treatment that you want to go through. And they have things like hot stone massage, exotic kind of acupuncture, whole healing seminars. Incense therapy, various Indian, Asian, and Native American kind of.
Looking at their list, can I roll an occult or a mythos?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm all over that.
you guys can give me an occult.
I totally sliced in one day.
And by 6.
By
So while
9.
we're just moving around the room, I'll cast Gas Galder.
Okay.
Just to make sure if there's anything else that's floating around me.
Colt by 11.
Got this.
Gaster Galder would.
It just keeps the
Yep,
spirits
it would
at
keep
bay.
something away. I thought you were asking if you wanted to sense something around you.
No, 5, 10, 9.
A call by
9 cult,
9.
11, 6.
Gas
I think
Galder
maybe
by
by
3.
6 would be awesome. It's like 9, 11, 9.
Well, at least someone gets high, and so that's
Yep. And I'm assuming you guys pool your resource and talk about it. They do seem to be kind of fairly high-end on crystal therapies, but that's not unusual given the time period. I mean, in the late 1920s, there's a lot of individuals that use crystal balls or try to along chakras and that like that. It was fairly popular in flapper culture to use crystals. It's just so, if anything, it's a little bit more Western than normal. Nothing terribly looks out of the order, other than, I mean, this seems to have very legitimate establishments. You already end up getting keys to rooms. They talk about how long you want to be here and other things of that nature, and you're
What
given a
does
full...
Puddin
4
want?
days at least.
Puddin is not sure. She'll have to look around. Get a feel for the place.
They have cab roads.
Of course. You throw enough money, the cat will get massaged. Oh, yeah.
That probably would not be
You
out of order.
massage your cat, then bring it back.
Puddin might
Never
decide to go
touch.
with Mr. Chen. Like, I like this life.
We need Mr. Chen around more often.
Yeah.
When your cat backfires on you, you know what,
Number 2
Professor?
holds the papoose.
I'll go hang out at the Asian retreat in Nebraska.
I'll sign up for non-invasive things. I don't want to drink things here. I don't want to eat things here. I don't want to have things poked into me. I don't want to breathe things. So I'm like, yeah, I'm all over the seminar. I'm all over, looking at the stars at night.
That seems fairly reasonable
Is
precaution.
there any way to talk to?
Coming into here, there's no... You get a feeling from just business etiquette that there's most likely charges associated with different stays, and that was probably to get you in the door. You don't feel as though any of this is out of your price range, but if these 7 people were left to their own devices, you could easily see some of these being a couple $100, $1,000 here.
Looking at the end like a $30,000 type thing.
Could be. I mean, you're looking at moguls that are kind of coming here and doing this. However, I mean, everyone here seems to be extremely talented, cream of the crop. Everyone's exceptionally beautiful, male or female staff.
Yep, I go. We'll all take the health seminar, the hot rock massage. I'll order up for everybody.
Is there any way to talk to the doctor?
They say that within the next 2 days he'll be leading the seminar. There'll be time for a Q&A afterwards. Otherwise, you may meet him on the compound in an organic fashion. And
So this Q&A is going to be pretty cute.
I have.
potentially, like, gravity ripple right away.
I'll use the monocle as we're walking around as we're like.
The crystals they are wearing do have a brighter than normal, and they seem to be wearing them kind of on their headpieces, sometimes on their ears, and other pieces on, their necklaces, sometimes on rings, but they do have higher than normal. You'd almost say some of them even do have similar looks to your earrings that you have. Everyone here seems to be very mellow, very chill, but they're very focused on what they're doing. They don't seem like they're in a haze. Everyone seems like, yeah, we're going to feng shui this kind of arithmetic here, but then we're going to go over here. We're going to talk about some stargazing, talk about the constellation. Everyone's in a very focused mellow.
All right. It's 10 o'clock. How much later are we going?
Let's try to conclude this in
All right.
10:15 and see how that goes. We spend our time at the spa.
You guys wanted to avoid any kind of thing. Of course, you're going to eat the food here unless you want to leave the resort and then.
Number 2 son should go get us some
Only
food.
behind closed doors and after a primal flare is cast. How about that?
There you go. We'll eat their food behind closed doors after public
Can I go through the treatments and then report back to the class?
You know what? We're in an occult area, and just considering your past little episodes, you could be susceptible.
Pretty much what we're doing everything is as a group.
I don't remember anything.
Of all the people to go out and try to experience
guys
things
can
in a cult-like compound.
You guys can request your own. Was it kind of a
Sweet.
your own large suite? I would say like a staff. Not a staff room. What the hell is that? Yeah. I'm trying to think of a large, shit, I'm totally blanking right now. Suite. You can get a very large suite. Otherwise, you guys will have privacy, but you're always aware that there's always somebody within yelling distance in case you want something. There's 2 beautiful women outside your door.
Are they
do
wearing-
kind of switch off.
Are they
Pretty
wearing
much all the
earrings?
staff are wearing crystals. There's a lot of people here. They're even selling them. I mean, they're made of like platinum and rare earth metals, part of like a meteorite fragment. They come in gold bands, things of that nature. They sell crystal balls, gazing rooms, prisms. Nobody's paying for anything. You assume that it's very likely that
You get a bill at the end.
you get a bill at the end, or you get it sent to like your compound, or you get it sent to your accountant. You never pay for anything. Nobody asks you for a card. You have the money, surely.
Yep.
There's no issues here.
They probably, at this point, are looking up my name. Oh, yep. He's in the business register. Very wealthy American people. He's
And
good to go.
the $1,000 bill at the front gate probably helped too.
Does anybody have the ability to look at crystals and tell what they do?
Oh,
I can tell resonances. I mean, if that's
What kind of
thing they're
skill
doing.
is that?
we'll kind of travel. I want to use observation, kind of look over the place, stuff like that.
The kind of people here, they do interact a little bit, but it seems like people, even though it's kind of a commune, they like their personal space. People occasionally will talk to the attendants.
Maybe you could
There's a lot of flirting that apparently is not.
if they know how to use these. Like, is there a class or is there a pamphlet on how to use these crystal balls?
The crystals that we wear, the crystal balls, the crystal jewelry.
You can give me an occult roll.
You know what's really cool about this floor? They bounce really far.
By 7.
By 6.
By 6.
I don't have a cold zone.
Depending on the crystals, there are rituals. Usually, meditation is used to gain contact with the crystal. Often, soothing music or incense are put in the right state of mind to address them. Sometimes, with crystal balls, you can try to invoke the spirits directly, but it usually involves meditation in some form or another.
And then what
Lowering your
benefit?
mental guards.
What benefit do you get?
Aligning your chakras ends up kind of allowing energy to flow through your body more clearly. It allows you to free up thinking and focus your mind.
I'll go up to a crystal and hold it and see if anything.
You can give me a will roll.
Even with gas scalder?
Yep.
Is it possible the shit isn't like in the like lotions and stuff? It's in the resonance of the crystals.
Keep some spirits away.
Could be.
Possibly
It's
influence
gone.
some people?
By 9?
They give you a calming feeling, almost like the minor earrings that you're wearing right now.
Okay.
If you hadn't have worn those earrings prior, you probably wouldn't notice it.
So it does something very similar.
Potentially.
I don't have much experience in this, but the resonance of the crystals could also
Certain mental
have
effects.
an effect on people too.
Otherwise, you'd see that people do like their privacy, but occasionally you see some kind of talking in between. But it definitely seems like this is catering to a very specific kind of top 1% niche. Nobody's really asking for any kind of prices. There's expensive, extravagant things coming in and out of here. It seems like none of the staff turn these gorgeous women. None of them turn away. Like even like a 70-year-old man that's far overweight. They seem very calm and gracious. And they go to the back room, and you assume that there are additional services here.
I put the crystal down and I'm like, it's calm, but it's like my earring, but I don't know. Just the Chantry would know about all these mind-altering earrings. They would come and ask and buy them.
We take one step forward. We bring it back to the chapter later.
We bring it back and we cast the primal flare to see what's in it.
We'll take this
Back in the room, primal flare.
Getting things done.
That's my 3.
Give me a thaumatology. Anyone give me a thaumatology after the primal roll.
Alright. What the hell? I'll take it.
By 1.
The one?
I should really put another point in the thaumatology.
By 4.
They all work it.
6.
With your 6s and 5s, for the most part, it does seem as though these crystals do bolster your mind, but it does. There are resonance regarding focal points and chakras in your mind, but I suppose there's also kind of an interconnectivity to these crystals, as they're all kind of aligned to each other. So somebody could abuse these if they knew the right rituals.
So making like a bunch of drugs type thing.
Everyone here has been very cogent so far, but if you knew some of the spells like Simyata used, you could easily abuse the staff here.
Or you could nudge them in a certain direction.
Yeah.
Like have rich people give you money.
Well, it seems like they're already doing
But
that.
like support you, keep on doing your
Maybe.
Was there anybody famous on the list? Just affluent.
The people here, I mean, you'll see somebody drinking from a diamond-encrusted goblet, and they have no class, but they clearly have money.
I don't need money. Money gets us nothing now.
well, except for diamond encrusted chalices.
Your character will occasionally go around and be like, money gets you nothing. I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. I still have to update you via email.
You want to roll my klepto then?
If you have a strong feeling if you're going to be here a fucking week, it's just going to happen. If somebody's not going to be paying attention, you're like, is that made of platinum or diamond encrusted platinum?
You know what you could use at
Shiny,
your
my
past
precious.
night parties is diamond-encrusted chalice.
Yeah, a pimp chalice.
Go to some of the other rooms that are, this is like a massage. You just take a gander in, goggles down.
You guys will start to get processed. You guys can get a massage if you want.
Sure.
I look at
Everything
Scarlet,
is-
Scarlet, would you want a kitty massage?
Scarlet does feel calm here, but she would most likely want to just keep aware in case anything happens.
What about Puddin'?
Puddin is totally about the decadence. Cat massage, there's some hot stones.
I go to Apple,
She hears that there's
already
crab
getting
meat from like exotic countries.
I'll keep an eye on Puddin'.
Alright, we'll go through.
There's a professional pet groomist from France.
He's over there. 100 strokes each.
Yep.
We'll,
Everything here is very top shelf. I mean, as best as you can find. You imagine the bill is probably pretty staggering for you who don't have money, but
we'll go to music therapy and stuff like
Sure. Night viewing, music therapy.
that. Story time, nap time.
Is this how you usually roll? Because maybe we should switch from Brooklyn over to the West Coast.
Yep.
Of course, this is how I usually roll. What's
We're
funny?
living the poor life eating a can of beans.
Say that, I'm imagining you
and-
taking two of the attendants like,
Brooklyn.
of course.
I wouldn't do anything for crude.
I'll ask whoever's selling these crystals how they were made.
They'll tell you that they've been lined by a gypsy mystic. They come out of the mines of they come out of the mountains of Transylvania.
Oh, yeah.
Gypsy mystic, that sounds so plebeian.
I would say if you were here, like dirty Turks, gypsies.
It's almost like he's here.
Yep. Classing up, you guys are. Classing it up. That's alright. There's a lot of other rich people here that have social inadequacies.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's some that don't, just have money.
Yeah, there's some people that are very outgoing, carousing, talking, yada yada yada. Going to some of the therapies here, you feel it was that they have very qualified psychologists from like the accommodation and records that they have here. There's top. What is it? It seems as though you can talk about issues. There's privacy here that they say is what is it? Top of the field. The kind
You're
of
enticing me, aren't you?
the-
Because that's a really
the therapy they're talking about here, I mean, calms the mind, allows you to focus on business matters or your acting career, and kind of pushes out all the stuff that you don't need. Something about your brother-in-law and his kids, and this crap over here. You have some sort
how
of.
big's the line to the shrink's leather?
Everyone can get their own shrink.
Who's the best one here?
Everyone has their own field. It's a council
I'll be
of
back.
good
I'm gonna go blow this
psychologists.
person's mind.
Really, you need to expose things like that to mundane people.
They're not mundane.
They're professional.
If they're gonna focus, I'm gonna give them something to focus on.
All right.
I'm going to therapy, guys. I know it's the first step.
Yes, I do.
I'll go to therapy.
They have a very comforting chair, finds Corinthian leather. There's a beautiful woman massaging your feet as the psychologist is taking your answers.
Fine.
Another innocent.
She's wearing like thick earplugs that are really like large.
Yep. I go into it. I'm like, I first started with the black ooze. I was really afraid of it.
Surprisingly, he doesn't seem to be surprised. They talk about your issues, and depending on your revised character sheet, you feel as though if you spent a week here, you could work through a lot of your issues regarding nightmares and seeing random dark pools and other things of that nature.
We can help you.
And,
Good.
and when they're sitting there, like, yeah, that's pretty interesting. I'm like, you're not really worried about this?
He's heard a lot of things before, and it's all about you here. It's not his. It's about your needs. You'll spend as much time as you need. If you feel like stopping at any point, you can stop. At any point in time, he'll reserve the rest of the evening for you. So if you want to come to him at 2 a.m. in the morning,
You know what?
you'll be here.
I think I've heard enough. Thank you. I've learned a lot about myself, but I need to go.
The woman offers you some kind of fine crab meats and grapes and.
I'm good. I back out.
He opened too much of himself. Now he's
too
got to
good.
hide it again.
It's too good. Everything here is too good to be true.
Well, there's a bill associated.
We dispel the magic and it's a bunch of damn goblins.
Yeah.
We'll take a pair of the crystals with us and see if they've been aligned properly.
We'll stay for the seminar.
I don't think anybody should touch them. I think this should be wrapped up.
Have we seen the doctor around?
Next dimensional space.
I'm
Yeah,
guessing
he's
we're
good.
roaming in
You can
the-
give me a carousing.
No, I can't.
You can fake it.
You can give me a high. Was it Saturday Fair High Society?
No.
You can give me an IQ roll at a
Okay.
penalty.
Oh, so I see one. So that's always a good start. Unless you're my dice. And then
So
they
pass
suck.
by 9.
You seem to ruffle a few feathers, but
What's that?
you do find out that he's currently tending a garden out back.
Hey,
It's
over here. Let's go.
I'll go with the bar.
That's what I say to you.
Is
I follow you.
Puddin'
What do you mean?
done?
Huh?
Puddin'
Tending a
done?
garden back there.
Puddin is not done until you remove her via papoose.
What? I have to take her out of the papoose? I thought she was already getting her treatment.
No, remove her from the facility via papoose.
She's like, no. Finally, somebody who knows what I'm worth.
Okay, then I put her in the papoose. We gotta go talk to the doctor.
She hisses a little bit.
Well, can she contact me if somebody's doing something to her that she don't like?
She'll never contact you.
Yeah. She will.
Okay, then I leave her to her eating crab meats and getting...
Close to us. He had a bad touch. I didn't mind.
Soon you're gonna
For the
get
time that you have been number 2 son, $800. The cat. $400. All right. I guess I'm
develop
developing
back problems.
Oh god.
All right, we will go to the Q&A. We listen to
The Q&A is scheduled for early tomorrow.
We're gonna go
No.
see the doctor in the
I gotta
Chemical
beat on the
Zen
doctor.
Garden.
We found the doctor tonight.
He's tending garden in the back.
Oh,
We can go have a chat with him.
Let's go have a chat with the doctor.
There's a very elaborate kind of crystal, what have you, greenhouse. It's close to about
idea how
2
bad
stories.
it was.
It's probably as big as the building you have. Coming into it, it's incredibly exotic. You see rare plants of all different types. You don't know how he's growing them in this climate. There's got to be. You guys can give me naturalist.
Well,
Naturalist.
Fox not here anymore.
I'm a natural, so.
Can I give you a poisons roll for like some of the plants?
You be aware that some of these are horribly toxic. I mean, you'll even come across like nightingale and
What about like an acclamy roll for some of these used for that sort of thing?
if you wanted to make poisons, there's plenty of stuff here. In addition to that, yeah, this is a plethora of alchemical ingredients.
I made naturals to even out. I do have herbalism too.
All right. Given your background, it seems like some of this is from the Amazon rainforest. There's certain items that are from the Australian outback. You don't know how he's managing the climate in here to get them all to grow in the same biome. It is fairly, I would say it is somewhat bright in here. The plants are brighter than normal. You would also say that based on your Edict memory and your area knowledge of the Umbra, that some of these plants don't grow on Earth.
Oh, I will go through and I'll start explaining, kind of, in a nice hushed tone, what I'm seeing. Oh, these plants here, they don't even grow in our reality. They grow
As
in
you
the
start to
Umbra.
talk, there'll be kind of a portly man that kind of comes up to you with some sort of wine and just kind of listens in on what you're saying.
This one's from
He's
the-
got a bathrobe on and slippers. He doesn't look like he's part of the staff, but
Great.
he's got a crystal ring.
Now we got the mummy again, just like in
The near Umbra, I say, Amazon rainforest. It's kind of not the ideal climate for that, and all they can get it to grow here, but
It's got a real green thumb.
Man's nodding.
Can we just put him in the
I
chest
look at the
like
guy that's I was
before?
like, I like your ring. Tell me about it. And I sort of usher him away.
All right, you can give me a
fast
fast talk or
Probably
acting.
the guy.
Is it the doctor?
No, this is not the doctor.
You don't think
He's
so?
in the bathrobe. He's
Does he look
just
like a
us.
customer or like?
Oh yeah, he kind of looked over and you were like Umbra, and he's like, yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Straight up?
Sunday we're
He'll tell you that it was specially requisitioned and apparently came from a diamond mine somewhere in Africa through the doctor's facilities here, and he says that the platinum in here has been aligned by moonlight
man. You need
by
to
a
get that
African
ring.
shaman.
Always by
But
Sean.
he'll kind of pull you off to the side.
Yep.
You guys will go through and kind of see some more people meandering around.
Very
And
beautiful garden.
it is an incredibly beautiful garden. You will come across there is a very attractive man, short blonde hair, a little bit similar build to the Professor Here's character, but there's also kind of four thick men. One of them kind of looks Tibetan. The other one looks a little bit might be like a Hawaiian or Indonesian. And then there's just two thick kind of Norwegian men. And I mean, they're wearing like appropriate garb, but it seems as though they could easily just bounce someone if they needed to.
They're bouncers. They're the guards for the doctor.
As you guys slowly approach, they do kind of lock eyes onto you, and they move a little bit away from them, but they always kind of keep
I'm trying to make my voice heard just small enough in my hushed tone so that this guy can hear that I kind of know what this garden is about, and that there's some near Umbra stuff here, and I'm like, I don't identify that one, so it's probably near Umbra. I don't recognize it from Earth ecosystem.
He'll walk over, he'll introduce himself as Dr. Zack Mordu. He'll take your hand, he'll kiss it in a very French way. He'll appropriately kind of have society the rest of you.
The French kiss
He'll
me.
tell you that some of these particular plants are only populated by the rare weaver spider. You often can find them in the near Umbra.
Yes. The weaver spider, don't they...
He'll tell you that they act as a counterbalancing force to the static reality of this world.
I've seen them lurking in some of the structures there and such.
He says you can't blame them for their nature because they are in fact spiders, but they do serve a vital function in the near Umbra. You can give me a second.
Seriously found a magic hippie?
What?
I think we found a magic hippie.
Yeah, I believe.
Killer hippie.
Numbers.
It's okay. If he is killer, I want him to be. Lightning bolt needs to be practiced.
My two.
Seems fairly calm. Seems to be generally pretty good, pretty awesome here.
Yeah,
very
I know,
calm
because the resonance is telling me it's awesome, but I wish Hunter were here just go like, you good guy, bad guy, and like punch him.
Just grenade.
I got some.
You guys are gravity ripping a bodyguard that's punching Brenton in the neck.
Brenton, I love it.
Otherwise, he describes a lot of the other near plants.
You're right. Maybe I should just go by my first letter.
I asked him if he's been here.
He says, of course he's been. He says,
you mean
through the
Beatrice?
conduit of your mind, anything is possible. Once limitations are knocked down, and the real is...
That would be one. That is a way to get there, isn't it? There are multiple ways through other means.
He says he keeps, he has a system of tubing, and you will see a bit of hypertech throughout the region. And he says he uses a vital essence bath to keep the plants well. And
It's not a little wasteful.
Vital
he
essence.
says,
Now
no,
we
not
have
of
the
course.
money.
What do you use the plants for?
He says for aesthetic, channeling the mind, enhancing the
Do you
atmosphere.
channel the mind through chemical
Scratched
means?
off the list of those.
He says
I don't think
chemical,
so.
spiritual, meditation, sexual, light therapy.
Ian, was he scratched off my list?
Huh?
Was he scratched off my list?
No, the other two were not scratched off the list. The only one that was scratched off the list was Herbert West and Gabriel Verus.
No one knows the whereabouts of Herbert West. At least not Gabriel Rose, he doesn't know.
Can
Oh,
I go
ask him.
detect lies?
Yep.
Like on his whole act. Can I detect lies on acting? I mean, it's so poor.
Sure.
You know, I'm gonna hop on that train too.
Yep,
Detect lies.
I make your detect
Yep,
lies.
I hear it.
You make my detect? Okay.
Yep, that's why I recorded prior.
Otherwise,
Well, I'm
grow
glad
through.
you do.
He doesn't always make it, just when it's important.
Well, if it's like fucking Farmer Joe, I don't care.
Yep, I hear ya.
There's nothing. There's like three of you that's going to critically succeed. One guy might fail, and you're like, you're an idiot, and then move on. No, he seems to be fairly legitimate. It seems as though his passion is the focusing of the mind. He seems to genuinely, I mean, when you talk to him, like, is this a bit excessive? He doesn't seem that any of this is excessive. I mean, money is just a thing that allows him to do this. I mean, in certain ways, you guys can relate to that. He does have a very approachable personality. You don't detect any kind of
So where does
deception.
all this vital essence come from? Do you harvest it from the plants themselves?
No, he tells you that he has various alchemical means in which he generates vital essence, and he tells you in part it's because of stores that he has on site
Does it
here.
come from people? Is it people?
On site here, but yes, botany is used in the process of the generation of this.
Could you align? I ask you, could you align crystals on people to bleed off essence very slowly from them that they wouldn't need?
What was your question again?
Could you align crystals on people so you could bleed essence from them very slowly that they wouldn't be in need of?
He says yes, and in some instances, elaborate means through crystal therapy can allow paradox to be flushed from your system.
Really? I've heard that many sorcerers, wizards, magician types have searched as though it's the fountain of youth, so to speak, for ways to bleed paradox, and they don't believe that any easy ways exist to
He
do
says
it.
for him, resources aren't a limiting factor. So once you get that out of the way, he's not saying that it's making somebody immune to paradox. He's just saying he can accelerate the healing process.
So what is the
How do we go
normal
about asking him if he's still in
blockade
association
to
with Black Hole
bleeding
without going like,
paradox?
Graven
What barrier
Horse.
did you
He says-
overcome?
You know who we ran into?
He'll tell you that normally your system will slowly deal and rebuild itself after the paradox has been accumulated, and your system will normally just get rid of it,
So how do you
provided
speed that
sometimes
up?
with permanent.
Yeah.
He says that they have various methods in which they use crystal therapy, and in part, he ends up using a combination of advanced mental techniques along with vital essence treatments to accelerate the ejection of paradox. And I suppose what he says is he equates to a very elaborate alchemical enema. In other words, not necessarily up your butt, but that's the process he's talking about, is using advanced materials. I mean, you're talking about like diamond dust, you're looking at vital essence of like a certain quantity, and just displacing it in your system.
He mentioned that there was like vital essence moving systems.
He says that he uses the vital essence map.
For the plants. Can we see those?
What's that?
He can show you the source.
Are they
I'm willing to
visible?
walk away from here.
He'll identify the piping systems that go throughout the area.
Where can I see
wanna know
where it
his
dumps it into the
association
plant part?
If he's still...
There's light misters all across.
He's done the
Sometimes
exact
it looks
same
like there's
thing.
underground channels depending on the plant.
No, but if we can ask
You're
him
probably
what
breathing
his
it in right now.
association-
So it's getting all over
Same thing
it.
as him, except
There is a
he's
fine
doing
mist
it
inside of this room, and it's very likely you've been lightly
Yeah, but if we
bathed
walk
in
away, we
vital
might be
essence.
So if I cast a
Contact
primal
if we
flare in the confines
talk
of our
to him
room, I
and he
can
shows
look
that
at
he's a
the
bad guy,
resonance
then we
that this
attack
stuff
him, and
has.
if he's not,
Okay.
we can ask him like,
So here's
we
my
need to
thought.
find
He's
what's
probably
happening
getting
with
all
the
of this butt tons of vital essence
we would
from
like
bad
your help
means.
and different shit. Huh?
I'm assuming you.
How often do you talk to Legendre? I'm just gonna start this.
Says that I haven't talked to him in over 8 years. I believe has a compound in Haiti.
Are you still a part of the Black Cults?
He says the cult of the skulls.
Yeah. The Black
They haven't
Cults.
met in formality for some time. You'd probably say somewhere around 8 years ago. Technically, he never quit, so he would say yes.
Are you in line with Gravenhurst skulls?
He has had some work with Gravenhurst probably over about 12 years ago. He said other than Varus, he was the second most expert in vital essence distribution. But as of recently,
Yeah, I'll
I
jump
feel
on
like
that detect
unless
lie
we
one,
go
too.
back to the room and
What's
stuff
what's
has
my
horrible
what's my
resonance.
detect lies at on yours?
Walk away.
well, it was a 15.
Stay a little longer, then walk.
He seems to be coming. I mean, there are, I suppose, you have your own preconceptions, but he seems to be shooting at the hip from you. But
like
he
you
seems to
have
be very
protection.
mentally sound.
Is he wearing a crystal?
Yes, he has
But
2
then
large
you're
crystals
wearing
on his
protection.
earring. Or is it on his ears? He has a large jewel on his head, and he most likely has a necklace.
All the others.
So,
send
what
that
is
one
your
receives.
goals then? To enhance people, to help people, whereas Gravenhurst is like making
He helps.
zombies.
He says that he helps people, and their resources help him accomplish his goals.
Are there any
yeah.
bad effects for the people that help you? Are you good? You good? You bad?
Fair enough question. Are you good?
He would consider himself good.
You good?
I mean, obviously, he charges a premium for his material, or is it his time, his effort?
Are
It's
the
a very
people
select crew.
injured
Would
in
you
this process?
say that you're more
Huh?
aligned
Are the
with?
people injured in this process?
He says that he guarantees you that people are healthier when they leave here than when they arrive.
Do they
In
have to
all
keep
aspects?
on coming back to be healthy?
He says only what you sign up for.
I don't recall signing up for anything.
You were checking off things that he wanted to do at the start. There was whole body, there was enemas, there was light therapy, there was astrological alignment chakras.
Yeah, he can have the oatmeal enemas.
Oatmeal, bran flake, apple juice, apple
Is it
cider.
temporary? Do they have to come back? Keep on coming back?
He says they come back whenever they feel as though they require my services.
Could
I would get a
we-
feeling as though it's whenever they pay to come here.
Could you help us to stop Gravenhurst? Because
Wait.
he has started making zombies, and they're released out into the wilds. Are you willing to help us find him?
He could provide you with the material he has, but he says it's probably 12 years old. He doesn't keep track of Gravenhurst.
Is there
So,
a way to
what-
set up contact with you?
He says he's been operating here for the last 12 years, or not 12 years, he's been operating here for the last 5 years, so he lives on the compound. He occasionally travels.
Do we know that there's an event that's coming up in this spot?
In Norway?
Like
No, they...
here?
No, not specifically.
So,
There was a Yith site somewhere near here. We're talking about hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of miles.
Okay.
So we know he bleeds off quintessence.
We don't know that.
But
he pretty much all but admitted it.
Do you bleed off people's quintessence a little bit that they don't really need? Not hurting them?
He says no, he can produce more than the people here
How do you
could.
produce that?
Do you use algae bath, like Varus? Sometimes.
He says that the algae baths that Varus used were fairly complex. What he'll equate to is he has access to certain nodes in the near Umbra, in addition to his own alchemical processes, which use much more elaborate materials. And he says, while cost effectiveness might be different, he primarily is concerned with the resonance of the vital essence he gets.
My
So,
friend is very interested in this process because he's recently acquired a similar node to what you have here. Would you be willing to share your rough design? For the betterment of mankind and such.
he'll tell you that he can attune crystals and merely tap the site at a later point.
Does he understand the state of the world, what's happening?
He understands that bad things are happening. He doesn't fear that Norway is in any kind of threat in the immediate future.
Can we count him as an
The
ally?
Norse legend.
He says that
There you go.
he's here for anyone that requires his services, but you kind of get a feel as
Badass.
though...
We're summoning?
Well, you imagine that some of these people are probably not good people. I mean, you're looking at some folk that's like,
So,
he's
right.
probably a mob boss, this guy's probably like some KGB guy, and...
They're people with money. A lot of them have done questionable.
And you imagine that this money could be spent much more. I mean, if you're talking about like humanitarian, obviously it could be spent much more elaborately. Like there's guys like, this diamond was aligned by moonlight. That money could have gone somewhere a lot better.
You know what? There's a guy in Africa that dug that mine out, gem, and
Yeah.
somebody else made
You
the
were
platinum
talking about
thing.
leng spiders. I mean, leng spiders. Weaver spiders. Do you know anything about the damn Carcosa?
Oh, the
Do you
plateau
have
of Leng.
things that could possibly help us?
He said for... He says, if you contribute to the commune, he could. He said, through meditation and mental training, one can focus their mind to block out outside influences, or even regress what he'll say is the signs of detrimental phobias.
It would be
Not privacy.
it would be against the oath of a psychologist to reveal
Well, for all we
things
know,
that happen in session.
there could be like a light that blinks in the compound. He's just like, I don't know how bad his phobia is.
Mine. It went from a 12 to a 15 on the roll.
So he could have only got.
Otherwise, his bodyguards are here, and for whatever reason, they just don't react to anything he's saying. You don't even know if they understand what he's saying, other than, like, if he gives that motion, I'm going to punch this guy in the throat.
The thing is, if that he's gray area, we can't really fault him for it. So, at least we know he's not bad.
I'm happy to walk away from here. Spend a
I
couple
want to
of
take a
days-
look at my monocle at the 4 guys that surround him.
There's a faint mist in here. They have like sprinkler systems and other things like that. It's kind of the whole area you're coming into. You're being bathed in something. I mean, you feel a tingling. You kind of felt it ever since you got here. They cleaned you up a little bit, and you kind of been doing some things over the next day. So this is either vital essence or some sort of quintessence. You can't tell the resonance with your object, but then again, that thing's never been damn repaired. So there's something sprinkling on you. He said vital essence. That could very well be it. The bodyguards are pretty damn bright. He is very bright. I mean, you're looking at the bodyguards probably registered half the amount of a primordial.
Yeah.
He is registering closer to what is a reference point. He is referencing just below that guy that came from the deep umbra recently. But if you have these kind of resources and the advanced training, I mean, you could theoretically load up your system with this stuff. We need to walk away from
I feel like.
But yeah, these guards don't.
How much?
You don't know if these muscles are normal.
How much would it cost to get items to help us fight?
No, I want them.
He can provide someone with a price list that can be sent to you.
We should be going for. How do we boost our contestant stores as you have?
Well, he's gonna give us the Gravenhurst papers, right?
He says that he has old documentation from the original Cult of the Skulls, and he says that a little bit of it. He says that some of it is a bit disturbing and morbid for those of you outside of a medical profession, but he will tell you that there are advanced notes about vital essence, about regeneration of tissues, reanimation of dead cells, even notes and talk about bringing back the dead.
Would you be willing to help us with a safer way, like how you're doing to help us? Because we're trying to save someone from the plateau of Leng.
He says, is he still alive?
His spirit is.
Question.
He says, depending on how long a body theoretically could be reanimated, he says the spirit wouldn't be there, but the basic personality would remain.
I mean, we're gonna go get his spirit. Is there any way, like, you can show us how you harvested in a safer way than Gravenhurst? I don't want to have to do, like, zombie things. That's where I want to stop.
He says inside of the cult, that wasn't really his focus. If you're looking to bring back the dead, you should talk to Varus.
But I want to bring back the actual spirit from Leng.
He's aware. He says Varus's background was he entered the Cult of the Skulls because his child had some sort of, what was it, he'll say, degenerative disorder where the molecular structure between the intercellular matrix broke down. He believes his wife suffered from the disease as well.
Is there a way any one of us could learn from you then?
He says he has seminars here month to month. There's many things you could learn here.
So
How much would it cost for one of your items to protect our will?
He says you can talk to the jewelers here, have something custom made.
We might as well take this opportunity while
He doesn't like to talk about
Mr.
price here.
Chen
There's
is,
people that handle that for him.
willing to help us at this moment. I think we should take
We'd love
Time
to
to-
see the papers.
So,
We'd like to get some of the jewels, perhaps.
does he have a technique for bolstering his permanent quintessence
Because
reserves
what
as
we
it
can do
appears he
is,
does?
if we feel that it's tainted
Better
at
question
all, we
probably
can
would
take
have
it
been
to the chantry and have them
first.
scan
You're
it, see
aware
if
that
there's
with
any
primal conduit, you
bad
can
stuff to it.
pull in
But
far
while
more than you
Mr.
can normally
Chen's
hold.
here
Yeah,
to
but-
But that would be
assist us, we better
difficult
make
to
the most
mentally
of it.
hold on to.
But
Because
it's,
I don't got
But given
nothing.
you
Chantry
haven't seen the original
nothing.
Gravenhurst notes, but some of this stuff sounds like.
It's all going somewhere
Oh,
else.
then you've
research
heard strange things about alchemy trying to change the human body and other shit like that. So
He doesn't see
carry
it
salt.
as leeches. He
these
sees
people
it
could be
as
high in
making
Frankenstein.
contacts.
You don't know for certain. But yeah, the original Gravenhurst notes. At this point in time, a young woman comes in, once again very beautiful. She comes in, she seems to have all the paperwork. You don't remember him calling for anyone.
Of course.
I
There's sent to
understand.
be a crystal.
She seems to have the papers kind of written up. They look like they're stacked in kind of a rough formation in chronological order. And she'll have them organized via contributor to the Cult of the Skulls.
Thank you very much.
Keep them in the manila envelope or in the mist.
So the cult of the skulls
They would be in
is
some sort of
alive.
like wax paper or something like that.
Thank you very much.
He says, I would enjoy for the rest of you to stay for the remainder of your trip. Otherwise, I understand if you have more pressing concerns.
You wouldn't have to know anything about the Nemesis Star.
This is the Nemesis Star, Gost, I believe the name was. Large creature. He will actually use the specific name, the Harbinger of Doom.
And it's a large creature itself.
He says it was described as a ancient star, something about the size of Pluto. Occasionally passed through into our system, usually foretold or enhanced the weave to allow the ancient ones to stir.
They'll be stirring soon.
He believes that their actions are already in motion.
was there a way of halting its progress towards this world?
He believes that about 130,000 years ago there was an Atlantean ritual. He doesn't know offhand.
Would you happen to know where one of the survivors, Moo, has been stored by the Yith?
He said that he believes a lot of the Mu survivors of the Cataclysm, those that did not change themselves, escaped to the Dreamlands.
Okay. See, we did get something good for him, right?
Jeff, maybe you should stay here and get that nightmare worked out.
I will give you I'll give you linguistics, because you've seen something like this before.
Everybody?
You too, because you were looking into it originally.
Bitch. That's what happened.
'Cause I think both of you have photographic memory.
Yeah.
14. I rolled a 7, so I did it by 7. I have photographic memory. Maybe I did it by 17.
Straight up, but I'm gonna look it since it's the end of the night.
Yeah, what the heck?
Straight by 1,
7.
and then by 4. So yeah, you got me on this one. You got 7, he says?
7. Plus photographic memory if it matters.
It always matters.
That always matters.
Alright.
Yeah, photographic memory.
He'll end up saying he'll say like some references to Dreamland entities, but he also uses a term that you haven't heard before, Urbast. And each one seems to have what appears to be a new naming convention.
I
As
love
in,
conventions.
there is a 2-letter
Prefix.
prefix to each one of these names that he gives off when he references Moo things. And you've seen something like that on the sigil stones before, but I mean, you can't make heads or tails of it. And you've seen what appeared to be on that sigil stone something about an Urbast. I'm not sure if you saw Urbast specifically. It might have said that. And then there's this Nagala, and there was also Lana, and a few other names that pop up, most of which are Dreamlands. But all of these entities are known as Dreamland gods that have disappeared some time ago, but they say that they're still floating around somewhere. Apparently worshippers disappeared some time ago, and they kind of floated after that.
Okay. Experience?
I'll give everyone 3.
What did Mr. Chen buy?
He'll get some crystals, I'm sure.
And I mean, you're fairly rich to be here, but you can imagine if you stayed here for a long period of time, that the money that these people are dealing with, there's a reason they're not having any prices out. You're like, you know how much premium I can get for that? That's bullshit.
Before we leave, I'm going for the gold encrusted chalice.
All right, well, handle that.
You're going for it, huh?
I'm just gonna take it. To be honest with you.